Section 21 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 21, Book 18, Chapters 30 to 45. Chapter 30. The Leguminous Plants, the Bean. We now come to the history of the leguminous plants, among which the place of honor must be awarded to the bean. Indeed, some attempts have even been made to use it for bread. Bean meal is known as lomentum, and, as is the case with the meal of all leguminous plants, adds considerably when mixed with flour to the weight of the bread. Beans are on sale at the present day for numerous purposes, and are employed for feeding cattle, and man more particularly. They are mixed also among most nations, with wheat and panic more particularly, either whole or lightly broken. In our ancient ceremonials, too, bean pottage occupies its place in the religious services of the gods. Beans are mostly eaten together with other food, but it is generally thought that they dull the senses, and cause sleepless nights attended with dreams. Hence it is that the bean has been condemned by Pythagoras, though, according to some, the reason for this denunciation was the belief which he entertained that the souls of the dead are enclosed in the bean. It is for this reason, too, that beans are used in the funereal banquets of the parentalia. According to Varro, it is for a similar cause that Flamen abstains from eating beans, in addition to which, on the blossom of the bean, there are certain letters of ill omen to be found. There are some peculiar religious usages connected with the bean. It is the custom to bring home from the harvest a bean by way of auspice, which, from that circumstance, has the name of referiva. In sales by public auction, too, it is thought lucky to include a bean in the lot for sale. It is a fact, too, that the bean is the only among all the grains that fills out at the increase of the moon, however much it may have been eaten away. It can never be thoroughly boiled in seawater, or indeed any other water that is salt. The bean is the first leguminous plant that is sown, that being done before the setting of the Virgilia, in order that it may pass winter in the ground. Virgil recommends that it should be sown in spring, according to the usage of the parts of Italy near the Padus. But most people prefer the bean that has been sown early to that of only 3 months' growth, for, in the former case, the pods as well as the stalk afford a most agreeable fodder for cattle. When in blossom, more particularly, the bean requires water. But after the blossom is passed off, it stands in need of but very little. It fertilizes the ground in which it has been sown as well as any manure. Hence it is that in the neighborhood of Thessaly and Macedonia, as soon as it begins to blossom, they turn up the ground. The bean, too, grows wild in most countries, as in those islands of the Northern Ocean, for instance, which for that reason have been called by us the Fabarie. In Mauritania, also, it is found in a wild state in various parts, but so remarkably hard that it will never become soft by boiling. In Egypt there is a kind of bean which grows upon a thorny stalk, for which reason the crocodiles avoid it, being apprehensive of danger to their eyes. This stalk is 4 cubits in length, and its thickness, at the very most, that of the finger. Were it not for the absence of articulations in it, it would resemble a soft reed in appearance. The head is similar to that of a poppy, being of a rose color. The beans enclosed in this head are not above 30 in number. The leaves are large, and the fruit is bitter and odoriferous. The root, however, is highly esteemed by the natives as a food, whether eaten raw or well boiled. It bears a strong resemblance to that of the reed. This plant grows also in Syria and Cilicia, and upon the banks of Lake Torone in Chalcidice. Chapter 31. Lentils, Peas. Among the leguminous plants, the lentil is sown in the month of November, and the pea among the Greeks. The lentil thrives best in a soil that is rather thin than rich, and mostly stands in need of dry weather. There are 2 kinds of lentil grown in Egypt, one of which is rounder and blacker than the other, which has a peculiar shape of its own. The name of this plant has been applied to various uses, and among others has given origin to our word lenticula. I find it stated in some authors that a lentil diet is productive of evenness of temper. The pea requires to be sown in a warm sunny spot, and is ill able to endure cold. Hence in Italy, and the more rigorous climates, it is sown in the spring only, a light, loose soil being chosen for the purpose. Chapter 32. The several kinds of chickpeas. The chickpea is naturally salt, for which reason it is apt to scorch the ground, and should only be sown after it has been steeped a day in water. This plant presents considerable differences in reference to size, color, form, and taste. One variety resembles in shape a ram's head, from which circumstance it has received the name of arietinum. There are both the white and the black arietinum. There is also the columbine chickpea, by some known as the pea of Venus. It is white, round, and smooth, being smaller than the arietinum, and is employed in the observances of the night festivals or vigils. The chicheling vetch, too, is a diminutive kind of chickpea, unequal and angular, like the pea. The chickpea that is the sweetest in flavor is the one that bears the closest resemblance to the fitch. The pod in the black and the red kinds is more firmly closed than in the white ones. Chapter 33. The kidney bean. The pod of the chickpea is rounded, while in other leguminous plants it is long and broad, like the seed which it contains. In the pea again it is of a cylindrical form. In the case of the kidney bean, it is usual to eat the pod together with the seed. This last may be sown in all kinds of soils indifferently between the Ides of October and the calends of November. As soon as ever the leguminous plants begin to ripen, they ought to be plucked, for the pods will very soon open and the seed fall out, in which case it is very difficult to find. The same is the case, too, with the lupine. But before we pass on to the lupine, it will be well to make some mention of the rape. Chapter 34. The rape. The Latin writers have only treated of this plant in a cursory manner, while those of Greece have considered it a little more attentively, even though they have ranked it among the garden plants. If, however, a methodical arrangement is to be strictly observed, it should be spoken of immediately after corn or the bean, at all events. For next to these two productions, there is no plant that is of more extensive use. For, in the first place, all animals will feed upon it as it grows, and it is far from being the least nutritious plant in the fields for various kinds of birds, when boiled in water more particularly. Cattle, too, are remarkably fond of the leaves of rape, and the stalks and leaves, when in season, are no less esteemed as a food for man than the sprouts of the cabbage. These, too, when turned yellow and left to die in the barn, are even more highly esteemed than when green. As to the rape itself, it will keep all the better if left in its mold, after which it should be dried in the open air till the next crop is nearly ripe, as a resource in case of scarcity. Next to those of the grape and corn, this is the most profitable harvest of all for the countries that lie beyond the Padus. The rape is by no means difficult to please in soil, for it will grow almost anywhere, indeed where nothing else can be sown. It readily derives nutriment from fogs and hoarfrosts, and grows to a marvelous size. I have seen them weighing upwards of 40 pounds. It is prepared for table among us in several ways, and is made to keep till the next crop, its fermentation being prevented by preserving it in mustard. It is also tinted with no less than 6 colors in addition to its own, and with purple even. Indeed, that which is used by us as food ought to be of no other color. The Greeks have distinguished 2 principal species of rape, the male and the female, and have discovered a method of obtaining them both from the same seed. For when it is sown thick, or in hard cloggy soil, the produce will be male. The smaller the seed, the better it is in quality. There are 3 kinds of rape in all. The first is broad and flat, the second of a spherical shape, and the third, to which the name of wild rape has been given, throws out a long root, similar in appearance to a radish, with an angular, rough leaf, and an acrid juice, which, if extracted about the harvest, and mixed with a woman's milk, is good for cleansing the eyes and improving defective sight. The colder the weather, the sweeter they are, and the larger, it is generally thought. Heat makes them run to leaf. The finest rape of all is that grown in the district of Nursia. It is valued at as much as 1 sesterce per pound, and in times of scarcity, 2 even. That of the next best quality is produced on Mount Algidus. Chapter 35. The turnip. The turnip of Amiternum, which is pretty nearly of the same nature as the rape, thrives equally well in a cold soil. It is sown just before the calends of March, 4 sextarii of seed to the ugerum. The more careful growers recommend that the ground should be turned 5 times before putting in the turnip, and 4 for rape, care being taken in both cases to manure it well. Rape, they say, will thrive all the better if it is sown together with some chaff. They will have it, too, that the sower ought to be stripped, and that he should offer up a prayer while sowing, and say, "I sow this for myself and for my neighbors." The proper time for sowing both kinds is the period that intervenes between the festivals of the 2 divinities, Neptune and Vulcan. It is said, too, and it is the result of very careful observation, that these plants will thrive wonderfully well if they are sown as many days after the festival of Neptune as the moon was old when the first snow fell the previous winter. They are sown in spring as well, in warm and humid localities. Chapter 36. The lupine. The lupine is the next among the leguminous plants that is in extensive use, as it serves for food for man in common with the hoofed quadrupeds. To prevent it from springing out of the pod while being gathered, and so lost, the best plan is to gather it immediately after a shower. Of all the seeds that are sown, there is not one of a more marvelous nature than this, or more favored by the earth. First of all, it turns every day with the sun, and shows the hour to the husbandman, even though the weather should happen to be cloudy and overcast. It blossoms, too, no less than 3 times, and so attached it is to the earth that it does not require to be covered with soil. Indeed, this is the only seed that does not require the earth to be turned up for sowing it. It thrives more particularly on a sandy, dry, and even gravelly soil, and requires no further care to be taken in its cultivation. To such a degree is it attached to the earth, that even though left upon a soil thickly covered with brambles, it will throw out a root amid the leaves and brakes, and so contrive to reach the ground. We have already stated that the soil of a field or vineyard is enriched by the growth of a crop of lupines. Indeed, so far it is from standing in need of manure, that the lupines will act upon it as well as the very best. It is the only seed that requires no outlay at all, so much so, in fact, that there is no necessity to carry it even to the spot where it is sown, for it may be sown the moment it is brought from the threshing floor, and from the fact that it falls from the pod of its own accord, it stands in need of no one to scatter it. This is the very first grain sown and the last that is gathered, both operations generally taking place in the month of September. Indeed, if this is not done before winter sets in, it is liable to receive injury from the cold, and then besides it may even be left with impunity to lie upon the ground, in case showers should not immediately ensue and cover it in, it being quite safe from the attacks of all animals on account of its bitter taste. Still, however, it is mostly covered up in a slight furrow. Among the thicker soils, it is attached to a red earth more particularly. In order to enrich this earth, it should be turned up just after the 3rd blossom, but where the soil is sandy, after the 2nd. Chalky and slimy soils are the only ones that it has an aversion to. Indeed, it will never come to anything when sown in them. Soaked in warm water, it is used as a food, too, for man. 1 modius is a sufficient meal for an ox, and it is found to impart considerable vigor to cattle. Placed, too, upon the abdomen of children, it acts as a remedy in certain cases. It is an excellent plan to season the lupine by smoking it, for when it is kept in a moist state, maggots are apt to attack the germ, and render it useless for reproduction. If cattle have eaten it off while in leaf, as a matter of necessity it should be ploughed in as soon as possible. Chapter 37. The Vetch. The vetch, too, enriches the soil, and its cultivation entails no labor on the agriculturalist. It is sown after the ground has been but once turned up, and requires neither hoeing nor manuring, nothing at all, indeed, except harrowing. There are 3 periods for sowing it. The first is about the setting of Arcturus, when it is intended for feeding cattle in the month of December, while in the blade. This crop, too, is the best of all for seed, for, although grazed upon, it will bear just as well. The second crop is sown in the month of January, and the last in March, this last being the best crop for fodder. Of all the seeds, this is the one that thrives best in a dry soil. Still, however, it manifests no repugnance to a shaded locality. This grain, if gathered when quite ripe, produces a chaff superior to that of any other. If sown near vines supported by trees, the vetch will draw away the juices from the vines and make them languid. Chapter 38. The Fitch. The cultivation of the fitch, too, is attended with no difficulty. It requires weeding, however, more than the vetch. Like it, the fitch has certain medicinal properties, for we find the fact still kept in remembrance by some letters of his, that the late Emperor Augustus was cured by its agency. 5 modi will sow as much ground as a yoke of oxen can plough in a day. If sown in the month of March, it is injurious, they say, to oxen, and when sown in autumn, it is apt to produce headache. If, however, it is put in the ground at the beginning of spring, it will be productive of no bad results. Chapter 39. Cilicia. Cilicia, or in other words, fenugreek, is sown after a light ploughing merely, the furrows being no more than some 4 fingers in depth. And the less the pains that are bestowed upon it, the better it will thrive. A singular fact that there should be anything that profits from neglect. The kinds, however, that are known as secale and farrago require harrowing only. Chapter 40. Secale or Asia. The people of Tarentum, at the foot of the Alps, give to secale the name of Asia. It is a very inferior grain, and is only employed to avert positive famine. It is prolific, but has a straw of remarkable thinness. It is also black and sombre-looking, but weighs extremely heavy. Spelt is mixed with this grain to modify its bitterness, and even then it is very disagreeable to the stomach. It will grow upon any soil and yields 100-fold. It is employed also as a manure for enriching the land. Chapter 41. Farrago, the craca. Farrago, a mixture made of the refuse of far, or spelt, is sown very thick, the vetch being sometimes mingled with it. In Africa, this mixture is sometimes made with barley. All these mixtures, however, are only intended for cattle, and the same is the case with the kraka, a degenerate kind of leguminous plant. Pigeons, it is said, are so remarkably fond of this grain that they will never leave the place where it has been given to them. Chapter 42. Ocinum, or Vilia. Among the ancients there was a sort of fodder to which Cato gives the name of ocinum. It was employed by them to stop scouring an oxen. This was a mixture of various kinds of fodder, cut green before the frost came on. Aemilius Sura, however, explains the term differently, and says that 10 modi of beans, 2 of vetches, and the same quantity of ervilia were mixed and sown in autumn on a eugerum of land. He states also that it is a still better plan to mix some Greek oats with it, the grain of which never falls to the ground. This mixture, according to him, was ocinum, and was usually sown as a food for oxen. Varro informs us that it received its name on account of the celerity with which it springs up, from the Greek okeos, quickly. Chapter 43. Lucerne. Lucerne is by nature an exotic to Greece even, it having been first introduced into that country from Media, at the time of the Persian Wars with King Darius. Still, it deserves to be mentioned among the very first of these productions. So superior are its qualities that a single sowing will last more than 30 years. It resembles trefoil in appearance, but the stalk and leaves are articulated. The longer it grows in the stalk, the narrower is the leaf. Amphilochus has devoted a whole book to this subject, and the Cittisus. The ground in which it is sown, being first cleaned and cleared of stones, is turned up in the autumn, after which it is ploughed and harrowed. It is then harrowed a second and third time, at intervals of 5 days, after which manure is laid upon it. This seed requires either a soil that is dry but full of nutriment, or else a well-watered one. After the ground has been thus prepared, the seed is put in the month of May, for if sown earlier, it is in danger from the frosts. It is necessary to sow the seed very thick, so that all the ground may be occupied, and no room left for weeds to shoot up in the intervals, a result which may be secured by sowing 20 modi to the eugerum. The seed must be stirred at once with the rake to prevent the sun from scorching it, and it should be covered over with earth as speedily as possible. If the soil is naturally damp or weedy, the lucerne will be overpowered, and the spot degenerate into an ordinary pasture. It is necessary, therefore, directly the crop is an inch in height, to disengage it from all weeds by hand, in preference to the weeding hook. It is cut when it is just beginning to flower, and this is repeated as often as it throws out new blossoms, which happens mostly 6 times in the year, and 4 at the very least. Care should be taken to prevent it from running to seed, as it is much more valuable as fodder up to the 3rd year. It should be hoed in the spring, and cleared of all other plants, and in the 3rd year the surface should be well worked with the weeding hook. By adopting this method, the weeds will be effectually destroyed, though without detriment to the lucerne, in consequence of the depth of its roots. If the weed should happen to get ahead of it, the only remedy is to turn it up repeatedly with the plough until the roots of the weeds are thoroughly destroyed. This fodder should never be given to cattle to satiety, otherwise it may be necessary to let blood. It is best, too, when used while green. When dry, it becomes tough and ligneous, and falls away at last into a thin, useless dust. As to the itisus, which also occupies the very foremost rank among the fodders, we have already spoken of it at sufficient length when describing the shrubs. It remains for us now to complete our account of all the cereals, and we shall here devote a portion of it to the diseases to which they are subject. Chapter 44. The diseases of grain. The oat. The foremost feature of disease in wheat is the oat. Barley, too, will degenerate into the oat. So much so, in fact, that the oat has become an equivalent for corn, for the people of Germany are in the habit of sowing it, and make their porridge of nothing else. This degeneracy is owing more particularly to the humidity of soil and climate, and a second cause is a weakness in the seed, the result of its being retained too long in the ground before it makes its appearance above it. The same, too, will be the consequence if the seed is decayed when put in the ground. This may be known, however, the moment it makes its appearance, from which it is quite evident that the defect lies in the root. There is another form of disease, too, which closely resembles the oat, and which supervenes when the grain, already developed to its full size but not ripe, is struck by a noxious blast before it has acquired its proper body and strength. In this case, the seed pines away in the ear, by a kind of abortion, as it were, and totally disappears. The wind is injurious to wheat and barley, at 3 periods of the year in particular: when they are in blossom, directly the blossom has passed off, and just as the seed is beginning to ripen. In this last case, the grain wastes away, while in the 2 former ones it is prevented from being developed. Gleams of sunshine every now and then, from the midst of clouds, are injurious to corn. Maggots, too, breed in the roots, when the rains that follow the seed time are succeeded by a sudden heat, which encloses the humidity in the ground. Maggots make their appearance also in the grain, when the ear ferments through heat succeeding a fall of rain. There is a small beetle, too, known by the name of cantharis, which eats away the blade. All these insects die, however, as soon as their nutriment fails them. Oil, pitch, and grease are prejudicial to grain, and care should be taken not to let them come in contact with the seed that is sown. Rain is only beneficial to grain while in the blade. It is injurious to wheat and barley while they are in blossom, but it is not detrimental to the leguminous plants, with the exception of the chickpea. When grain is beginning to ripen, rain is injurious, and to barley in particular. There is a white grass that grows in the fields, very similar to panic in appearance, but fatal to cattle. As to darnel, the tribulus, the thistle, and the burdock, I can consider them no more than the bramble among the maladies that attack the cereals, but rather as so many pests inflicted on the earth. Mildew, a malady resulting from the inclemency of the weather and equally attacking the vine and corn, is in no degree less injurious. It attacks corn most frequently in the localities which are exposed to dews, and in valleys which have not a thorough draught for the wind. Windy and elevated spots, on the other hand, are totally exempt from it. Another evil again in corn is over-luxuriance, when it falls to the ground beneath the weight of the grain. One evil, however, to which all crops in common, the chickpea even, are exposed, is the attacks of the caterpillar, when the rain, by washing away the natural saltness of the vegetation, makes it all the more tempting for its sweetness. There is a certain plant, too, which kills the chickpea and the fitch by twining around them. The name of it is orabunch. In a similar manner also, wheat is attacked by darnel, barley by a long-stalked plant called agilops, and the lentil by an axe-leafed grass, to which, from the resemblance of the leaf, the Greeks have given the name of pelesinon. All these plants, too, kill the others by entwining around them. In the neighborhood of Philippi, there is a plant known as ateramon, which grows in a rich soil, and kills the bean after it has been exposed, while wet, to the blast of a certain wind. When it grows in a thin, light soil, this plant is called pteramon. The seed of darnel is extremely minute, and is enclosed in a prickly husk. If introduced into bread, it will speedily produce vertigo, and it is said that in Asia and Greece the bath-keepers, when they want to disperse a crowd of people, throw this seed upon burning coals. The phalangium, a diminutive insect of the spider genus, breeds in the fitch, if the winter happens to be wet. Slugs, too, breed in the vetch, and sometimes a tiny snail makes its way out of the ground and eats it away in a most singular manner. These are pretty nearly all the maladies to which grain is subject. Chapter 45. The best remedies for the diseases of grain. The best remedies for these maladies, so long as the grain is in the blade, is the weeding hook, and at the moment of sowing, ashes. As to those diseases which develop themselves in the seed and about the root, with due care precautions may be effectually employed against them. It is generally supposed that if seed has been first steeped in wine, it will be less exposed to disease. Virgil recommends that beans should be drenched with niter and a merca of olives, and he says that if this is done, they will be all the larger. Some persons again are of opinion that they will grow of increased size if the seed is steeped for 3 days before it is sown in a solution of urine and water. If the ground, too, is hoed 3 times, a modius of beans in the pod, they say, will yield not less than a modius of shelled beans. Other seeds, again, it is said, will be exempt from the attacks of maggots if bruised cypress leaves are mixed with them, or if they are sown just at the moon's conjunction. Many persons, for the more effectual protection of millet, recommend that a bramble frog should be carried at night round the field before the hoeing is done, and then buried in an earthen vessel in the middle of it. If this is done, they say, neither sparrows nor worms will attack the crop. The frog, however, must be disinterred before the millet is cut, for if this is neglected, the produce will be bitter. It is pretended, too, that all seeds which have been touched by the shoulders of a mole are remarkably productive. Democritus recommends that all seeds before they are sown should be steeped in the juice of the herb known as izoum, which grows on tiles or shingles, and is known to us by the Latin name of sedum or digitellum. If blight prevails, or if worms are found adhering to the roots, it is a very common remedy to sprinkle the plants with pure merca of olives without salt, and then to hoe the ground. If, however, the crop should be beginning to joint, it should be stubbed at once, for fear lest the weed should gain the upper hand. I know for certain that flights of starlings and sparrows, those pests to millet and panic, are effectually driven away by means of a certain herb, the name of which is unknown to me, being buried at the 4 corners of the field. It is a wonderful thing to relate, but in such case not a single bird will enter it. Mice are kept away by the ashes of a weasel or a cat being steeped in water and then thrown upon the seed, or else by using the water in which the body of a weasel or a cat has been boiled. The odor, however, of these animals makes itself perceived in the bread even, for which reason it is generally thought a better plan to steep the seed in ox gall. As for mildew, that greatest curse of all to corn, if branches of laurel are fixed in the ground, it will pass away from the field into the leaves of the laurel. Over-luxuriance in corn is repressed by the teeth of cattle, but only while it is in the blade, in which case, if departed upon ever so often, no injury to it, when in the ear, will be the result. If the ear, too, is once cut off, the grain, it is well known, will assume a larger form, but will be hollow within and worthless, and if sown, will come to nothing. At Babylon, however, they cut the blade twice, and then let the cattle pasture on it a third time, for otherwise it would run to nothing but leaf. Even then, however, so fertile is the soil that it yields 50, and indeed with care, as much as 100-fold. Nor is the cultivation of it attended with any difficulty, the only object being to let the ground be under water as long as possible, in order that the extreme richness and exuberance of the soil may be modified. The Euphrates, however, and the Tigris do not deposit a slime in the same way that the Nilus does in Egypt. Nor does the soil produce vegetation spontaneously, but still so great is the fertility that, although the seed is only trodden in with the foot, a crop springs up spontaneously the following year. So great a difference in soils as this reminds me that I ought to take this opportunity of specifying those which are the best adapted for the various kinds of grain. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 22. Book 18, Chapters 46 to 53. Chapter 46. The Crops that should be sown in the different soils. This, then, is the opinion expressed by Cato on the subject. In a dense and fertile soil wheat should be sown, but if the locality is subject to fogs, rape, radishes, millet, and panic, where the land is cold and moist, sowing should be commenced earlier, but where it is hot at a later period. In a red, black, or gravelly soil, provided it is not watery, lupins should be sown. But in chalk, red earth, or a watery soil, spelt. Where a locality is dry, free from weeds, and not overshadowed, wheat should be put in. And where the soil is strong and powerful, beans. Vetches should be grown in a soil as free from water and weeds as possible, while wheat and winter wheat are best adapted to an open, elevated locality, fully exposed to the warmth of the sun. The lentil thrives best in a meager, red earth, free from weeds. Barley is equally suited for fallow land and for a soil that is not intended to be fallow, and 3-month wheat for a soil upon which a crop of ordinary wheat would never ripen, but strong enough to bear. The following, too, is sound advice. Those plants should be sown in a thin soil which do not stand in need of much nutriment. The psittacis, for example, and such of the leguminous plants, with the exception of the chickpeas, as are taken up by the roots and not cut. From this mode of gathering them, legere, the legumina derive their name. Where it is a rich earth, those plants should be grown which require a greater proportion of nutriment, coleworts, for instance, wheat, winter wheat, and flax. The result, then, will be that a light soil will be given to barley, the root of that grain standing in need of less nutriment, where a more dense, though easily worked soil will be assigned to wheat. In humid localities, spelt should be sown in preference to wheat, but where the soil is of a moderate temperature, either wheat or barley may be grown. Declivities produce a stronger growth of wheat, but in smaller quantities. Spelt and winter wheat adopt a moist Cretaceous soil in preference to any other. The only occasion on which there ever was a prodigy connected with grain, at least that I am aware of, was in the consulship of P. Aelius and Gnaeus Cornelius, the year in which Hannibal was vanquished. On that occasion, we find it stated, corn was seen growing upon trees. Chapter 47. The different systems of cultivation employed by various nations. As we have now spoken at sufficient length of the several varieties of grain and soil, we shall proceed to treat of the methods adopted in tilling the ground, taking care, in the very first place, to make mention of the peculiar facilities enjoyed by Egypt in this respect. In that country, performing the duties of the husbandman, the Nile begins to overflow, as already stated, immediately after the summer solstice or the new moon, gradually at first, but afterwards with increased impetuosity, as long as the sun remains in the sign of Leo. When the sun is passed into Virgo, the impetuosity of the overflow begins to slacken, and when he has entered Libra, the river subsides. Should it not have exceeded 12 cubits in its overflow, famine is the sure result, and this is equally the case if it should chance to exceed 16. For the higher it has risen, the more slowly it subsides, and of course the seed time is impeded in proportion. It was formerly a very general belief that immediately upon the subsiding of the waters the Egyptians were in the habit of driving herds of swine over the ground for the purpose of treading the seed into the moist soil. And it is my own impression that this was done in ancient times. At the present day even, the operation is not attended with much greater labor. It is well known, however, that the seed is first laid upon the slime that has been left by the river on its subsidence, and then ploughed in. This being done at the beginning of November. After this is done, a few persons are employed in stubbing, an operation known there as botanismos. The rest of the laborers, however, have no occasion to visit the land again till a little before the calends of April, and then it is with the reaping hook. The harvest is completed in the month of May. The stem is never so much as a cubit in length, and there is a stratum of sand beneath the slime, from which last alone the grain receives its support. The best wheat of all is that of the region of Thebais, Egypt, being of a marshy character. The method adopted at Seleucia in Babylonia is very similar to this, but the fertility there is still greater owing to the overflow of the Euphrates and Tigris, the degree of irrigation being artificially modified in those parts. In Syria, too, the furrows are made extremely light, while in Italy again it takes as many as 8 oxen to pant and blow at a single plough. All the operations of agriculture, but this in particular, should be regulated by the oracular precept. Remember that every locality has its own tendencies. Chapter 48. The various kinds of ploughs. Ploughs are of various kinds. The coulter is the iron part that cuts up the dense earth before it is broken into pieces, and traces beforehand by its incisions the future furrows, which the share reversed is to open out with its teeth. Another kind, the common ploughshare, is nothing more than a lever, furnished with a pointed beak, while another variety, which is only used in light, easy soils, does not present an edge projecting from the share beam throughout, but only a small point at the extremity. In a fourth kind again, this point is larger and formed with a cutting edge, by the agency of which implement it both cleaves the ground and, with the sharp edge at the sides, cuts up the weeds by the roots. There has been invented, at a comparatively recent period, in that part of Gaul known as Rhaetia, a plough with the addition of 2 small wheels, and known by the name of plough-moradi. The extremity of the share in this has the form of a spade. It is only used, however, for sowing in cultivated lands, and upon soils which are nearly fallow. The broader the ploughshare, the better it is for turning up the clods of earth. Immediately after ploughing, the seed is put into the ground, and then harrows with long teeth are drawn over it. Lands which have been sown in this way require no hoeing, but 2 or 3 pairs of oxen employed in ploughing. It is a fair estimate to consider that a single yoke of oxen can work 40 ujara of land in the year, where the soil is light, and 30 where it is stubborn. Chapter 49. The mode of ploughing. In ploughing, the most rigid attention should be paid to the oracular precepts given by Cato on the subject. What is the essence of good tillage? Good ploughing. What is the second point? Ploughing again. What is the third point? Manuring. Take care not to make crooked furrows. Be careful to plough at the proper time. In warm localities it is necessary to open the ground immediately after the winter solstice, but where it is cold, directly after the vernal equinox. This too should be done sooner in dry districts than in wet ones, in a dense soil than a loose one, in a rich land than a meagre one. In countries where the summers are hot and oppressive, the soil cretaceous or thin, it is the best plan to plough between the summer solstice and the autumnal equinox. Where, on the other hand, the heat is moderate, with frequent falls of rain, and the soil rich and full of vegetation, the ploughing should be done during the prevalence of the heat. A deep, heavy soil, again, should be ploughed in winter, but one that is very thin and dry, only just before putting in the seed. Tillage, too, has its own particular rules. Never touch the ground while it is wet and cloggy. Plough with all your might. Loosen the ground before you begin to plough. This method has its advantages, for by turning up the clods, the roots of the weeds are killed. Some persons recommend that in every case the ground should be turned up immediately after the vernal equinox. Land that has been ploughed once in spring, from that circumstance, has the name of vervactum. This too is equally necessary in the case of fallow land, by which term is meant land that is sown only in alternate years. The oxen employed in ploughing should be harnessed as tightly as possible to make them plough with their heads up. Attention paid to this point will prevent them from galling the neck. If it is among trees and vines that you are ploughing, the oxen should be muzzled to prevent them from eating off the tender buds. There should be a small bill hook, too, projecting from the plow tail, for the purpose of cutting up the roots, this plan being preferable to that of turning them up with the share, and so straining the oxen. When plowing, finish the furrow at one spell, and never stop to take breath in the middle. It is a fair day's work to plow 1 udrum for the first time, 9 inches in depth, and the second time 1 udrum and a half. That is to say, if it is an easy soil. If this, however, is not the case, it will take a day to turn up half a udrum for the first time, and a whole udrum the second. For nature has set limits to the powers of animals even. The furrows should be made in every case, first in a straight line, and then others should be drawn, crossing them obliquely, the point of the share inclining upwards at one moment and downwards at another. Man, too, is so well fitted for labor that he is able to supply the place of the ox even. At all events, it is without the aid of that animal that the mountain tribes plow, having only the hoe to help them. The ploughman, unless he stoops to his work, is sure to prevaricate, a word which has been transferred to the forum, as a censure upon those who transgress. At any rate, let those be on their guard against it, where it was first employed. The share should be cleaned every now and then with a stick pointed with a scraper. The ridges that are left between every 2 furrows should not be left in a rough state, nor should large clods be left protruding from the ground. A field is badly plowed that stands in need of harrowing after the seed is in. But the work has been properly done, when it is impossible to say in which direction the share has gone. It is a good plan, too, to leave a channel every now and then, if the nature of the spot requires it, by making furrows of a larger size, to draw off the water into the drains. After the furrows have been gone over again, transversely, the clods are broken, where there is a necessity for it, with either the harrow or the rake, and this operation is repeated after the seed has been put in. The last harrowing is done where the usage of the locality will allow it, with either a toothed harrow or else a plank attached to the plow. This operation of covering in the seed is called birare, from which is derived the word diliratio. Virgil, it is generally thought, intends to recommend sowing after 4 plowings, in the passage where he says that land will bear the best crop which has twice felt the sun and twice the cold. Where the soil is dense, as in most parts of Italy, it is a still better plan to go over the ground 5 times before sowing. In Etruria, they give the land as many as 9 plowings first. The bean, however, and the vetch may be sown with no risk, without turning up the land at all, which, of course, is so much labor saved. We must not here omit to mention still one other method of plowing, which the devastations of warfare have suggested in Italy that lies beyond the Padus. The Colossi, when ravaging the territories which lay at the foot of the Alps, made an attempt to lay waste the crops of panic and millet that were just appearing above the ground. Finding, however, that nature resisted all their endeavors, they passed the plow over the ground, the result of which was that the crops were more abundant than ever. And this it was that first taught us the method of plowing in, expressed by the word artrare, otherwise aratrare, in my opinion the original form. This is done either just as the stem begins to develop itself, or else when it has put forth as many as 2 or 3 leaves. Nor must we withhold from the reader a more recent method which was discovered the year but 1 before this, in the territory of the Teviri. The crops having been nipped by the extreme severity of the winter, the people sowed the land over again in the month of March, and had a most abundant harvest. We shall now proceed to a description of the peculiar methods employed in cultivating each description of grain. Chapter 50. The methods of harrowing, stubbing, and hoeing employed for each description of grain. The use of the harrow. For winter wheat, spelt, wheat, zea, and barley, harrow, hoe, and stub upon the days which will be mentioned in the sequel. A single hand per udrum will be quite enough for any one of these kinds of grain. The operation of hoeing loosens the ground in spring when it has been hardened and saddened by the rigors of the winter, and admits the early sun to the interior. In hoeing, every care must be taken not to go beneath the roots of the corn. In the case of wheat, zea, and barley, it is best to give a couple of hoeings. Stubbing, when the crop is just beginning to joint, cleanses it of all noxious weeds, disengages the roots of the corn, and liberates the growing blade from the clods. Among the leguminous plants, the chickpea requires the same treatment that spelt does. The bean requires no stubbing, being quite able of itself to overpower all weeds. The lupin, too, is harrowed only. Millet and panic are both harrowed and hoed, but this operation is never repeated, and they do not require stubbing. Fenugreek and kidney bean require harrowing only. There are some kinds of ground, the extreme fertility of which obliges the grower to comb down the crops while in the blade. This is done with a sort of harrow armed with pointed iron teeth, and even then he is obliged to depasture cattle upon them. When, however, The blade has been thus eaten down, it stands in need of hoeing to restore it to its former vigor. But in Bactria, and at Cyrene in Africa, all this trouble has been rendered quite unnecessary by the indulgent benignity of the climate, and after the seed is in, the owner has no occasion to return to the field till the time has come for getting in the harvest. In those parts, the natural dryness of the soil prevents noxious weeds from springing up, and, aided by the night dews alone, the soil supplies its nutriment to the grain. Virgil recommends that the ground should be left to enjoy repose every other year, and this, no doubt, if the extent of the farm will admit of it, is the most advantageous plan. If, however, circumstances will not allow it, spelt should be sown upon the ground that has been first cropped with lupins, vetches, or beans, for all these have a tendency to make the soil more fertile. We ought to remark here more particularly that here and there certain plants are sown for the benefit of others, although, as already stated in the preceding book, not to repeat the same thing over again, they are of little value themselves, but it is the nature of each soil that is of the greatest importance. Chapter 51. Extreme Fertility of Soil. There is a city of Africa, situate in the midst of the sands as you journey towards Syrtes, in Great Leptis, Tacape by name. The soil there, which is always well watered, enjoys a degree of fertility quite marvellous. Through this spot, which extends about 3 miles each way, a spring of water flows, in great abundance it is true, but still it is only at certain hours that its waters are distributed among the inhabitants. Here, beneath a palm of enormous size, grows the olive, beneath the olive the fig, beneath the fig, again, the pomegranate, beneath the pomegranate the vine, and beneath the vine we find sown first wheat, then the leguminous plants, and after them garden herbs, all in the same year, and all growing beneath another's shade. 4 cubits square of this same ground, the cubit being measured with the fingers contracted and not extended, sell at the rate of 4 denarii. But what is more surprising than all is the fact that here the vine bears twice, and that there are 2 vintages in the year. Indeed, if the fertility of the soil were not distributed in this way among a multitude of productions, each crop would perish from its own exuberance. As it is, there is no part of the year that there is not some crop or other being gathered in. And yet it is a well-known fact that the people do nothing at all to promote this fruitfulness. There are very considerable differences, too, in the nature of water, as employed for the purposes of irrigation. In the province of Gallia Narbonensis there is a famous fountain, Orge by name. Within it there grow plants which are sought for with such eagerness by the cattle that they will plunge over head into the water to get at them. It is a well ascertained fact, however, that these plants, though growing in the water, receive their nutriment only from the rains that fall. It is as well, then, that everyone should be fully acquainted with the nature not only of the soil but of the water too. Chapter 52. The method of sowing more than once in the year. If the soil is of that nature which we have already spoken of, as tender, after a crop of barley has been grown upon it, millet may be sown, and after the millet has been got in, rape. In succession to these, again, barley may be put in, or else wheat, as in Campania, and it will be quite enough in such case to plough the ground when the seed is sown. There is another rotation again, when the ground has been cropped with spelt. It should lie fallow the 4 winter months, after which spring beans should be put in to keep it occupied till the time comes for cropping it with winter beans. Where the soil is too rich, it may lie fallow 1 year, care being taken after sowing it with corn to crop it with the leguminous plants the 3rd year. Where, on the other hand, it is too thin, the land should lie fallow up to the 3rd year even. Some persons recommend that corn should never be sown except in land which has lain fallow the year before. Chapter 53. The manuring of land. The proper method of manuring is here a very important subject for consideration. We have already treated of it at some length in the preceding book. The only point that is universally agreed upon is that we must never sow without first manuring the ground, although in this respect even there are certain rules to be observed. Millet, panic, rape, and turnips should never be sown in any but a manured soil. If, on the other hand, the land is not manured, sow wheat there in preference to barley. The same, too, with fallow lands, though in these it is generally recommended that beans should be sown. It should be remembered, however, that wherever beans are sown, the land should have been manured at as recent a period as possible. If it is intended to crop ground in autumn, care must be taken to plough and manure in the month of September, just after the rain has fallen. In the same way, too, if it is intended to sow in spring, the manure should be spread in the winter. It is the rule to give 18 cartloads of manure to each eugerum, and to spread it well before ploughing in it, or sowing the seed. If this manure, however, is omitted, it will be requisite to spread the land with aviary dust just before hoeing is commenced. To clear up any doubts with reference to this point, I would here observe that the fair price for a cartload of manure is 1 denarius. Where 2 sheep furnish 1 cartload, the larger cattle should furnish 10. Unless this result is obtained, it is a clear proof that the husbandman has littered his cattle badly. There are some persons who are of opinion that the best method of manuring land is to pen sheep there, with nets erected to prevent them from straying. If land is not manured, it will get chilled, but if, on the other hand, it is over-manured, it becomes burnt up. It is a much better plan, too, to manure little and often than in excess. The warmer the soil is by nature, the less manure it requires. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary J. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 23. Book 18, Chapters 54 to 66. Chapter 54. How to ascertain the quality of seed. The best seed of all is that which is of the last year's growth. That which is 2 years old is inferior, and 3 the worst of all. Beyond that, it is unproductive. The same definite rule which applies to one kind of seed is applicable to them all. The seed which falls to the bottom on the threshing floor should be reserved for sowing, for being the most weighty, it is the best in quality. There is no better method, in fact, of ascertaining its quality. The grains of those ears which have intervals between the seed should be rejected. The best grain is that which has a reddish hue, and which, when broken between the teeth, presents the same color. That which has more white within is of inferior quality. It is a well-known fact that some lands require more seed than others, from which circumstance first arose a superstition that exists among the peasantry. It is their belief that when the ground demands the seed with greater avidity than usual, it is famished, and devours the grain. It is consistent with reason to put in the seed where the soil is humid sooner than elsewhere, to prevent the grain from rotting in the rain. On dry spots it should be sown later, and just before the fall of a shower, so that it may not have to lie long without germinating, and so come to nothing. When the seed is put in early, it should be sown thick, as it is a considerable time before it germinates. But when it is put in later, it should be sown thinly, to prevent it from being suffocated. There is a certain degree of skill, too, required in scattering the seed evenly. To ensure this, the hand must keep time with the step, moving always with the right foot. There are certain persons also who have a secret method of their own, having been born with a happy hand which imparts fruitfulness to the grain. Care should be taken not to sow seed in a warm locality which has been grown in a cold one, nor should the produce of an early soil be sown in a late one. Those who give advice to the contrary have quite misapplied their pains. Chapter 55. What quantity of each kind of grain is requisite for sowing a eugerum. In a soil of middling quality, the proper proportion of seed is 5 modi of wheat or winter wheat to the eugerum, 10 of spelt or of seed wheat, that being the name which we have mentioned as being given to one kind of wheat, 6 of barley, 1/5 more of beans than of wheat, 12 of vetches, 3 of chickpeas, chichling vetches, and peas, 10 of lupins, 3 of lentils. These last, however, it is said, must be sown with dry manure. 6 of fitches, 6 of fenugreek, 4 of kidney beans, 20 of haygrass, and 4 sextari of millet and panic. Where the soil is rich, the proportion must be greater; where it is thin, less. There is another distinction, too, to be made. Where the soil is dense, cretaceous, or moist, there should be 6 modi of wheat or winter wheat to the eugerum, but where the land is loose, dry, and prolific, 4 will be enough. A meager soil, too, if the crop is not very thinly sown, will produce a diminutive, empty ear. Rich lands give a number of stalks to each grain, and yield a thick crop from only a light sowing. The result, then, is that from 4 to 6 modi must be sown according to the nature of the soil. Though there are some who make it a rule that 5 modi is the proper proportion for sowing, neither more nor less, whether it is a densely planted locality, a declivity, or a thin, meager soil. To this subject bears reference an oracular precept which never can be too carefully observed. Don't rob the harvest. Attius, in his Praxidicus, has added that the proper time for sowing is when the moon is in Aries, Gemini, Leo, Libra, and Aquarius. Zoroaster says it should be done when the sun has passed 12 degrees of Scorpio, and the moon is in Taurus. Chapter 56. The proper times for sowing. We now come to a subject which has been hitherto deferred by us, and which requires our most careful attention, the proper times for sowing. This is a question that depends in very great degree upon the stars, and I shall therefore make it my first care to set forth all the opinions that have been written in reference to the subject. Hesiod, the first writer who has given any precepts upon agriculture, speaks of one period only for sowing, the setting of the Vergiliae. But then he wrote in Boeotia, a country of Hellas, where, as we have already stated, they are still in the habit of sowing at that period. It is generally agreed by the most correct writers that with the earth, as with the birds and the quadrupeds, there are certain impulses for reproduction. And the epoch for this is fixed by the Greeks at the time when the earth is warm and moist. Virgil says that wheat and spelt should be sown at the setting of the Vergiliae, barley between the autumnal equinox and the winter solstice, and vetches, kidney beans, and lentils at the setting of Boötes. It is of great importance, therefore, to ascertain the exact days of the rising and setting of these constellations, as well as of the others. There are some, again, who recommend the sowing to be done before the setting of the Vergiliae, but only in a dry soil, and in those provinces where the weather is hot. For the seed, they say, if put in the ground, will keep, there being no moisture to spoil it, and within a single day after the next fall of rain will make its appearance above ground. Others, again, are of opinion that sowing should begin about 7 days after the setting of the Vergiliae, a period which is mostly followed by rain. Some think that cold soils should be sown immediately after the autumnal equinox, and a warm soil later, so that the blade may not put forth too luxuriantly before winter. It is universally agreed, however, that the sowing should not be done about the period of the winter solstice. For this very good reason, the winter seeds, if put in before the winter solstice, will make their appearance above ground on the 7th day, whereas, if they are sown just after it, they will hardly appear by the 40th. There are some, however, who begin very early, and have a saying to justify their doing so, to the effect that if seed sown too early often disappoints, seed put in too late always does so. On the other hand, again, there are some who maintain that it is better to sow in spring than in a bad autumn. And they say that if they find themselves obliged to sow in spring, they would choose the period that intervenes between the prevalence of the west winds and the vernal equinox. Some persons, however, take no notice of the celestial phenomena, and only regulate their movements by the months. In spring they put in flax, the oat, and the poppy, up to the feast of the Quinquatria, as we find done at the present day by the people of Italy beyond the Padus. There too they sow beans and winter wheat in the month of November, and spelt at the end of September, up to the Ides of October. Others, however, sow this last after the Ides of October, as late as the calends of November. The persons who do this take no notice, consequently, of the phenomena of nature, while others, again, lay too much stress upon them, and hence, by these refined subtleties and distinctions, only add to their blindness. For here are ignorant rustics, not only dealing with a branch of learning, but that branch astronomy. It must still, however, be admitted that the observations of the heavens plays a very important part in the operations of agriculture, and Virgil, we find, gives it as his advice that before anything else we should learn the theory of the winds and the revolutions of the stars. For, as he says, the agriculturist, no less than the mariner, should regulate his movements thereby. It is an arduous attempt, and almost beyond all hope of success, to make an endeavor to introduce the divine science of the heavens to the uninformed mind of the rustic. Still, however, with a view to such vast practical results as must be derived from this kind of knowledge, I shall make the attempt. There are some astronomical difficulties, however, which have been experienced by the learned even, that ought to be first submitted for consideration, in order that the mind may feel some encouragement on abandoning the study of the heavens, and may be acquainted with facts at least, even though it is still unable to see into futurity. Chapter 57. Arrangement of the stars according to the terrestrial days and nights. In the first place, it is almost an utter impossibility to calculate with a fair degree of accuracy the days of the year and movements of the sun. To the 365 days there are still to be added the intercalary days, the result of the additional quarters of a day and night. Hence it is that it is found impossible to ascertain with exactness the proper periods for the appearance of the stars. To this we must add, too, a certain degree of uncertainty connected with these matters that is universally admitted. Thus, for instance, bad and wintry weather will often precede by several days the proper period for the advent of that season, a state of things known to the Greeks as prokeimadzein, while at another time it will last longer than usual, a state of circumstance known as epikeimadzein. The effects, too, of the changes that take place in the seasons will sometimes be felt later, and at other times earlier, upon their reaching the face of the earth, and we not unfrequently hear the remark made upon the return of fine weather that the action of such and such a constellation is now completed. And then again, as all these phenomena depend upon certain stars, arranged and regulated in the vault of heaven, we find intervening in accordance with the movements of certain stars, hailstorms and showers, themselves productive of no slight results, as we have already observed, and apt to interfere with the anticipated regular recurrence of the seasons. Nor are we to suppose that these disappointments fall upon the human race only, for other animated beings, as well as ourselves, are deceived in regard to them, although endowed with even a greater degree of sagacity upon these points than we are, from the fact of their very existence depending so materially upon them. Hence it is that we sometimes see the summer birds killed by too late or too early cold, and the winter birds by heat coming out of the usual season. It is for this reason that Virgil has recommended us to study the courses of the planets, and has particularly warned us to watch the passage of the cold star Saturn. There are some who look upon the appearance of the butterfly as the surest sign of spring, because of the extreme delicacy of that insect. In this present year, however, in which I am penning these lines, it has been remarked that the flights of butterflies have been killed 3 several times by as many returns of the cold, while the foreign birds, which brought us by the 6th of the calends of February every indication of an early spring, after that had to struggle against a winter of the greatest severity. In treating of these matters, we have to meet a twofold difficulty. First of all, we have to ascertain whether or not the celestial phenomena are regulated by certain laws, and then we have to seek how to reconcile those laws with apparent facts. We must, however, be more particularly careful to take into account the convexity of the earth, and the difference of situation in the localities upon the face of the globe, for hence it is that the same constellation shows itself to different nations at different times, the result being that its influence is by no means perceptible everywhere at the same moment. This difficulty has been considerably enhanced, too, by various authors, who, after making their observations in different localities, and, indeed, in some instances, in the same locality, have yet given us varying or contradictory results. There have been 3 great schools of astronomy: the Chaldean, the Egyptian, and the Grecian. To these has been added a 4th school, which was established by the dictator Caesar among ourselves, and to which was entrusted the duty of regulating the year in conformity with the sun's revolution, under the auspices of Sosigenes, an astronomer of considerable learning and skill. His theory, too, upon the discovery of certain errors, has since been corrected, no intercalations having been made for 12 successive years, upon its being found that the year which before had anticipated the constellations was now beginning to fall behind them. Even Sosigenes himself, too, though more correct than his predecessors, has not hesitated to show, by his continual corrections in the 3 several treatises which he composed, that he still entertained great doubts on the subject. The writers, too, whose names are inserted at the beginning of this work, have sufficiently revealed the fact of these discrepancies, the opinions of one being rarely found to agree with those of another. This, however, is less surprising in the case of those whose plea is the difference of the localities in which they wrote. But with reference to those who, though living in the same country, have still arrived at different results, we shall here mention one remarkable instance of discrepancy. Hesiod, for under his name also we have a treatise extant on the science of the stars, has stated that the morning setting of the Vergiliae takes place at the moment of the autumnal equinox, whereas Thales, we find, makes it the 25th day after the equinox, Anaximander the 29th, and Euctemon the 48th. As for ourselves, we shall follow the calculations made by Julius Caesar, which bear reference more particularly to Italy, though at the same time we shall set forth the dicta of various other writers, bearing in mind that we are treating not of an individual country, but of nature considered in her totality. In doing this, however, we shall name, not the writers themselves, for that would be too lengthy a task, but the countries in reference to which they speak. The reader must bear in mind, then, that for the sake of saving space, under the head of Attica, we include the islands of the Cyclades as well, under that of Macedonia, Magnesia, and Thracia, under that of Egypt, Phoenice, Cyprus, and Cilicia, under that of Boeotia, Locris, Phaeus, and the adjoining countries, under that of Hellespont, Chersonesus, and the contiguous parts as far as Mount Athos, under that of Ionia, Asia, and the islands of Asia, under that of Peloponnesus, Achaia, and the regions lying to the west of it. Chaldea, when mentioned, will signify Assyria and Babylonia as well. My silence as to Africa, Spain, and the provinces of Gaul will occasion no surprise, from the fact that no one has published any observations made upon the stars in those countries. Still, however, there will be no difficulty in calculating them, even for those regions as well, on reference being made to the parallels which have been set forth in the 6th book. By adopting this course, an accurate acquaintance may be made with the astronomical relations, not only of individual nations, but of cities even as well. By taking the circular parallels, which we have there appended to the several portions of the earth respectively, and applying them to the countries in question that are similarly situate, it will be found that the rising of the heavenly bodies will be the same for all parts within those parallels, where the shadows projected are of equal length. It is also deserving of remark that the seasons have their periodical recurrences, without any marked difference, every 4 years, in consequence of the influence of the sun, and that the characteristics of the seasons are developed in excess every 8th year, at the revolution of every 100th moon. Chapter 58. The Rising and Setting of the Stars. The whole of this system is based upon the observation of 3 branches of the heavenly phenomena: the rising of the constellations, their setting, and the regular recurrence of the seasons. These risings and settings may be observed in 2 different ways. The stars are either concealed and cease to be seen at the rising of the sun, or else present themselves to our view at his setting, this last being more generally known by the name of immersion than of rising, while their disappearance is rather an occultation than a setting. Considered again, in another point of view, when upon certain days they begin to appear or disappear, at the setting or rising of the sun, as the case may be, these are called their morning or their evening settings or risings, according as each of these phenomena take place at daybreak or twilight. It requires an interval of 3/4 of an hour, at least, before the rising of the sun or after his setting, for the stars to be visible to us. In addition to this, there are certain stars which rise and set twice. All that we here state bears reference, it must be remembered, to the fixed stars only. Chapter 59. The Epochs of the Seasons. The year is divided into 4 periods or seasons, the recurrence of which is indicated by the increase or diminution of the daylight. Immediately after the winter solstice the days begin to increase, and by the time of the vernal equinox, or in other words, in 90 days and 3 hours, the day is equal in length to the night. After this, for 94 days and 12 hours, the days continue to increase, and the nights to diminish in proportion, up to the summer solstice, and from that point the days, though gradually decreasing, are still in excess of the nights for 92 days, 12 hours, until the autumnal equinox. At this period the days are of equal length with the nights, and after it they continue to decrease, inversely to the nights, until the winter solstice, a period of 88 days and 3 hours. In all these calculations, it must be remembered, equinoctial hours are spoken of, and not those measured arbitrarily in reference to the length of any one day in particular. All these seasons, too, commence at the 8th degree of the signs of the zodiac. The winter solstice begins at the 8th degree of Capricorn, the 8th day before the calends of January in general. The vernal equinox at the 8th degree of Aries, the summer solstice at the 8th degree of Cancer, and the autumnal equinox at the 8th degree of Libra. And it is rarely that these days do not respectively give some indication of a change in the weather. These 4 seasons, again, are subdivided, each of them, into 2 equal parts. Thus, for instance, between the summer solstice and the autumnal equinox, the setting of the Lyre on the 46th day indicates the beginning of autumn. Between the autumnal equinox and the winter solstice, the morning setting of the Vergiliae on the 44th day denotes the beginning of winter. Between the winter solstice and the vernal equinox, the prevalence of the west winds on the 45th day denotes the commencement of spring. And between the vernal equinox and the summer solstice, the morning rising of the Vergiliae on the 48th day announces the commencement of summer. We shall here make seed time, or in other words, the morning setting of the Vergiliae, our starting point, and shall not interrupt the thread of our explanation by making any mention of the minor constellations, as such a course would only augment the difficulties that already exist. It is much about this period that the stormy constellation of Orion departs, after traversing a large portion of the heavens. Chapter 60. The proper time for winter sowing. Most persons anticipate the proper time for sowing, and begin to put in the corn immediately after the 11th day of the autumnal equinox, at the rising of the crown, when we may reckon, almost to a certainty, upon several days of rainy weather in succession. Xenophon is of opinion that sowing should not be commenced until the deity has given us the signal for it, a term by which Cicero understands the rains that prevail in November. The true method to be adopted, however, is not to sow until the leaves begin to fall. Some persons are of opinion that this takes place at the setting of the Vergiliae, or the 3rd day before the Ides of November, as already stated, and they carefully observe it, for it is a constellation very easily remarked in the heavens, and warns us to resume our winter clothes. Hence it is that immediately on its setting the approach of winter is expected, and care is taken by those who are on their guard against the exorbitant charges of the shopkeepers to provide themselves with an appropriate dress. If the Vergiliae set with cloudy weather, it forebodes a rainy winter, and the prices of cloaks immediately rise. But if, on the other hand, the weather is clear at that period, a sharp winter is to be expected, and then the price of garments of other descriptions is sure to go up. But as to the husbandman, unacquainted as he is with the phenomena of the heavens, his brambles are to him in place of constellations, and if he looks at the ground, he sees it covered with their leaves. This fall of the leaves, earlier in one place and later in another, is a sure criterion of the temperature of the weather. For there is a great affinity between the effects produced by the weather in this respect, and the nature of the soil and climate. There is this peculiar advantage, too, in the careful observation of these effects, that they are sure to be perceptible throughout the whole earth, while at the same time they have certain features which are peculiar to each individual locality. A person may perhaps be surprised at this who does not bear in mind that the herb pennyroyal, which is hung up in our larders, always blossoms on the day of the winter solstice. So firmly resolved is nature that nothing shall remain concealed from us, and in that spirit has given us the fall of the leaf as the signal for sowing. Such is the true method of interpreting all these phenomena, granted to us by nature as a manifestation of her will. It is the way that she wants us to prepare the ground, makes us a promise of a manure, as it were, in the fall of the leaves, announces to us that the earth and the productions thereof are thus protected by her against the cold, and warns us to hasten the operations of agriculture. Chapter 61. When to sow the leguminous plants and the poppy. Varro has given no other sign but this for our guidance in sowing the bean. Some persons are of opinion that it should be sown at full moon, the lentil between the 25th and 30th day of the moon, and the vetch on the same days of the moon. And they assure us that if this is done, they will be exempt from the attacks of slugs. Some say, however, that if wanted for fodder, they may be sown at these periods, but if for seed, in the spring. There is another sign, more evident still, supplied us by the marvelous foresight of nature, with reference to which we will give the words employed by Cicero himself. The lentisk, ever green and ever bent, beneath its fruits affords a threefold crop, thrice teeming, thrice it warns us when to plough. One of the periods here alluded to is the same that is now under consideration, being the appropriate time also for sowing flax and the poppy. With reference to this last, Cato gives the following advice. Burn upon land where corn has been grown, the twigs and branches which are of no use to you, and when that is done, sow the poppy there. The wild poppy, which is of a utility that is quite marvelous, is boiled in honey as a remedy for diseases of the throat, while the cultivated kind is a powerful narcotic. This much in reference to winter sowing. Chapter 62. Work to be done in the country in each month, respectively. And now, in order to complete what we may call in some measure an abridgment of the operations of agriculture, it is as well to add that it will be a good plan at the same period to manure the roots of trees, and to mold up the vines, a single hand being sufficient for 1 eugerum. Where, too, the nature of the locality will allow it, the vines and the trees upon which they are trained should be looped, and the soil turned up with the mattock for seed plots. Trenches, too, should be opened out, and the water drained from off the fields, and the presses should be well washed and put away. Never put eggs beneath the hen between the calends of November and the winter solstice. During all the summer and up to the calends of November you may put 13 under the hen, but the number must be smaller in winter, not less than 9, however. Democritus is of opinion that the winter will turn out of the same character as the weather on the day of the winter solstice in the 3 succeeding days. The same too with the summer and the weather at the summer solstice. About the winter solstice, for about twice 7 days mostly, while that Halion is sitting, the winds are lulled, and the weather serene. But in this case, as in all others, the influence of the stars must only be judged of by the result, and we must not expect the changes of the weather, as if out upon their recognizances, to make their appearance exactly on certain predetermined days. Chapter 63. Work to be done at the winter solstice. Be careful never to touch the vine at the winter solstice. Hyginus reminds us to strain, and even to rack off wine, at the 7th day, after the winter solstice, provided the moon is 7 days old. About this period also the cherry tree, he says, should be planted. Acorns, too, should now be put in soak for the oxen, a modius for each pair. If given in larger quantities, this food will prove injurious to their health, and whenever it is given, if they are fed with it for less than 30 days in succession, an attack of scab in the spring, it is said, will be sure to make you repent. This, too, is the period that we have already assigned for cutting timber. Other kinds of work, again, may be found for the hours of the night, which are then so greatly prolonged. There are baskets, hurdles, and panniers to be woven, and the wood to be cut for torches. Squared stays for the vine may be prepared too, 30 in the daytime, and if rounded, as many as 60. In the long hours of the evening, too, some 5 squared stays, or 10 rounded ones may be got ready, and the same number while the day is breaking. Chapter 64. Work to be done between the winter solstice and the prevalence of the west winds. Between the winter solstice and the period when the west winds begin to prevail, the following, according to Caesar, are the more important signs afforded by the constellations. The dog sets in the morning upon the 3rd day before the calends of January, a day on the evening of which the eagle sets to the people of Attica and the adjoining countries. On the day before the nones of January, according to Caesar's computation, the dolphin rises in the morning, and on the next day the lyre, upon the evening of which the arrow sets to the people of Egypt. Upon the 6th day before the Ides of January, the dolphin sets in the evening, and Italy has many days of continuous cold. The same is the case also when the sun enters Aquarius, about the 16th day before the calends of February. On the 8th before the calends of February, the star which Tubero calls the royal star sets in the morning in the breast of Leo, and in the evening of the day before the nones of February, the lyre sets. During the latter days of this period, whenever the nature of the weather will allow it, the ground should be turned up with a double mattock, for planting the rose and the vine, 60 men to a eugerum. Ditches, too, should be cleaned out, or new ones made. And the time of daybreak may be usefully employed in sharpening iron tools, fitting on handles, repairing such dolia as may have been broken, and rubbing up and cleaning their staves. Chapter 65. Work to be done between the prevalence of the west winds and the vernal equinox. Between the prevalence of the west winds and the vernal equinox, the 14th day before the calends of March, according to Caesar, announces 3 days of changeable weather. The same is the case, too, with the 8th before the calends of March, at the first appearance of the swallow, Arcturus rising on the evening of the next day. Caesar has observed that the same takes place on the 3rd before the nones of March, at the rising of Cancer. And most authorities say the same with reference to the immersion of the vintager. On the 8th before the Ides of March, the northern limb of Pisces rises, and on the next day Orion, at which period also in Attica the kite is first seen. Caesar has noticed, too, the setting of Scorpio on the Ides of March, a day that was so fatal to him, and on the 15th before the calends of April the kite appears in Italy. On the 12th before the calends of April the horse sets in the morning. This interval of time is a period of extreme activity for the agriculturist, and affords him a great number of occupations, in reference to which, however, he is extremely liable to be deceived. He is summoned to the commencement of these labors, not upon the day on which the west winds ought to begin, but upon the day on which they really do begin to blow. This moment must then be looked for with the most careful attention, as it is a signal which the deity has vouchsafed us in this month, attended with no doubts or equivocations, if only looked for with scrupulous care. We have already stated in the 2nd book the quarter in which this wind blows, and the exact point from which it comes, and before long we shall have occasion to speak of it again, still more in detail. In the meantime, however, setting out from the day, whatever it may happen to be, on which the west winds begin to prevail, for it is not always on the 7th before the Ides of February that they do begin, whether in fact they begin to blow before the usual time, as is the case with an early spring, or whether after, which generally happens when the winter is prolonged, there are subjects innumerable to engage the attention of the agriculturist, and those of course should be the first attended to, which will admit of no delay. 3-month wheat must now be sown, the vine pruned in the way we have already described, the olive carefully attended to, fruit trees put in and grafted, vineyards cleaned and hoed, seedlings laid out, and replaced in the nursery by others, the reed, the willow, and the broom planted and lopped, and the elm, the poplar, and the plane planted in the manner already mentioned. At this period also the crops of corn ought to be weeded, and the winter kinds, spelt more particularly, well hoed. In doing this there is a certain rule to be observed, the proper moment being when 4 blades have made their appearance, and with the bean this should never be done until 3 leaves have appeared above ground. Even then, however, it is a better plan to clean them only with a slight hoeing, in preference to digging up the ground. But in no case should they ever be touched the first 15 days of their blossom. Barley must never be hoed except when it is quite dry. Take care, too, to have all pruning done by the vernal equinox. 4 men will be sufficient for pruning a eugerum of vineyard, and each hand will be able to train 15 vines to their trees. At this period, too, attention should be paid to the gardens and rose-beds, subjects which will be separately treated of in succeeding books. Due care should be given to ornamental gardening as well. It is now, too, the very best time for making ditches. The ground should now be opened for future purposes, as we find recommended by Virgil in particular, in order that the sun may thoroughly warm the clods. It is a piece of even more sound advice which recommends us to plough no lands in the middle of the spring, but those of middling quality. For if this is done with a rich soil, weeds will be sure to spring up in the furrows immediately. And if, on the other hand, it is a thin, meagre land, as soon as the heat comes on it will be dried up, and so lose all the moisture which should be reserved to nourish the seed when sown. It is a much better plan beyond a doubt to plow such soils as these in autumn. Cato lays down the following rules for the operations of spring. Ditches, he says, should be dug in the seed plots, vines should be grafted, and the elm, the fig, the olive, and other fruit trees planted in dense and humid soils. Such meadows as are not irrigated must be manured in a dry moon, protected from the western blasts, and carefully cleaned. Noxious weeds must be rooted up, fig trees cleared, and seed plots made, and the old ones dressed. All this should be done before you begin to hoe the vineyard. When the pear is in blossom too, you should begin to plow, where it is a meager, gravelly soil. When you have done all this, you may plow the more heavy, watery soils, doing this the last of all. The proper time for plowing, then, is denoted by these two signs: the earliest fruit of the lentisk making its appearance, and the blossoming of the pear. There is a third sign, however, as well, the flowering of the squill among the bulbous, and of the narcissus among the garland plants. For both the squill and the narcissus, as well as the lentisk, flower 3 times, denoting by their first flowering the first period for plowing, by the second flowering the second, and by the third flowering the last. In this way it is that one thing affords hints for another. There is one precaution, too, that is by no means the least important among them: not to let ivy touch the bean while in blossom, for at this period the ivy is noxious to it, and most baneful in its effects. Some plants, again, afford certain signs which bear reference more particularly to themselves, the fig, for instance. When a few leaves only are found shooting from the summit, like a cup in shape, then it is more particularly that the fig tree should be planted. Chapter 66. Work to be done after the vernal equinox. The vernal equinox appears to end on the 8th day before the calends of April. Between the equinox and the morning rising of the Virgiliae, the calends of April announce, according to Caesar, stormy weather. Upon the 3rd before the nones of April, the Virgiliae set in the evening in Attica, and the day after in Boeotia, but according to Caesar, in the Chaldeans, upon the nones. In Egypt at this time, Orion and his sword begin to set. According to Caesar, the setting of Libra on the 6th day before the Ides of April announces rain. On the 14th before the calends of May, the Succulae set to the people of Egypt in the evening. A stormy constellation, and significant of tempests, both by land and sea. This constellation sets on the 16th in Attica, and on the 15th, according to Caesar, announcing 4 days of bad weather in succession. In Assyria it sets upon the 12th before the calends of May. This constellation ordinarily has the name of Paralisium, from the circumstance that the 11th before the calends of May is observed as the natal day of the city of Rome. Upon this day, too, fine weather generally returns, and gives us a clear sky for our observations. The Greeks call the Succulae by the name of Hyades, in consequence of the rain and clouds which they bring with them, while our people, misled by the resemblance of the Greek name to another word of theirs, meaning a pig, have imagined that the constellation receives its name from that word, and have consequently given it, in their ignorance, the name of Succulae, or the little pigs. In the calculations made by Caesar, the 8th before the calends of May is a day remarked, and on the 7th before the calends the constellation of the kids rises in Egypt. On the 6th before the calends, the dog sets in the evening, in Boeotia and Attica, and the lyre rises in the morning. On the 5th before the calends of May, Orion has wholly set to the people of Assyria, and on the 4th before the calends, the dog. On the 6th before the nones of May, the Succulae rise in the morning, according to the calculation of Caesar, and on the 8th before the Ides, the she-goat, which announces rain. In Egypt, the dog sets in the evening of the same day. Such are pretty nearly the movements of the constellations up to the 6th before the Ides of May, a period of the rising of the Virgiliae. In this interval of time, during the first 15 days, the agriculturist must make haste, and do all the work for which he has not been able to find time before the vernal equinox, and he should bear in mind that those who are late in pruning their vines are exposed to jibes and taunts, in imitation of the note of the bird passage known to us as the cuckoo. For it is looked upon as a disgrace, and one that subjects him to well-merited censure, for that bird upon its arrival, to find him only then pruning his vines. Hence it is, too, that we find those cutting jokes of which our peasantry are the object at the beginning of spring. Still, however, all such jokes are to be looked upon as most abominable, from the ill omens they convey. In this way, then, we see that, in agricultural operations, the most trifling things are construed as so many hints supplied us by nature. The latter part of this period is the proper time for sowing panic and millet. The precise moment, however, is just after the barley has ripened. In the case of the very same land, too, there is one sign that points in common both to the ripening of the barley and the sowing of panic and millet, the appearance of the glowworm, shining in the fields at night. Cicindelae is the name given by the country people to these flying stars, while the Greeks call them Lampyrides, another manifestation of the incredible bounteousness of nature. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 24. Book 18. Chapter 67. Work to be done after the rising of the Virgiliae. Haymaking. Nature had already formed the Virgiliae, a noble group of stars, in the heavens. But not content with these, she has made others as well for the face of the earth, crying aloud, as it were, "Why contemplate the heavens, husbandman? Why, rustic, look up at the stars? Do not the nights already afford you a sleep too brief for your fatigues? Behold now, I scatter stars amid the grass for your service, and I reveal them to you in the evening, as you return from your work, and that you may not disregard them, I call your attention to this marvel. Do you not see how the wings of this insect cover a body bright and shining like fire, and how that body gives out light in the hours of the night even? I have given you plants to point out to you the hours, and, that you may not have to turn your eyes from the earth, even to view the sun, the heliotropium and the lupine have been made by me to move with his movements. Why then still look upwards, and scan the face of heaven? Behold, here before your very feet are your Virgiliae. Upon a certain day do they make their appearance, and for a certain time do they stay. Equally certain, too, it is, that of that constellation they are the offspring. Whoever then shall put in his summer seeds before they have made their appearance will infallibly find himself in the wrong. It is in this interval, too, that the little bee comes forth and announces that the bean is about to blossom, for it is the bean in flower that summons it forth. We will here give another sign, which tells us when the cold is gone. As soon as ever you see the mulberry in bud, you have no occasion to fear any injury from the rigor of the weather. It is the time now to put in cuttings of the olive, to clear a way between the olive trees, and, in the earlier days of the equinox, to irrigate the meadows. As soon, however, as the grass puts forth a stem, you must shut off the water from the fields. You must now lop the early leafy branches of the vine, it being the rule that this should be done as soon as the branches have attained 4 fingers in length. 1 laborer will be sufficient for a jugerum. The crops of corn, too, should be hoed over again, an operation which lasts 20 days. It is generally thought, however, that it is injurious to both vine and corn to begin hoeing directly after the equinox. This is the proper time, too, for washing sheep. After the rising of the Virgiliae, the more remarkable signs are, according to Caesar, the morning rising of Arcturus, which takes place on the following day, and the rising of the Lyre on the 3rd before the Ides of March. The she-goat sets in the evening of the 12th before the calends of June, and in Attica the dog. On the 11th before the calends of June, according to Caesar, Orion's sword begins to appear, and, according to the same writer, on the 4th before the nonus of June the eagle rises in the evening, and in Assyria as well. On the 7th before the Ides of June, Arcturus sets in the morning to the people of Italy, and on the 4th before the Ides the dolphin rises in the evening. On the 17th before the calends of July Orion's sword rises in Italy, and, 4 days later, in Egypt. On the 11th before the calends of July, according to Caesar's reckoning, Orion's sword begins to set. And the 8th before the calends of July, the longest day of the year, with the shortest night, brings us the summer solstice. In this interval of time the vine should be cleared of its superfluous branches, and care taken to give an old vine one turning up at the roots, a young tree too. Sheep, too, are sheared at this period, lupines turned up for manuring the land, the ground dug, vetches cut for fodder, and beans gathered in and threshed. About the calends of June the meadows are mown, the cultivation of which, the one which is the easiest of all, and requires the smallest outlay, leads me to enter into some further details relative to it. Meadowland should be selected in a rich, or else a moist or well-watered soil, and care should be taken to drain the rain-water upon them from the high-road. The best method of ensuring a good crop of grass is first to plough the land and then to harrow it. But, before passing the harrow over it, the ground should be sprinkled with such seed as may have fallen from the hay in the haylofts and mangers. The land should not be watered, however, the first year, nor should cattle be put to graze upon it before the second hay harvest, for fear lest the blade should be torn up by the roots, or be trodden down and stunted in its growth. Meadowland will grow old in time, and it requires to be renovated every now and then by sowing upon it a crop of beans, or else rape or millet, after which it should be sown the next year with corn, and then left for hay the third. Care, too, should be taken every time the grass is cut, to pass the sickle over the ground, and so cut the aftermath which the mowers have left behind, for it is a very bad plan to leave any of the grass and let it shed its seed there. The best crop for meadowland is trefoil, and the next best is grass. Numulus is the very worst of all, as it bears a pod which is particularly injurious. Equestatis, too, which derives its name from its resemblance to horsehair, is of a noxious character. The proper time for mowing grass is when the ear begins to shed its blossom and to grow strong. Care must be taken to cut it before it becomes dry and parched. Don't mow your hay too late, says Cato, but cut it before the seed is ripe. Some persons turn the water upon it the day before mowing, where it is practicable to do so. It is the best plan to cut hay in the night while the dews are falling. In some parts of Italy the mowing is not done till after harvest. This operation, too, was a very expensive one in ancient times. In those days the only whetstones known were those of Crete and other places beyond sea, and they only used oil to sharpen the scythe with. For this purpose the mower moved along, with a horn to hold the oil, fastened to his thigh. Italy has since furnished us with whetstones which are used with water, and give an edge to the iron quite equal to that imparted by the file. These water whetstones, however, turn green very quickly. Of the scythe there are two varieties: the Italian, which is considerably shorter than the other, and can be handled among underwood even, and the Gallic, which makes quicker work of it when employed on extensive domains, for there they cut the grass in the middle only, and pass over the shorter blades. The Italian mowers cut with one hand only. It is a fair day's work for one man to cut a juggerum of grass, and for another to bind 1,200 sheaves of 4 pounds each. When the grass is cut, it should be turned towards the sun, and must never be stacked until it is quite dry. If this last precaution is not carefully taken, a kind of vapor will be seen arising from the rick in the morning, and as soon as the sun is up it will ignite to a certainty, and so be consumed. When the grass has been cut, the meadow must be irrigated again, for the purpose of ensuring a crop in the autumn, known as the cordum, or aftermath. At Interamna, in Umbria, the grass is cut 4 times a year, and this although the meadows there are not irrigated, in most places 3. After all this has been done, too, the pasturage of the land is found no less lucrative than the hay it has produced. This, however, is a matter of consideration for those more particularly who rear large herds of cattle, and every one whose occupation is to breed beasts of burden will have his own opinions upon the subject. It is found, however, the most lucrative of all by those whose business it is to train chariot horses. Chapter 68. The Summer Solstice. We have already stated that the summer solstice arrives at the 8th degree of Cancer, and upon the 8th day before the calends of July. This is an important crisis in the year, and of great interest to the whole earth. Up to this period, from the time of the winter solstice, the days have gone on increasing, and the sun has continued for 6 months making his ascension toward the north. Having now surmounted the heights of the heavens, at this point he reaches the goal, and after doing so, commences his return towards the south, the consequence of which is, that for the next 6 months he increases the nights and subtracts from the length of the days. From this period, then, It is the proper time to gather in and store away the various crops in succession, and to make all due preparations for the rigor and severity of the winter. It was only to be expected that nature should point out to us the moment of this change by certain signs of an indubitable character, and she has accordingly placed them beneath the very hands of the agriculturist, bidding the leaves turn round upon that day, and so denote that the luminary has now run its course. And it is not the leaves of the trees only that are wild and far remote that do this, nor have those persons who are on the lookout for these signs to go into devious forests and mountain tracts to seek them. Nor yet, on the other hand, are they to be seen in the leaves of the trees only that are grown in the vicinity of cities or reared by the hand of the ornamental gardener, although in them they are to be seen as well. Nature upon this occasion turns the leaf of the olive, which meets us at every step. She turns the leaf of the linden, sought by us, as it is, for 1,000 purposes. She turns the leaf of the white poplar, too, wedded to the vine that grows upon its trunk. And still, for her, all this is not enough. You have the elm, she says, reared for the support of the vine, and the leaf of that I will make turn as well. The leaves of this tree you have to gather for fodder. The leaves of the vine you prune away. Only look upon them, and there you behold the solstice. They are now pointing towards a quarter of the heavens, the reverse of that towards which they looked the day before. The twigs of the withy, that most lowly of trees, you employ for tying things without number. You are a head taller than it. I will make its leaves turn round as well. Why complain, then, that you are but a rustic peasant? It shall be no fault of mine if you do not understand the heavens and become acquainted with the movements of the celestial bodies. I will give another sign, too, that shall address itself to your ear. Only listen for the cooing of the ring-doves, and beware of supposing that the summer solstice is past until you see the wood-pigeon sitting on her eggs. Between the summer solstice and the setting of the lyre, on the 6th day before the calends of July, according to Caesar's reckoning, Orion rises, and upon the 4th before the nonus of July, his belt rises to the people of Assyria. Upon the morning of the same day also, the scorching constellation of Procyon rises. This last constellation has no name with the Romans, unless, indeed, we would consider it as identical with Canicula, or the lesser dog, which we find depicted among the stars. This last is productive of excessive heat, as we shall shortly have further occasion to state. On the 4th before the nonus of July, the crown sets in the morning to the people of Chaldea, and in Attica the whole of Orion has risen by that day. On the day before, the Ides of July, the rising of Orion ends to the Egyptians also. On the 16th before the calends of August, Procyon rises to the people of Assyria, and, the day but one after, of nearly all other countries as well, indicating a crisis that is universally known among all nations, and which by us is called the rising of the dog-star. The sun at this period entering the 1st degree of Leo. The dog-star rises on the 23rd day after the summer solstice. The influence of it is felt by both ocean and earth, and even by many of the animals as well, as stated by us elsewhere on the appropriate occasions. No less veneration, in fact, is paid to this star than to those that are consecrated for certain gods. It kindles the flame of the sun, and is one great source of the heats of summer. On the 13th day before the calends of August, the eagle sets in the morning to the people of Egypt, and the breezes that are the precursors of the Estian winds begin to blow. These, according to Caesar, are first perceived in Italy on the 10th before the calends of August. The eagle sets in the morning of that day to the people of Attica, and on the 3rd before the calends of August, the royal star in the breast of Leo rises in the morning, according to Caesar. On the 8th before the Ides of August, 1/2 of Arcturus has ceased to be visible, and on the 3rd before the Ides, the lyre, by its setting, opens the autumn, according to Caesar at least, though a more exact calculation has since shown that this takes place on the 6th day before the Ides of that month. The time that intervenes between these periods is one that is of primary importance in the cultivation of the vine, as the constellation of which we have spoken, under the name of Canicula, has now to decide upon the fate of the grape. It is at this period that the grapes are said to be charred, a blight falling upon them which burns them away, as though red-hot coals had been applied to them. There is no hail that can be compared with this destructive malady, nor yet any of those tempests which have been productive of such scarcity and dearth. For the evil effects of these, at the very utmost, are only felt in isolated districts, while the coal blight, on the other hand, extends over whole countries far and wide. Still, however, the remedy would not be very difficult, were it not that men would much rather calumniate nature than help themselves. It is said that Democritus, who was the first to comprehend and demonstrate that close affinity which exists between the heavens and the earth, finding his laborious researches upon that subject slighted by the more opulent of his fellow citizens, and presaging the high price of oil which was about to result upon the rising of Virgiliae, as we have already mentioned and shall have to explain more fully hereafter, bought up all the oil in the country, which was then at a very low figure, from the universal expectation of a fine crop of olives, a proceeding which greatly surprised all who knew that a life of poverty and learned repose was so earnestly the object of his aspirations. When, however, his motives had been fully justified by the result, and vast riches had flowed in upon him apace, he returned all his profits to the disappointed proprietors, whose avarice had now taught them to repent, thinking it quite sufficient to have thus proved how easy it was for him to acquire riches whenever he pleased. At a more recent period, again, Sextius, a Roman philosopher residing at Athens, made a similar application of his knowledge. Such, then, is the utility of science, the instructions provided by which it shall be my aim, as clearly and as perspicuously as possible, to apply to the various occupations of a country life. Most writers have said that it is the dew, scorched by a burning sun, that is the cause of mildew in corn, and of coal blight in the vine. This, however, seems to me in a great measure incorrect, and it is my opinion that all blights result entirely from cold, and that the sun is productive of no injurious effect whatever. This, in fact, will be quite evident, if only a little attention is paid to the subject, for we find that the blight makes its appearance at the first in the night time only, and before the sun has shone with any vigor. The natural inference is, that it depends entirely upon the moon, and more particularly as such a calamity as this is never known to happen except at the moon's conjunction, or else at the full moon, periods at which the influence of the heavenly body is at its greatest height. For at both of these periods, as already stated by us more than once, the moon is in reality at the full, though, during her conjunction she throws back to the heavens all the light, which she has received from the sun. The difference in the effects produced by the moon at these two periods is very great, though at some time equally apparent. For at the conjunction that body is extremely hot in summer, but cold in winter, while, on the other hand, at the full moon, the nights are cold in summer, but warm in winter. The reason of this, although Frobenius and the Greek writers adopt another method of explaining it, is quite evident. During the moon's conjunction in the summer, she must of necessity move along with the sun in an orbit nearer to the earth, and so become warmed by the heat which she receives by reason of her closer vicinity to the sun. In winter, again, at the time of the conjunction, she is farther off from us, the sun being also removed to a greater distance. On the other hand, again, when the moon is at the full in summer, she is more remote from the earth, and in opposition with the sun, while in winter she approaches nearer to us at that point, by adopting the same orbit as at her conjunction in summer. Naturally humid herself, as often as from her position she is cold, she congeals to an unlimited extent the dews which fall at that period of the year. Chapter 69. Causes of Sterility. But we ought always to bear in mind, more particularly, that there are two varieties of evils that are inflicted upon the earth by the heavens. The first of these, known by us under the name of tempests, comprehends hailstorms, hurricanes, and other calamities of a similar nature. When these take place at the full moon, they come upon us with additional intensity. These tempests take their rise in certain noxious constellations, as already stated by us on several occasions. Arcturus, for instance, Orion, and the Kids. The other evils that are thus inflicted upon us supervene with a bright, clear sky, and amidst the silence of the night, no one being sensible of them until we have perceived their effects. These dispensations are universal and of a totally different character from those previously mentioned, and have various names given to them, sometimes mildew, sometimes blast, and sometimes coal blight. But in all cases sterility is the infallible result. It is of these last that we have now to speak, entering into details which have not hitherto been treated of by any writer, and first of all we will explain the causes of them. Independently of the moon, there are two principal causes of these calamities, which emanate more particularly from two quarters of the heavens of but limited extent. On the one hand, the Virgiliae exercise an especial influence on our harvests, as it is with their rising that the summer begins, and with their setting the winter, thus embracing, in the space of 6 months, the harvest, the vintage, and the ripening of all the vegetable productions. In addition to this, there is a circular tract in the heavens, quite visible to the human eye even, known as the Milky Way. It is the emanations from this, flowing as it were from the breast, that supply their milky nutriment to all branches of the vegetable world. Two constellations more particularly mark this circular tract, the Eagle in the north, and Canicula in the south. Of this last we have already made mention in the appropriate place. This circle traverses also Sagittarius and Gemini, and passing through the center of the sun, cuts the equinox line below, the constellation of the Eagle making its appearance at the point of intersection on the one side, and Canicula on the other. Hence it is that the influences of both these constellations develop themselves upon all cultivated lands, it being at these points only that the center of the sun is brought to correspond with that of the earth. If, then, at the moments of the rising and setting of these constellations, the air, soft and pure, transmits these genial and milky emanations to the earth, the crops will thrive and ripen apace. But if, on the other hand, the moon, as already mentioned, sheds her chilling dews, the bitterness therefore infuses itself into these milky secretions, and so kills the vegetation in its birth. The measure of the injury so inflicted on the earth depends, in each climate, upon the combination of the one or the other of these causes, and hence it is that it is not felt in equal intensity throughout the whole earth, not even precisely at the same moment of time. We have already said that the Eagle rises in Italy on the 13th day before the calends of January, and the ordinary course of nature does not permit us before that period to reckon with any degree of certainty upon the fruits of the earth, for if the moon should happen to be in conjunction at that time, it will be a necessary consequence that all the winter fruits, as well as the early ones, will receive injury more or less. The life led by the ancients was rude and illiterate. Still, as will be readily seen, the observations they made were not less remarkable for ingenuity than are the theories of the present day. With them there were 3 set periods for gathering in the produce of the earth, and it was in honor of these 3 periods that they instituted the festive days, known as the Ribogalia, the Floralia, and the Venalia. The Ribogalia were established by Numa in the 40th year of his reign, and are still celebrated on the 7th day before the calends of May, as it is at this period that mildew most makes its first attacks upon the growing corn. Varro fixes this crisis at the moment at which the sun enters the 10th degree of Taurus, in accordance with the notions that prevailed in his day. But the real cause is the fact that 31 days after the vernal equinox, according to the observations of various nations, the Dog star sets between the 7th and the 4th before the calends of May, a constellation baneful in itself, and to appease which a young dog should first be sacrificed. The same people also, in the year of the city 513, instituted the Floralia, a festival held upon the 4th before the calends of May, in accordance with the oracular injunctions of the Sibyl to secure a favorable season for the blossom and flowers. Varro fixes this day as the time at which the sun enters the 14th degree of Taurus. If there should happen to be a full moon during the 4 days at this period, injury to the corn and all the plants that are in blossom will be the necessary result. The first Venalia, which in ancient times were established on the 9th before the calends of May for the purpose of tasting the wines, have no signification whatever in reference to the fruits of the earth, any more than the festivals already mentioned have in reference to the vine and the olive. The germination of these last not commencing, in fact, till the rising of the Virgilia, on the 6th day before the Ides of May, as already mentioned on previous occasions. This again is another period of 4 days, which should never be blemished by dews, as the chilling constellation of Arcturus, which sets on the following day, will be sure to nip the vegetation. Still less ought there to be a full moon at this period. On the 4th before the nones of June, the eagle rises again in the evening, a critical day for the olives and vines in blossom, if there should happen to be a full moon. For my part, I am of the opinion that the 8th before the calends of July, the day of the summer solstice, must be a critical day for a similar reason, and that the rising of the dog star, 23 days after the summer solstice, must be so too, in case the moon is then in conjunction, for the excessive heat is productive of injurious effects, and the grape becomes prematurely ripened, shriveled, and tough. Again, if there is a full moon on the 4th before the nones of July, when Canicula rises to the people of Egypt, or at least on the 16th before the calends of August, when it rises in Italy, it is productive of injurious results. The same is the case, too, from the 13th day before the calends of August, when the eagle sets, to the 10th before the calends of that month. The second Venalia, which are celebrated on the 14th before the calends of September, bear no reference to these influences. Varro fixes them at the period at which the lyre begins its morning setting, and says that this indicates the beginning of autumn, the day having been set apart for the purpose of propitiating the weather. At the present day, however, it is observed that the lyre sets on the 6th before the Ides of August. Within these periods there are exerted the sterilizing influences of the heavens, although I am far from denying that they may be considerably modified by the nature of the locality, according as it is hot or cold. Still, however, it is sufficient for me to have demonstrated the theory, the modifications of its results depending, in a great degree, upon attentive observation. It is beyond all question, too, that either of these two causes will always be productive of its own peculiar effects, the full moon, I mean, or else the moon's conjunction. And here it suggests itself how great we ought to admire the bounteous provisions made for us by nature. For, in the first place, these calamitous results cannot by any possibility befall us every year, in consequence of the fixed revolutions of the stars, nor indeed, when they do happen, beyond a few nights in the year, and it may be easily known beforehand which nights these are likely to be. In order, too, that we might not have to apprehend these injuries to vegetation in all the months, nature has so ordained that the times of the moon's conjunction in summer and of the full moon in winter, with the exception of 2 days only at these respective periods, are well ascertained, and that there is no danger to be apprehended on any but the nights of summer, and those nights the shortest of all. In the daytime, on the other hand, there is nothing to fear. And then, besides, these phenomena may be so easily understood, that the ant even, that most diminutive of insects, takes its rest during the moon's conjunction, but toils on, and that during the night as well when the moon is full. The bird, too, called the para, disappears on the day on which Sirius rises, and never reappears until that star has set, while the whitwall, on the other hand, makes its appearance on the day of the summer solstice. The moon, however, is productive of no noxious effects at either of these periods, except when the nights are clear, and every movement of the air is lulled, for so long as clouds prevail, or the wind is blowing, the night dews never fall. And then, besides, there are certain remedies to counterset these noxious influences. Chapter 70. Remedies against these noxious influences. When you have reason to fear these influences, make bonfires in the fields and vineyards of cuttings or heaps of chaff, or else of the weeds that have been rooted up. The smoke will act as a good preservative. The smoke, too, of burning chaff will be an effectual protection against the effects of fog, when likely to be injurious. Some persons recommend that 3 crabs should be burnt alive among the trees on which the vines are trained, to prevent these from being attacked by coal blight, while others say that the flesh of the Solurus should be burnt in a slow fire, in such a way that the smoke may be dispersed by the wind throughout the vineyard. Varro informs us that if at the setting of the lyre, which is the beginning of autumn, a painted grape is consecrated in the midst of the vineyard, the bad weather will not be productive of such disastrous results as it otherwise would. Archibius has stated, in a letter to Antiochus, king of Syria, that if a bramble frog is buried in a new earthen vessel in the middle of a cornfield, there will be no storms to cause injury. Chapter 71. Work to be done after the summer solstice. The following are the rural occupations for this interval of time. The ground must have another turning up, and the trees must be cleared about the roots and molded up, where the heat of the locality requires it. Those plants, however, which are in bud must not be spaded at the roots, except where the soil is particularly rich. The seed pods, too, must be well cleared with the hoe, the barley harvest got in, and the threshing floor prepared for the harvest with chalk, as Cato tells us, slackened with amuria of olives. Virgil makes mention of a method still more laborious even. In general, however, it is considered sufficient to make it perfectly level, and then to cover it with a solution of cow dung and water, this being thought sufficient to prevent dust from rising. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 25, Book 18, Chapters 72 to 77. Chapter 72. The Harvest. The mode of getting in the harvest varies considerably. In the vast domains of the provinces of Gaul, a large hollow frame, armed with teeth and supported on 2 wheels, is driven through the standing corn, the beasts being yoked behind it, the result being that the ears are torn off and fall within the frame. In other countries, the stalks are cut with a sickle in the middle, and the ears are separated by the aid of paddle forks. In some places again, the corn is torn up by the roots, and it is asserted by those who adopt this plan that it is as good as a light turning up for the ground, whereas in reality they deprive it of its juices. There are differences in other respects also. In places where they thatch their houses with straw, they keep the longest halms for that purpose, and where hay is scarce, they employ the straw for litter. The straw of panic is never used for thatching, and that of millet is mostly burned. Barley straw, however, is always preserved, as being the most agreeable of all as a food for oxen. In the Gallic provinces, panic and millet are gathered, ear by ear, with the aid of a comb carried in the hand. In some places the corn is beaten out by machines upon the threshing floor, in others by the feet of mares, and in others with flails. The later wheat is cut, the more prolific it is, but if it is got in early, the grain is finer and stronger. The best rule is to cut it before the grain hardens and just as it is changing color, though the oracles on husbandry say that it is better to begin the harvest 2 days too soon than 2 days too late. Winter and other wheat must be treated exactly the same way both on the threshing floor and in the granary. Spelt, as it is difficult to be threshed, should be stored with the chaff on, being only disengaged of the straw and the beard. Many countries make use of chaff for hay. The smoother and thinner it is, and the more nearly resembling dust, the better. Hence it is that the chaff of millet is considered the best, that of barley being the next best, and that of wheat the worst of all, except for beasts that are hard worked. In stony places they break the halms, when dry, with staves, for the cattle to lie upon. If there is a deficiency of chaff, the straw as well is ground for food. The following is the method employed in preparing it. It is cut early and sprinkled with bay salt, after which it is dried and rolled up in trusses, and given to the oxen as wanted, instead of hay. Some persons set fire to the stubble in the fields, a plan that has been greatly extolled by Virgil. The chief merit of it is that the seed of the weeds is effectually destroyed. The diversity of the methods employed in harvesting mainly depends upon the extent of the crops and the price of labor. Chapter 73. The methods of storing corn. Connected with this branch of our subject is the method of storing corn. Some persons recommend that granaries should be built for the purpose at considerable expense, the walls being made of brick, and not less than 3 feet thick. The corn, they say, should be let in from above, the air being carefully excluded, and no windows allowed. Others, again, say that the granary should have an aspect in no direction but the northeast or north, and that the walls should be built without lime, that substance being extremely injurious to corn. As to what we find recommended in reference to a merca of olives, we have already mentioned it on a former occasion. In some places they build their granaries of wood and upon pillars, thinking it the best plan to leave access for the air on every side, and from below even. Some persons think, however, that the grain diminishes in bulk if laid on a floor above the level of the ground, and that it is liable to ferment beneath a roof of tiles. Many persons say, too, that the grain should never be stirred up to air it, as the weevil is never known to penetrate beyond 4 fingers in depth. Consequently, beyond that depth there is no danger. According to Columella, the west wind is beneficial to grain, a thing that surprises me, as that wind is generally a very parching one. Some persons recommend that, before housing the corn, a bramble frog should be hung up by one of the hind legs at the threshold of the granary. To me it appears that the most important precaution of all is to house the grain at the proper time, for if it is unripe when cut, and not sufficiently firm, or if it is got in a heated state, it follows of necessity that noxious insects will breed in it. There are several causes which contribute to the preservation of grain. The outer coats in some kinds are more numerous, as in millet, for instance. The juices are of an oleaginous nature, and so supply ample moisture, as in sesame, for example, while in other kinds again they are naturally bitter, as in the lupine and the chichling vetch. It is in wheat more particularly that insects breed, as it is apt to heat from the density of its juices, and the grain is covered with a thick bran. In barley the chaff is thinner, and the same is the case with all the leguminous seeds. It is for this reason that they do not ordinarily breed insects. The bean, however, is covered with a coat of a thicker substance, and hence it is that it ferments. Some persons sprinkle wheat, in order to make it keep the longer, with a merca of olives, a quadrantal to 1,000 modi. Others, again, with powdered chalcidian or Carian chalk, or with wormwood. There is a certain earth found at Olynthus, and at Cerinthus in Euboea, which prevents grain from spoiling. If garnered in the ear, grain is hardly ever found to suffer any injury. The best plan, however, of preserving grain is to lay it up in trenches, called sciri, as they do in Cappadocia, Thracia, Spain, and at in Africa. Particular care is taken to dig these trenches in a dry soil, and a layer of chaff is then placed at the bottom. The grain, too, is always stored in the ear. In this case, if no air is allowed to penetrate to the corn, we may rest assured that no noxious insect will ever breed in it. Varro says that wheat, if thus stored, will keep as long as 50 years, and millet 100, and he assures us that beans and other leguminous grain, if put away in oil jars with a covering of ashes, will keep for a great length of time. He makes a statement also to the effect that some beans were preserved in a cavern in Ambracia from the time of King Pyrrhus until the piratical war of Pompeius Magnus, a period of about 220 years. The chickpea is the only grain in which no insect will breed while in the granary. Some persons place upon the heaps of the leguminous grains pitchers full of vinegar and coated with pitch, a stratum of ashes being laid beneath, and they fancy that if this is done no injury will happen. Some, again, store them in vessels which have held salted provisions, with a coating of plaster on the top, while other persons are in the habit of sprinkling lentils with vinegar scented with lacer, and when dry giving them a covering of oil. But the most effectual method of all is to get in everything that you would preserve from injury at the time of the moon's conjunction, and hence it is of the greatest importance to know, when getting in the harvest, whether it is for garnering or whether for immediate sale. If cut during the increase of the moon, grain will increase in size. Chapter 74. The Vintage and the Works of Autumn. In accordance with the ordinary divisions of the year, we now come to autumn, a period which extends from the setting of the lyre to the autumnal equinox, and from that to the setting of the Virgili and the beginning of winter. In these intervals, the more important periods are marked by the rising of the horse of the people of Attica, in the evening of the day before the Ides of August, upon which day also the dolphin sets in Egypt, and, according to Caesar, in Italy. On the 11th, before the calends of September, the star called the Vintager begins to rise in the morning, according to Caesar's reckoning, and to the people of Assyria it announces the ripening of the vintage, a sure sign of which is the change of color in the grape. On the 5th, before the calends of September, the arrow sets in Assyria, and the Etesian winds cease to blow. On the nones of September, the vintager rises in Egypt, and in the morning of that day Arcturus rises to the people of Attica. On the same morning too the arrow sets. On the 5th, before the Ides of September, according to Caesar, the she-goat rises in the evening, and one half of Arcturus becomes visible on the day before the Ides of September, being portentous of boisterous weather for 5 days, both by land and sea. The theory relative to the effects produced by Arcturus is stated in the following terms. If showers prevail, it is said, at the setting of the dolphin, they will not cease so long as Arcturus is visible. The departure of the swallows may be looked upon as the sign of the rising of Arcturus, for if overtaken by it, they are sure to perish. On the 16th day before the calends of October, the ear of corn, which Virgo holds, rises to the people of Egypt in the morning, and by this day the Etesian winds have quite ceased to blow. According to Caesar, this constellation rises on the 14th before the calends, and it affords its prognostics to the Assyrians on the 13th. On the 11th before the calends of October, the point of junction in Piscus disappears, and upon the 8th is the autumnal equinox. It is a remarkable fact, and rarely the case, that Philippus, Callippus, Dositheus, Parmeniscus, Conon, Crichton, Democritus, and Eudoxus all agree that the she-goat rises in the morning of the 4th before the calends of October, and on the 3rd the kids. On the 6th day before the nones of October, the crown rises in the morning to the people of Attica, and upon the morning of the 5th the charioteer sets. On the 4th before the nones of October, the crown, according to Caesar's reckoning, begins to rise, and on the evening of the day after is the setting of the constellation of the kids. On the 8th before the Ides of October, according to Caesar, the bright star rises that shines in the crown, and on the evening of the 6th before the Ides of the Virgiliae rise. Upon the Ides of October the crown has wholly risen. On the 17th before the calends of November the Seculae rise in the evening, and on the day before the calends, according to Caesar's reckoning, Arcturus sets, and the Seculae rise with the sun. In the evening of the 4th day before the nones of November, Arcturus sets. On the 5th before the Ides of November, Orion's sword begins to set, and on the 3rd before the Ides the Vergiliae set. In this interval of time the rural operations consist in sowing rape and turnips upon the days which have been mentioned on a previous occasion. The people in the country are of opinion that it is not a good plan to sow rape after the departure of the stalk, but for my own part I am of opinion that it should be sown after the Vulcanalia, and the early kind at the same time as panic. After the setting of the lyre, vetches should be sown, kidney beans and hay grass. It is generally recommended that this should be done while the moon is in conjunction. This too is the proper time for gathering in the leaves. It is fair work for one woodman to fill 4 baskets in a day. If the leaves are gathered while the moon is on the wane, they will not decay. They ought not to be dry, however, when gathered. The ancients were of opinion that the vintage is never ripe before the equinox, but at the present day I find that it is gathered in before that period. It will be as well, therefore, to give the signs and indications by which the proper moment may be exactly ascertained. The rules for getting in the vintage are to the following effect. Never gather the grape in a heated state, or in other words, when the weather is dry, and before the rains have fallen. Nor ought it to be gathered when covered with dew, or in other words, when dews have fallen during the night, nor yet before the dews have been dispelled by the sun. Commence the vintage when the bearing shoots begin to recline upon the stem, or when, after a grape is removed from the bunch, the space left empty is not filled up, this being a sure proof that the berry has ceased to increase in size. It is of the greatest consequence to the grape that it should be gathered while the moon is on the increase. Each pressing should fill 20 culae, that being the fair proportion. To fill 20 culae in vats from 20 jugera of vineyard, a single press will be enough. In pressing the grape, some persons use a single press board, but it is a better plan to employ 2, however large the single ones may be. It is the length of them that is of the greatest consequence, and not the thickness. If wide, however, they press the fruit all the better. The ancients used to screw down the press boards with ropes and leather tongs worked by levers. Within the last 100 years the Greek press has been invented, with thick spiral grooves running down the stem. To this stem there are spokes attached, which project like the rays of a star, and by means of which the stem is made to lift a box filled with stones, a method that is very highly approved of. It is only within the last 22 years that a plan has been discovered of employing smaller press boards and a less unwieldy press. To effect this, the height has been reduced, and the stem of the screw placed in the middle, and the whole pressure being concentrated upon broad planks placed over the grapes, which are covered also with heavy weights above. This is the proper time for gathering fruit. The best moment for doing so is when it has begun to fall through ripeness, and not from the effect of the weather. This is the season, too, for extracting the lees of wine, and for boiling the fruitum. This last must be done on a night when there is no moon, or, if it is a full moon, in the daytime. At other times of the year it must be done either before the moon has risen, or after it has set. The grapes employed for this purpose should never be gathered from a young vine, nor yet from a tree that is grown in a marshy spot, nor should any grapes be used but those that are perfectly ripe. The liquor too should never be skimmed with anything but a leaf, for if the vessel should happen to be touched with wood, the liquor, it is generally thought, will have a burnt and smoky flavour. The proper time for the vintage is between the equinox and the setting of the Vergiliae, a period of 44 days. It is a saying among the growers that to pitch wine vessels after that day, in consequence of the coldness of the weather, is only so much time lost. Still, however, I have seen before now persons getting in the vintage on the calends of January, even in consequence of the want of wine vessels, and putting the must into receivers, or else pouring the old wine out of its vessels, to make room for new liquor of a very doubtful quality. This, however, happens not so often in consequence of an overabundant crop, as through carelessness, or else the avarice which leads people to wait for a rise in prices. The method that is adopted by the most economical managers is to use the produce supplied by each year, and this too is found in the end the most lucrative mode of proceeding. As for the other details relative to wines, they have been discussed at sufficient length already, and it has been stated on a previous occasion that as soon as the vintage is got in, the olives should at once be gathered, with other particulars relative to the olive after the setting of the Virgiliae. Chapter 75. The Revolutions of the Moon. I shall now proceed to add some necessary information relative to the moon, the winds, and certain signs and prognostics, in order that I may complete the observations I have to make with reference to the sidereal system. Virgil has even gone so far, in imitation of Democritus, as to assign certain operations to certain days of the moon. But my sole object shall be, as indeed it has been throughout this work, to consult that utility which is based upon a knowledge and appreciation of general principles. All vegetable productions are cut, gathered, and housed to more advantage while the moon is on the wane than while it is on the increase. Manure must never be touched except when the moon is on the wane, and land must be manured more particularly while the moon is in conjunction, or else at the first quarter. Take care to geld your boars, bulls, rams, and kids while the moon is on the wane. Put eggs under the hen at a new moon. Make your ditches in the night time when the moon is at full. Cover up the roots of trees while the moon is at full. Where the soil is humid, put in seed at the moon's conjunction, and during the 4 days about that period. It is generally recommended, too, to give an airing to corn and the leguminous grains, and to garner them towards the end of the moon, to make seed plots when the moon is above the horizon, and to tread out the grape, to fell timber, and to do many other things that have been mentioned in their respective places, when the moon is below it. The observation of the moon in general, as already observed in the second book, is not so very easy, but what I am about here to state even rustics will be able to comprehend. So long as the moon is in the west, and during the earlier hours of the night, she will be on the increase, and 1/2 of her disk will be perceived. But when the moon is seen to rise at sunset and opposite to the sun, so that they are both perceptible at the same moment, she will be at full. Again, as often as the moon rises in the east, and does not give her light in the earlier hours of the night, but shows herself during a portion of the day, she will be on the wane, and 1/2 of her only will again be perceptible. When the moon has ceased to be visible, she is in conjunction, a period known to us as interlunium. During the conjunction, the moon will be above the horizon the same time as the sun, for the whole of the first day. On the second, she will advance upon the night 10/12 of an hour and 1/4 of a 12th. On the third day the same as on the second, and so on in succession up to the 15th day. The same proportional parts of an hour being added each day. On the 15th day she will be above the horizon all night, and below it all day. On the 16th she will remain below the horizon 10/12 of an hour, and 1/4 of a 12th, at the first hour of the night, and so on in the same proportion day after day up to the period of her conjunction, and thus the same time which by remaining under the horizon she withdraws from the first part of the night, she will add to the end of the night by remaining above the horizon. Her revolutions too will occupy 30 days 1 month, and 29 the next, and so on alternately. Such is the theory of the revolutions of the moon. Chapter 76. The theory of the winds. The theory of the winds is of a somewhat more intricate nature. After observing the quarter in which the sun rises on any given day, at the 6th hour of the day take your position in such a manner as to have the point of the sun's rising on your left. You will then have the south directly facing you, and the north at your back. A line drawn through a field in this direction is called the cardinal line. The observer must then turn round, so as to look upon his shadow, for it will be behind him. Having thus changed his position so as to bring the point of the sun's rising on that day to the right, and that of his setting to the left, it will be the 6th hour of the day, at the moment when the shadow straight before him is the shortest. Through the middle of this shadow, taken lengthwise, a furrow must be traced in the ground with a hoe, or else a line drawn with ashes, some 20 feet in length, say. In the middle of this line, or in other words, at the 10th foot in it, a small circle must then be described. To this circle we may give the name of the umbilicus, or navel. That point in the line which lies on the side of the head of the shadow will be the point from which the north wind blows. You who are engaged in pruning trees, be it your care that the incisions made in the wood do not face this point, nor should the vine trees or the vines have this aspect, except in the climates of Africa, Cyrene, or Egypt. When the wind blows too from this point, you must never plough, nor in fact attempt any other of the operations of which we shall have to make mention. That part of the line which lies between the umbilicus and the feet of the shadow will look towards the south, and indicate the point from which the south wind blows, to which, as already mentioned, the Greeks have given the name of notus. When the wind comes from this quarter, you, husbandmen, must never fell wood or touch the vine. In Italy this wind is either humid or else of a burning heat, and in Africa it is accompanied with intense heat and fine clear weather. In Italy the bearing branches should be trained to face this quarter, but the incisions made in the trees or vines when pruned must never face it. Let those be on their guard against this wind upon the 4 days at the rising of the Vigiliae, who are engaged in planting the olive, as well as those who are employed in the operations of grafting or inoculating. It will be as well too here to give some advice in reference to the climate of Italy, as to certain precautions to be observed at certain hours of the day. You, woodman, must never lop the branches in the middle of the day, and you, shepherd, when you see midday approaching in summer, and the shadow gradually decreasing, drive your flocks from out of the sun into some well-shaded spot. When you lead the flocks to pasture in summer, let them face the west before midday, and after that time the east. If this precaution is not adopted, calamitous results will ensue. The same too if the flocks are led in winter or spring to pastures covered with dew. Nor must you let them feed with their faces to the north, as already mentioned, for the wind will either close their eyes or else make them bleared, and they will die of looseness. If you wish to have females, you should let the dams have their faces towards the north while being covered. Chapter 77. The laying out of lands according to the points of the wind. We have already stated that the umbilicus should be described in the middle of the line. Let another line be drawn transversely through the middle of it, and it will be found to run from due east to due west. A trench cut through the land in accordance with this line is known by the name of decumanus. 2 other lines must then be traced obliquely across them in the form of the letter X, in such a way as to run exactly from right and left of the northern point to left and right of the southern one. All these lines must pass through the center of the umbilicus, and all must be of corresponding length and at equal distances. This method should always be adopted in laying out land, or if it should be found necessary to employ it frequently, a plan of it may be made in wood, sticks of equal length being fixed upon the surface of a small tambour, but perfectly round. In the method which I am here explaining, it is necessary to point out one precaution that must always be observed by those who are unacquainted with the subject. The point that must be verified first of all is the south, as that is always the same. But the sun, it must be remembered, rises every day at a point in the heavens different to that of his rising on the day before, so that the east must never be taken as the basis for tracing the lines. Having now ascertained the various points of the heavens, the extremity of the line that is nearest to the north, but lying to the east of it, will indicate the solstitial rising, or in other words, the rising of the sun on the longest day, as also the point from which the wind aquilo blows, known to the Greeks by the name of Boreas. You should plant all trees and vines facing this point, but take care never to plough or sow corn or plant in seed plots while this wind is blowing, for it has the effect of drying up and blasting the roots of the trees while being transplanted. Be taught in time, one thing is good for grown trees, another for them while they are but young. Nor have I forgotten the fact that it is at this point of the heavens that the Greeks place the winds, to which they give the name of Kekias. Aristotle, a man of most extensive learning, who has assigned Kekias to this position, explains that it is in consequence of the convexity of the earth that Aquilo blows in an opposite direction to the wind called Africus. The agriculturist, however, has nothing to fear from Aquilo, in respect to the operations before mentioned, all the year through. For this wind is softened by the sun in the middle of the summer, and, changing its name, is known by that of Etesias. When you feel the cold, then, be on your guard, for whatever the noxious effects that are attributed to Aquilo, the more sensibly will they be felt when the wind blows from due north. In Asia, Greece, Spain, the coasts of Italy, Campania, and Apulia, the trees that support the vines, as well as the vines themselves, should have an aspect towards the northeast. If you wish to have male produce, let the flock feed in such a way that this wind may have the opportunity of fecundating the male, whose office it is to fecundate the females. The wind Africus, known to the Greeks by the name of Libs, blows from the southwest, the opposite point to Aquilo. When animals after coupling turn their heads toward this quarter, you may be sure that female produce has been conceived. The third line from the north, which we have drawn transversely through the shadow, and called by the name of Decumanus, will point due east, and from this quarter the wind Subsolanus blows, by the Greeks called Apeliotis. It is to this point that, in healthy localities, farmhouses and vineyards are made to look. This wind is accompanied with soft, gentle showers. Favonius, however, the wind that blows from due west, the opposite quarter to it, is of a drier nature. By the Greeks it is known as Zephyrus. Cato has recommended that oliveyards should look due west. It is this wind that begins the spring and opens the earth. It is moderately cool but healthy. As soon as it begins to prevail, it indicates that the time has arrived for pruning the vine, weeding the corn, planting trees, grafting fruit trees, and trimming the olive, for its breezes are productive of the most nutritious effects. The fourth line from the north, and the one that lies nearest the south on the eastern side, will indicate the point of the sun's rising at the winter solstice, and the wind Volturnus, known by the name of Eurus to the Greeks. This wind is warm and dry, and beehives and vineyards in the climates of Italy and the Gallic provinces should face this quarter. Directly opposite to Volturnus, the wind Chorus blows. It indicates the point of the sun's setting at the summer solstice, and lies on the western side next to the north. By the Greeks it is called Argestes, and is one of the very coldest of the winds, which in fact is the case with all the winds that blow from the north. This wind too brings hailstorms with it, for which reason it is necessary to be on our guard against it no less than the north. If Volturnus begins to blow from a clear quarter of the heavens, it will not last till night. But if it is Subsolanus, it will prevail for the greater part of the night. Whatever the wind that may happen to be blowing, if it is accompanied by heat, it will be sure to last for several days. The earth announces the approach of Aquilo by drying on a sudden, while in the approach of Auster the surface becomes moist without any apparent cause. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 26. Book 18, Chapters 78 to 90. Chapter 78. Prognostics derived from the sun. Having now explained the theory of the winds, it seems to me the best plan, in order to avoid any repetition, to pass on to the other signs and prognostics that are indicative of a change of weather. I find too that this is a kind of knowledge that greatly interested Virgil, for he mentions the fact that during the harvest even he has often seen the winds engage in a combat that was absolutely ruinous to the improvident agriculturist. There is a tradition too to the effect that Democritus, already mentioned, when his brother Damasus was getting in his harvest in extremely hot weather, entreated him to leave the rest of the crop, and house with all haste that which had been cut, and it was only within a very few hours that his prediction was verified by a most violent storm. On the other hand, it is particularly recommended never to plant reeds except when rain is impending, and only to sow corn just before a shower. We shall therefore briefly touch upon the prognostics of this description, making enquiry more particularly into those among them that have been found the most useful. In the first place, then, we will consider those prognostics of the weather which are derived from the sun. If the sun is bright at its rising and not burning hot, it is indicative of fine weather, but if pale, it announces wintry weather accompanied with hail. If the sun is bright and clear when it sets, and if it rises with a similar appearance, the more assured of fine weather may we feel ourselves. If it is hidden in clouds at its rising, it is indicative of rain and of wind, when the clouds are of a reddish color just before sunrise. If black clouds are intermingled with the red ones, they betoken rain as well. When the sun's rays at its rising or setting appear to unite, rainy weather may be looked for. When the clouds are red at sunset, they give promise of a fine day on the morrow, but if at the sun's rising the clouds are dispersed in various quarters, some to the south and some to the northeast, even though the heavens in the vicinity of the sun may be bright, they are significant of rain and wind. If at the sun's rising or setting its rays appear contracted, they announce the approach of a shower. If it rains at sunset, or if the sun's rays attract the clouds towards them, it is portentous of stormy weather on the following day. When the sun at its rising does not emit vivid rays, although there are no clouds surrounding it, rain may be expected. If before sunrise the clouds collect into dense masses, they are portentous of a violent storm, but if they are repelled from the east and travel westward, they indicate fine weather. When clouds are seen surrounding the face of the sun, the less the light they leave, the more violent the tempest will be, but if they form a double circle round the sun, the storm will be a dreadful one. If this takes place at sunrise or sunset, and the clouds assume a red hue, the approach of a most violent storm is announced, and if the clouds hang over the face of the sun without surrounding it, they presage wind from the quarter from which they are drifting, and rain as well, if they come from the south. If at its rising the sun is surrounded with a circle, wind may be looked for in the quarter in which the circle breaks, but if it disappears equally throughout, it is indicative of fine weather. If the sun at its rising throws out its rays afar through the clouds, and the middle of its disk is clear, there will be rain, and if its rays are seen before it rises, both rain and wind as well. If a white circle is seen round the sun at its setting, there will be a slight storm in the night, but if there is a mist around it, the storm will be more violent. If the sun is pale at sunset, there will be wind, and if there is a dark circle round it, high winds will arise in the quarter in which the circle breaks. Chapter 79. Prognostics derived from the moon. The prognostics derived from the moon assert their right to occupy our notice in the second place. In Egypt, attention is paid more particularly to the 4th day of the moon. If, when the moon rises, she shines with a pure bright light, it is generally supposed that we shall have fine weather, but if she is red, there will be wind, and if of a swarthy hue, rain. If upon the 5th day of the moon her horns are obtuse, they are always indicative of rain, but if sharp and erect, of wind, and this on the 4th day of the moon more particularly. If her northern horn is pointed and erect, it portends wind, and if it is the lower horn that presents this appearance, the wind will be from the south. If both of them are erect, there will be high winds in the night. If upon the 4th day of the moon she is surrounded by a red circle, it is portentous of wind and rain. In Varro we find it stated to the following effect, quote, "If at the 4th day of the moon her horns are erect, there will be great storms at sea, unless, indeed, she has a circlet around her, and that circlet unblemished, for by that sign we are informed that there will be no stormy weather before full moon. If at the full moon one half of her disk is clear, it is indicative of fine weather, but if it is red, of wind, and if black, of rain. If a darkness comes over the face of the moon, covered with clouds, in whatever quarter it breaks, from that quarter wind may be expected. If a twofold circle surrounds the moon, the storm will be more violent, and even more so still if there are 3 circles, or if they are black, broken, and disjointed. If the new moon at her rising has the upper horn obscured, there will be a prevalence of rainy weather, when she is on the wane. But if it is the lower horn that is obscured, there will be rain before full moon. And if again the moon is darkened in the middle of her disk, there will be rain when she is full. If the moon when full has a circle round her, it indicates wind from the quarter in the circle which is the brightest. But if at her rising the horns are obtuse, they are portentous of a frightful tempest. If, when the west wind prevails, the moon does not make her appearance before her 4th day, there will be a prevalence of stormy weather throughout the month. If on the 16th day the moon has a bright, flaming appearance, it is a presage of violent tempests." End quote. There are 8 different epochs of the moon, or periods at which she makes certain angles of incidence with the sun, and most persons only notice the prognostics derived from the moon according to the places which they occupy between these angles. The periods of these angles are the 3rd day, the 7th, the 11th, the 15th, the 19th, the 23rd, the 27th, and that of the conjunction. Chapter 80. Prognostics derived from the stars. In the 3rd rank must be placed the prognostics derived from the stars. These bodies are sometimes to be seen shooting to and fro. When this happens, winds immediately ensue, in that part of the heavens in which the presage has been afforded. When the heavens are equally bright throughout their whole expanse, at the periods previously mentioned, the ensuing autumn will be fine and cool. If the spring and summer have passed not without some rain, the autumn will be fine and settled, and there will be but little wind. When the autumn is fine, it makes a windy winter. When the brightness of the stars is suddenly obscured, though without clouds or fog, violent tempests may be expected. If numerous stars are seen to shoot, leaving a white track behind them, they presage wind from that quarter. If they follow in quick succession from the same quarter, the wind will blow steadily, but if from various quarters of the heavens, the wind will shift in sudden gusts and squalls. If circles are seen to surround any of the planets, there will be rain. In the constellation of Cancer there are 2 small stars to be seen, known as the ocelli, the small space that lies between them being occupied by a cloudy appearance, which is known as the manger. When this cloud is not visible in a clear sky, it is a presage of a violent storm. If a fog conceals from our view the one of these stars which lies to the northeast, there will be high winds from the south. But if it is the star which lies to the south that is so obscured, then the wind will be from the northeast. The rainbow, when double, indicates the approach of rain, but if seen after rain, it gives promise, though by no means a certain one, of fine weather. Circular clouds around some of the stars are indicative of rain. Chapter 81. Prognostics derived from thunder. When in summer there is more thunder than lightning, wind may be expected from that quarter, but if, on the other hand, there is not so much thunder as lightning, there will be a fall of rain. When it lightens in a clear sky, there will be rain, and if there is thunder as well, stormy weather. But if it lightens from all 4 quarters of the heavens, there will be a dreadful tempest. When it lightens from the northeast only, it portends rain on the following day, but when from the north, wind may be expected from that quarter. When it lightens on a clear night from the south, the west, or the northwest, there will be wind and rain from those quarters. Thunder in the morning is indicative of wind, and at midday of rain. Chapter 82. Prognostics derived from clouds. When clouds are seen moving in a clear sky, wind may be expected in the quarter from which they proceed, but if they accumulate in one spot as they approach the sun, they will disperse. If the clouds are dispersed by a northeast wind, it is a presage of high winds, but if by a wind from the south, of rain. If at sunset the clouds cover the heavens on either side of the sun, they are indicative of tempest. If they are black and lowering in the east, they threaten rain in the night, but if in the west, on the following day. If the clouds spread in large numbers from the east, like fleeces of wool in appearance, they indicate a continuance of rain for the next 3 days. When the clouds settle on the summits of the mountains, there will be stormy weather, but if the clouds clear away, it will be fine. When the clouds are white and lowering, a hailstorm, generally known as a white tempest, is close at hand. An isolated cloud, however small, though seen in a clear sky, announces wind and storm. Chapter 83. Prognostics derived from mists. Mists descending from the summits of mountains, or from the heavens, or settling in the valleys, give promise of fine weather. Chapter 84. Prognostics derived from fire kindled by men. Next to these are the prognostics that are derived from fire kindled upon the earth. If the flames are pallid and emit a murmuring noise, they are considered to presage stormy weather, and fungi upon the burning wick of the lamp are a sign of rain. If the flame is spiral and flickering, it is an indication of wind, and the same is the case when the lamp goes out of itself or is lighted with difficulty. So too, if the snuff hangs down and sparks gather upon it, or if the burning coals adhere to vessels taken from off the fire, or if the fire, when covered up, sends out hot embers or emits sparks, or if the cinders gather into a mass upon the hearth, or the coals burn bright and glowing. Chapter 85. Prognostics derived from water. There are certain prognostics too that may be derived from water. If, when the sea is calm, the water ripples in the harbor with a hollow murmuring noise, it is a sign of wind, and if in winter, of rain as well. If the coasts and shores re-echo while the sea is calm, a violent tempest may be expected, and the same when the sea, though calm, is heard to roar, or throws up foam and bubbling spray. If sea pulmonas are to be seen floating on the surface, they are portentous of stormy weather for many days to come. Very frequently, too, the sea is seen to swell in silence, and more so than when ruffled by an ordinary breeze. This is an indication that the winds are at work within its bosom already. Chapter 86. Prognostics derived from tempests themselves. The reverberations too of the mountains and the roaring of the forests are indicative of certain phenomena, and the same is the case when the leaves are seen to quiver. Without a breath of wind, the downy filaments of the poplar or thorn to float in the air, and feathers to skim along the surface of the water. In champaign countries, the storm gives notice of its approach by that peculiar muttering which precedes it, while the murmuring that is heard in the heavens affords us no doubtful presage of what is to come. Chapter 87. Prognostics derived from aquatic animals and birds. The animals too afford us certain presages. Dolphins, for instance, sporting in a calm sea, announce wind in the quarter from which they make their appearance. When they throw up the water in a billowy sea, they announce the approach of a calm. The loligo, springing out of the water, shellfish adhering to various objects, sea urchins fastening by their stickles upon the sand or else burrowing in it, are so many indications of stormy weather. The same too when frogs croak more than usual, or coots make a chattering in the morning. Divers too and ducks, when they clean their feathers with the bill, announce high winds, which is the case also when the aquatic birds unite in flocks. Cranes make for the interior, and divers and sea mews forsake the sea or the creeks. Cranes, when they fly aloft in silence, announce fine weather, and so does the owlet, when it screeches during a shower, but if it is heard in fine weather, it presages a storm. Ravens, too, when they croak with a sort of gurgling noise, and shake their feathers, give warning of the approach of wind, if their note is continuous, but if on the other hand it is smothered, and only heard at broken intervals, we may expect rain, accompanied with high winds. Jackdaws, when they return late from feeding, give notice of stormy weather, and the same with the white birds, when they unite in flocks, and the land birds, when they descend with cries to the water, and besprinkle themselves, the crow more particularly. The swallow, too, when it skims along the surface of the water, so near as to ripple it every now and then with its wings, and the birds that dwell in the trees, when they hide themselves in their nests, afford similar indications. Geese, too, when they set up a continuous gabbling at an unusual time, and the heron when it stands moping in the middle of the sands. Chapter 88. Prognostics derived from quadrupeds. Nor indeed is it surprising that the aquatic birds, or any birds in fact, should have a perception of the impending changes of the atmosphere. Sheep, however, when they skip and frisk with their clumsy gambols, afford us similar prognostics. Oxen, when they snuff upwards towards the sky, and lick themselves against the hair. Unclean swine, when they tear to pieces the trusses of hay that are put for other animals. Bees, when, contrary to their natural habits of industry, they keep close within the hive. Ants, when they hurry to and fro, or are seen carrying forth their eggs. And earthworms, emerging from their holes, all these indicate approaching changes in the weather. Chapter 89. Prognostics derived from plants. It is a well-known fact that trefoil bristles up, and its leaves stand erect upon the approach of a tempest. Chapter 90. Prognostics derived from food. At our repasts, too, and upon our tables, when we see the vessels sweat in which the viands are served, and leave marks upon the sideboard, it is an indication that dreadful storm is impending. Summary. Remarkable Facts, Narratives and Observations, 2060. Roman authors quoted: Mesurius Sabinus, Cassius Hemina, Varius Flaccus, L. Piso, Cornelius Celsus, Tyrannius Gracilis, D. Silanus, M. Varro, Cato the Censor, Scrofa, the Caesarni, father and son, Domitius Calvinus, Hyginus, Virgil, Trogus, Ovid, Grisinus, Columella, Tubero, L. Tarutius, who wrote in Greek on the stars, Caesar the dictator, who wrote upon the stars, Sergius Paulus, Sabinus Fabianus, M. Cicero, Calpurnius Bassus, Atteus Capito, Mamilius Sura, Attius, who wrote the Praexidica. Foreign authors quoted: Hesiod, Theophrastus, Aristotle, Democritus, King Hiero, King Attalus Philometor, King Archelaus, Archytas, Xenophon, Amphilochus of Athens, Anaxagoras of Thasus, Aristophanes of Miletus, Apollodorus of Lemnos, Antigonus of Cyme, Agathocles of Chios, Apollonius of Pergamus, Aristander of Athens, Bacchius of Miletus, Bion of Soli, Kyrios of Athens, Chiristus of Athens, Diodorus of Priene, Dion of Colophon, Epigenes of Rhodes, Euagon of Thasos, Euphronius of Athens, Androcion, who wrote on agriculture, Iscrion, who wrote on agriculture, Lysimachus, who wrote on agriculture, Dionysius, who translated Mago, Diophanes, who made an epitome from Dionysius, Thales, Eudochus, Philippus, Callippus, Dositheus, Parmeniscus, Meton, Crichton, Eunopides, Zenon, Euctemon, Harpalus, Hecataeus, Anaximander, Sosigenes, Hipparchus, Aratus, Zoroaster, Archibius. End of Book 8. End of Section 26.
Section 27 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 27. Book 19. The Nature and Cultivation of Flax, and an Account of Various Garden Plants. Chapter 1. The Nature of Flax. Marvelous Facts Relative thereto. We have now imparted a knowledge of the constellations and of the seasons, in a method unattended with difficulty for the most ignorant even, and free from every doubt. Indeed, to those who understand these matters aright, the face of the earth contributes in no less a degree to a due appreciation of the celestial phenomena, than does the science of astronomy to our improvement in the arts of agriculture. Many writers have made it their next care to treat of horticulture, but, for my own part, it does not appear to me altogether advisable to pass on immediately to the subject, and, indeed, I am rather surprised to find that some among the learned, who have either sought the pleasures of knowledge in these pursuits, or have grounded their celebrity upon them, have omitted so many particulars in reference thereto. For no mention do we find in their writings of numerous vegetable productions, both wild as well as cultivated, many of which are found, in ordinary life, to be of higher value and of more extended use to man than the cereals even. To commence, then, with a production which is of a utility that is universally recognized, and is employed not only upon dry land but upon the seas as well, we will turn our attention to flax, a plant which is reproduced from seed, but which can neither be classed among the cereals nor yet among the garden plants. What department is there to be found of active life in which flax is not employed? And in what production of the earth are there greater marvels revealed to us than in this? To think that here is a plant which brings Egypt in close proximity to Italy, so much so, in fact, that Galerius and Balbillus, both of them prefects of Egypt, made the passage to Alexandria from the Straits of Sicily, the one in 6 days, the other in 5. It was only this very last summer that Valerius Maranius, a senator of praetorian rank, reached Alexandria from Puteoli in 8 days, and that, too, with a very moderate breeze all the time. To think that here is a plant which brings Gades, situate near the Pillars of Hercules, within 6 days of Ostia, near Spain within 3, the province of Gallia Narbonensis within 2, and Africa within 1. This last passage having been made by C. Flavius, when legatus of Vibus Crispus, the proconsul, and that, too, with but little or no wind to favour his passage. What audacity in man! What criminal perverseness! Thus to sow a thing in the ground, for the purpose of catching the winds and the tempests, it being not enough for him, forsooth, to be borne upon the waves alone. Nay, still more than this, sails that are even bigger than the very ships themselves will not suffice for him, and although it takes a whole tree to make a mast to carry the cross-yards, above those cross-yards sails upon sails must still be added, with others swelling at the prow and at the stern as well, so many devices, in fact, to challenge death. Only to think, in fine, that that which moves to and fro, as it were, the various countries of the earth, should spring from a seed so minute, and make its appearance in a stem so fine, so little elevated above the surface of the earth. And then, besides, it is not in all its native strength that it is employed for the purpose of a tissue. No, it must first be rent asunder, and then tawed and beaten till it is reduced to the softness of wool. Indeed, it is only by such violence done to its nature, and prompted by the extreme audacity of a man and that it is rendered subservient to his purposes. The inventor of this art has already been mentioned by us on a more appropriate occasion. Not satisfied that his fellow man should perish upon land, but anxious that they should meet their end with no sepulchral rites to await them, there are no execrations to be found that can equal his demerits. It was only in the preceding book that I was warning the agriculturalist, as he values the grain that is to form our daily sustenance, to be on his guard against the storm and the tempest. And yet, here we have man sowing with his own hand, man racking his invention how best to gather, an object the only aspirations of which upon the deep are the winds of heaven. And then, too, as if to let us understand all the better how highly favoured is this instrument of our punishment, there is no vegetable production that grows with greater felicity. And, to prove to us that it is in despite of nature herself that it exists, it has the property of scorching the ground where it is grown, and of deteriorating the quality of the very soil itself. Chapter 2. How Flax is sown. 27 principal varieties of it. Flax is mostly sown in sandy soils, and after a single ploughing only. There is no plant that grows more rapidly than this. Sown in spring, it is pulled up in summer, and is for that reason as well productive of considerable injury to the soil. There may be some, however, who would forgive Egypt for growing it, as it is by its aid that she imports the merchandise of Arabia and India. But why should the Gaelic provinces base any of their reputation upon this product? Is it not enough, forsooth, for them to be separated by mountains from the sea, and to have, upon the side on which they are bounded by the ocean, that void and empty space, as it is called? The Cardurci, the Caliti, the Ruteni, the Bituriges, and the Morini, those remotest of all mankind, as it is supposed, the whole of the Gallic provinces, in fact, are in the habit of weaving sailcloth, and at the present day our enemies even, who dwell beyond the ruins, have learned to do the same. Indeed, there is no tissue that is more beautiful in the eyes of their females than linen. I am here reminded of the fact that we find it stated by M. Varro that it is a custom peculiar to the family of the Serani for the women never to wear garments of linen. In Germany it is in caves deep underground that the linen weavers ply their work, and the same is the case, too, in the Alain territory, in Italy, between the rivers Podus and Ticinus, the linen of which holds the third rank among the kinds manufactured in Europe, that of Cetebus claiming the first, and those of Ritovium and of Faventia, in the vicinity of Allia, on the Emilian Way, the second place in general estimation. The linens of Faventia are preferred for whiteness to those of Allia, which are always unbleached. Those of Ritovium are remarkable for their extreme fineness, combined with substance, and are quite equal in whiteness to the linens of Faventia. But they have none of that fine downy nap upon them which is so highly esteemed by some persons, though equally disliked by others. A thread is made, too, from their flax of considerable strength, smoother and more even, almost, than the spider's web. When tested with the teeth, it emits a sharp, clear twang. Hence it is that it sells at double the price of the other kinds. But it is the province of nearer Spain that produces a linen of the greatest lustre, an advantage which it owes to the waters of a stream which washes the city of Taraco there. The fineness, too, of this linen is quite marvellous, and here it is that the first manufactories of cambric were established. From the same province, too, of Spain, the flax of Zoella has of late years been introduced into Italy, and has been found extremely serviceable for the manufacture of hunting nets. Zoella is a city of Calicia, in the vicinity of the ocean. The flax, too, of Cumae, in Campania, has its own peculiar merits in the manufacture of nets for fishing and fowling. It is employed also for making hunting nets. For it is from flax, in fact, that we prepare various textures, destined to be no less insidious to the brute creation than they are to ourselves. It is with toils made from the flax of Cumae that wild boars are taken, the meshes being proof against their bristles equally with the edge of the knife. Before now, too, we have seen some of these toils in a fineness so remarkable as to allow of being passed through a man's ring, running ropes and all, a single individual being able to carry an amount of nets sufficient to environ a whole forest, a thing which we know to have been done not long ago by Julius Lupus, who died prefect of Egypt. This, however, is nothing very surprising, but it really is quite wonderful that each of the cords was composed of no less than 150 threads. Those, no doubt, will be astonished at this who are not aware that there is preserved in the temple of Minerva at Lindus, in the Isle of Rhodes, the cuirasses of a former king of Egypt, Amasis by name, each thread employed in the texture of which is composed of 365 other threads. Mucianus, who was 3 times consul, informs us that he saw this curiosity very recently, though there was but little then remaining of it, in consequence of the injury it had experienced at the hands of various persons who had tried to verify the fact. Italy, too, holds the flax of Peligny in high esteem, though it is only employed by fullers. There is no kind known that is whiter than this, or which bears a closer resemblance to wool. That grown by the Cadurci is held in high estimation for making mattresses, which, as well as flock, are an invention for which we are indebted to the Gauls. The ancient usage of Italy is still kept in remembrance in the word strementum, the name given by us to beds stuffed with straw. The flax of Egypt, though the least strong of all as a tissue, is that from which the greatest profits are derived. There are 4 varieties of it: the Tanitic, the Pelusiac, the Butic, and the Tentyritic, so called from the various districts in which they are respectively grown. The upper part of Egypt, in the vicinity of Arabia, produces a shrub known by some as Gossypium, but by most persons as Xylon. Hence the name of Xylina given to the tissues that are manufactured from it. The shrub is small, and bears a fruit similar in appearance to a nut with a beard, and containing in the inside a silky substance, the down of which is spun into threads. There is no tissue known that is superior to those made from this thread, either for whiteness, softness, or dressing. The most esteemed vestments worn by the priests of Egypt are made of it. There is a 4th kind of tissue, known by the name of Othoninum, which is made from a kind of marsh reed, the panicule only being employed for the purpose. In Asia, again, there is a thread made from broom, which is employed in the construction of fishing nets, being found to be remarkably durable. For the purpose of preparing it, the shrub is steeped in water for 10 days. The Ethiopians also and the people of India prepare a kind of thread from a fruit which resembles our apple, and the Arabians, as already mentioned, from gourds that grow upon trees. Chapter 3. The mode of preparing flax. In our part of the world the ripeness of flax is usually ascertained by 2 signs: the swelling of the seed and its assuming a yellowish tint. It is then pulled up by the roots, made up into small sheaves that will just fill the hand, and hung to dry in the sun. It is suspended with the roots upwards the first day, and then for 5 following days the heads of the sheaves are placed reclining one against the other, in such a way that the seed which drops out may fall into the middle. Linseed is employed for various medicinal purposes, and it is used by the country people of Italy beyond the Padus in a certain kind of food, which is remarkable for its sweetness. For this long time past, however, it has only been in general use for sacrifices offered to the divinities. After the wheat harvest is over, the stalks of flax are plunged into water that has been warmed in the sun, and are then submitted to pressure with a weight, for there is nothing known that is more light and buoyant than this. When the outer coat is loosened, it is a sign that the stalks have been sufficiently steeped, after which they are again turned with the heads downward, and left to dry as before in the sun. When thoroughly dried, they are beaten with a toe mallet on a stone. The part that lies nearest to the outer coat is known by the name of stuppa. It is a flax of inferior quality, and is mostly employed for making the wicks of lamps. This, however, requires to be combed out with iron hatchels until the whole of the outer skin is removed. The inner part presents numerous varieties of flax, esteemed respectively in proportion to their whiteness and their softness. Spinning flax is held to be an honorable employment for men even. The husks or outer coats are employed for heating furnaces and ovens. There is a certain amount of skill required in hatcheling flax and dressing it. It is a fair proportion for 50 pounds on the sheaf to yield 15 pounds of flax combed out. When spun into thread, It is rendered additionally supple by being soaked in water and then beaten out upon a stone, and after it is woven into a tissue it is again beaten with heavy maces. Indeed, the more roughly it is treated, the better it is. Chapter 4. Linen made of asbestos. There has been invented also a kind of linen which is incombustible by flame. It is generally known as live linen, and I have seen, before now, napkins that were made of it thrown into a blazing fire in the room where the guests were at table, and after the stains were burnt out, come forth from the flames whiter and cleaner than they could possibly have been rendered by the aid of water. It is from this material that the corpse cloths of monarchs are made, to ensure the separation of the ashes from the body of those from the pile. This substance grows in the deserts of India, scorched by the burning rays of the sun. Here, where no rain is ever known to fall, and amid multitudes of deadly serpents, it becomes habituated to resist the action of fire. Rarely to be found, it presents considerable difficulties in weaving it into tissue, in consequence of its shortness. Its color is naturally red, and it only becomes white through the agency of fire. By those who find it, it is sold at prices equal to those given for the finest pearls. By the Greeks it is called asbestion, a name which indicates its peculiar properties. Anasalius makes a statement to the effect that if a tree is surrounded with linen made of this substance, the noise of the blows given by the axe will be deadened thereby, and that the tree may be cut down without their being heard. For these qualities it is that this linen occupies the very highest rank among all kinds that are known. The next rank is accorded to the tissue known as byssus, an article which is held in very high estimation by females and is produced in the vicinity of Elis in Achaia. I find it stated by some writers that a scruple of this was sold formerly at 4 denarii, the same rate, in fact, as gold. The downy nap of linen, and more particularly that taken from the sails of sea-going ships, is very extensively employed for medicinal purposes, and the ashes of it have the same virtues as spodium. Among the poppies, too, there is a variety which imparts a remarkable degree of whiteness to fabrics made of linen. Chapter 5. At what period linen was first dyed. Attempts, too, have been made to dye linen, and to make it assume the frivolous colours of our cloths. This was first done in the fleet of Alexander the Great, while sailing upon the river Indus, for, upon one occasion during a battle that was being fought, his generals and captains distinguished their vessels by the various tints of their sails, and astonished the people on the shores by giving their many colours to the breeze as it impelled them on. It was with sails of purple, too, that Cleopatra accompanied M. Antonius to the battle of Actium, and it was by their aid that she took to flight, such being the distinguishing mark of the royal ship. Chapter 6. At what period coloured awnings were first employed in the theatres. In more recent times linens alone have been employed for the purpose of affording shade in our theatres. Q. Catullus, having been the first who applied them to this use on the occasion of the dedication by him of the Capitol. At a later period, Lentulus Spinther, it is said, was the first to spread awnings of fine linen over the theatre, at the celebration of the games in honour of Apollo. After this, Caesar, when dictator, covered with a linen awning the whole of the Roman Forum, as well as the Sacred Way, from his own house as far as the ascent to the Capitol, a sight, it is said, more wonderful even than the show of gladiators which he then exhibited. At a still later period, and upon the occasion of no public games, Marcellus, son of Octavia, sister of Augustus, during his aedileship, and in the 18th consulship of his uncle, on the day before the calends of August, covered in the Forum with awnings, his object being to consult the health of those assembled there for the purpose of litigation, a vast change, indeed, from the manners prevalent in the days of Cato the Censor, who expressed a wish that the Forum was paved with nothing else but sharp-pointed stones. Awnings have been lately extended, too, by the aid of ropes, over the amphitheatres of the Emperor Nero, dyed azure like the heavens, and bespangled all over with stars. Those which are employed by us to cover the inner court of our houses are generally red, One reason for them employing them is to protect the moss that grows there from the rays of the sun. In other respects, white fabrics of linen have always held the ascendancy in public estimation. Linen, too, was highly valued as early as the Trojan War, for why else should it not have figured as much in battles as it did in shipwrecks? Thus Homer, we find, bears witness that there were but few among the warriors of those days who fought with cuirasses on made of linen, while, as for the rigging of the ships, on which that writer speaks, it is generally supposed by the more learned among the commentators that it was made of this material, for the word Sparta which he employs means nothing more than the produce of a seed. Chapter 7. The nature of Spartum. For the fact is that Spartum did not begin to be employed till many ages after the time of Homer, indeed not before the first war that the Carthaginians waged in Spain. This, too, is a plant that grows spontaneously, and is incapable of being reproduced by sowing, it being a species of rush peculiar to a dry, arid soil, a morbid production confined to a single country only, for in reality it is a curse to the soil, as there is nothing whatever that can be sown or grown in its vicinity. There is a kind of spartum grown in Africa, of a stunted nature, and quite useless for all practical purposes. It is found in one portion of the province of Carthage, in nearer Spain, though not in every part of that, but wherever it is produced, the mountains, even, are covered all over with it. This material is employed by the country people there for making their beds. With it they kindle their fires also, and prepare their torches. Shoes also, and garments for the shepherds, are made of it. As a food for animals it is highly injurious, with the sole exception of the tender tops of the shoots. When wanted for other uses, it is pulled up by the roots, with considerable labour, the legs of the persons so employed being protected by boots, and their hands with gloves, the plant being twisted round levers of bone or holm oak to get it up with the greater facility. At the present day it is gathered in the winter even, but this work is done with the least difficulty between the Ides of May and those of June, that being the period at which it is perfectly ripe. Chapter 8. The mode of preparing spartum. When taken up it is made into sheaves, and laid in heaps for a couple of days, while it retains its life and freshness. On the third day the sheaves are opened out and spread in the sun to dry, after which it is again made up into sheaves and placed under cover. It is then put to soak in sea water, this being the best of all for the purpose, though fresh water will do in case sea water cannot be procured. This done, it is again dried in the sun, and then moistened afresh. If it is wanted for immediate use, it is put in a tub and steeped in warm water, after which it is placed in an upright position to dry, this being universally admitted to be the most expeditious method of preparing it. To make it ready for use, it requires to be beaten out. Articles made of it are proof, more particularly, against the action of fresh or sea water, but on dry land ropes of hemp are generally preferred. Indeed, we find that spartum receives nutriment even from being under water, by way of compensation, as it were, for the thirst it has had to endure upon its native soil. By nature it is peculiarly well adapted for repairing, and however old the material may be, it unites very well with new. The person, indeed, who is desirous duly to appreciate this marvellous plant, has only to consider the numerous uses to which, in all parts of the world, it is applied. From it are made the rigging of ships, various appliances of mechanism employed in building, and numerous other articles which supply the wants of daily life. To suffice for all these requirements, we find it growing solely on a tract of ground which lies upon the sea line of the province of New Carthage, somewhat less than 30 miles in breadth by 100 in length. The expense precludes its being transported to any very considerable distance. Chapter 9. At what period spartum was first employed. The Greeks used formerly to employ the rush for making ropes, so at least we are led to believe, from the name given by them to the plant, and at a later period they made them, it is very clear, from the leaves of the palm and the inner bark of the linden tree. It seems to me very probable, too, that it was from them that the Carthaginians borrowed the first hint for applying spartum to a similar purpose. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Book 19, Chapter 10. The Bulb Aerophorus. Theophrastus informs us that there is a kind of bulb which grows on the banks of rivers and which encloses between the outer coat and the portion that is eaten a sort of woolly substance, of which felt socks and other articles of dress are made. But, in the copies, those at least which have fallen in my way, there is no mention made of the country in which it grows, or of any details in connection with it, beyond the fact that the name given to it is Aerophyron. As to Spartum, he makes no mention of it whatsoever, although he has given the history, with great exactness, of all the known plants, 390 years before our time, a fact to which I have already alluded on other occasions. From this it would appear that Spartum has come into use since his day. Chapter 11. Plants which spring up and grow without a root, plants which grow but cannot be reproduced from seed. As we have here made a beginning of treating of the marvels of nature, we shall proceed to examine them in detail, and among them, the very greatest of all, beyond a doubt, is the fact that any plant should spring up and grow without a root. Such, for instance, is the vegetable production known as the truffle. Surrounded on every side by earth, it is connected with it by no fibres, not so much as a single thread even, while the spot in which it grows presents neither protuberance nor cleft to the view. It is found, in fact, in no way adhering to the earth, but enclosed within an outer coat, so much so, indeed, that though we cannot exactly pronounce it to be composed of earth, we must conclude that it is nothing else but a callous concentration of the earth. Truffles generally grow in dry, sandy soils, and spots that are thickly covered with shrubs. In size they are often larger than a quince, and are found to weigh as much as a pound. There are two kinds of them, the one full of sand, and consequently injurious to the teeth, the other free from sand and all impurities. They are distinguished also by their color, which is red or black, and white within. Those of Africa are the most esteemed. Whether the truffle grows gradually, or whether this blemish of the earth, for it can be looked upon as nothing else, at once assumes the globular form and magnitude which it presents when found, whether too it is possessed of vitality or not, are all of them questions which, in my opinion, are not easy to be solved. It decays and rots in a manner precisely similar to wood. It is known to me as a fact that the following circumstance happened to Lartius Licinius, a person of praetorian rank, while minister of justice, a few years ago, at Carthage in Spain. Upon biting a truffle he found a denarius inside, which all but broke his 4 teeth, an evident proof that the truffle is nothing else but an agglomeration of elementary earth. At all events, it is quite certain that the truffle belongs to those vegetable productions which spring up spontaneously and are incapable of being reproduced from seed. Chapter 12. Mysie, Iton, and Geranium. Of a similar nature, too, is the vegetable production known in the province of Cyrenaica by the name of mysie, remarkable for the sweetness of its smell and taste, but more fleshy than the truffle, the same too as to the Iton of the Thracians and the Geranium of the Greeks. Chapter 13. Particulars connected with the truffle. The following particularities we find mentioned with reference to the truffle. When there have been showers in autumn and frequent thunderstorms, truffles are produced, thunder contributing more particularly to their development. They do not, however, last beyond a year, and are considered the most delicate eating when gathered in spring. In some places the formation of them is attributed to water, as at Mytilene, for instance, where they are never to be found, it is said, unless the rivers overflow, and bring down the seed from Tiara, that being the name of the place where they are produced in the greatest abundance. The finest truffles of Asia are those found in the neighbourhood of Lampsaius and Alopecanesis. The best in Greece are those in the vicinity of Elis. Chapter 14. The Pazzica. Belonging to the mushroom genus, also, there is a species known to the Greeks by the name of Pesica, which grows without either root or stalk. Chapter 15. Laserpitium, Laser, and Mespetum. Next to these, Laserpitium claims our notice, a very remarkable plant known to the Greeks by the name of Sylphion, and originally a native of the province of Cyrenaica. The juice of this plant is called laser, and it is greatly in vogue for medicinal as well as other purposes, being sold at the same rate as silver. For these many years past, however, it has not been found in Cyrenaica, as the farmers of the revenue who hold the lands there on lease have a notion that it is more profitable to depasture flocks of sheep upon them. Within the memory of the present generation a single stalk is all that has ever been found there, and that was sent as a curiosity to the Emperor Nero. If it so happens that one of the flock, while grazing, meets with a growth shoot of it, the fact is easily ascertained by the following signs. The sheep, after eating of it, immediately fall asleep, while the goat is seized with a fit of sneezing. For this long time past, there has been no other laser imported into this country but that produced in either Persia, Media, or Armenia, where it grows in considerable abundance, though much inferior to that of Cyrenaica, and even then it is extensively adulterated with gum, saccharinium, or pounded beans. I ought the less then to omit the facts that in the consulship of C. Valerius and M. Hieranius there was brought to Rome, from Cyrene, for the public service, 30 pounds weight of Laserpitium, and that the dictator Caesar, at the beginning of the civil war, took out from the public treasury, besides gold and silver, no less than 1,500 pounds of Laserpitium. We find it stated by the most trustworthy among the Greek writers that this plant first made its appearance in the vicinity of the gardens of the Hesperides and the greater Syrtis immediately after the earth had been soaked of a sudden by a shower as black as pitch. This took place 7 years before the foundation of the city Cyrene, and in the year of Rome 143. The virtues of this remarkable fall of rain extended, it is said, over no less than 4,000 stadia of the African territory, and upon this soil Laserpitium began universally to grow, a plant that is in general wild and stubborn, and which, if attempted to be cultivated, will leave the spot where it has been sown quite desolate and barren. The roots of it are numerous and thick, the stalk being like that of a fennel giant, and of similar thickness. The leaves of this plant were known as mespetum, and bore a considerable resemblance to parsley. The seeds of it were foliaceous, and the plant shed its leaves every year. They used to feed the cattle there upon it. At first it purged them, but afterwards they would grow fat, the flesh being improved in flavor in a most surprising degree. After the fall of the leaf, the people themselves were in the habit of eating the stalk, either roasted or boiled. From the drastic effects of this diet the body was purged for the first 40 days, all vicious humors being effectually removed. The juices of this plant were collected 2 different ways, either from the root or from the stalk, in consequence of which these 2 varieties of juice were known by the distinguishing names of rhizeus and coleus, the last being of inferior quality to the other, and very apt to turn putrid. Upon the root there was a black bark, which was extensively employed for the purposes of adulteration. The juice of the plant was received in vessels, and mixed there with a layer of bran, after which, from time to time, it was shaken, till it had reached a proper state of maturity. Indeed, if this precaution was neglected, it was apt to turn putrid. The signs that it had come to maturity were its color, its dryness, and the absorption of all humidity. There are some authors, however, who state that the root of Laserpitium was more than a cubit in length, and that it presented a tuberosity above the surface of the earth. An incision, they say, was made in this tuberosity, from which a juice would flow, like milk in appearance. Above the tuberosity grew a stalk, to which they gave the name of Magidyrus. The leaves that grew upon this stalk were of the color of gold, and falling at the rising of the Dog-star, when the south winds began to prevail, they acted as seed for the purpose of reproduction. It was from these leaves, too, they say, that Laserpitium was produced, the root and the stalk attaining their full growth in the space of 1 year. The same writers also state that it was the practice to turn up the ground around the plant, and that it had no such effect as purging the cattle that were fed upon it. The one result of using it as food was, that such cattle as were ailing were either cured of their distempers, or else died immediately upon eating it, a thing, however, that but rarely happened. The first description, however, is found to agree more nearly with the silphium that comes from Persia. Chapter 16. Megadarus. There is another variety of this plant known as Megadarus, of a more delicate nature, less active in its effects and destitute of juice. It grows in the countries adjacent to Syria, but has not been found in the region of Cyrenaica. There grows also upon Mount Parnassus, in great abundance, a plant to which some persons give the name of Lizarpitium. By means of all these varieties adulterations are effected of a production that is held in the highest esteem for its salutary qualities and its general usefulness. The chief proofs of its genuineness consist in its color, which ought to be slightly red without, and when broken quite white and transparent within. The drops of it, too, should melt very rapidly on the application of spittle. It is extensively employed for medicinal purposes. Chapter 17. Madder. There are two other plants also, which are but little known to any but the herd of the sordid and avaricious, and this because of the large profits that are derived from them. The first of these is madder, the employment of which is necessary in dyeing wool and leather. The madder of Italy is the most esteemed, and that more particularly which is grown in the suburbs of the city. Nearly all our provinces, too, produce it in great abundance. It grows spontaneously, but is capable of reproduction by sowing, much after the same manner as the fitch. The stem, however, is prickly and articulated, with 5 leaves arranged round each joint. The seed is red. Its medicinal properties we shall have occasion to mention in the appropriate place. Chapter 18. The Radicula. The plant known to us by the name of Radicula is the second of these productions. It furnishes a juice that is extensively employed in washing wool, and it is quite wonderful how greatly it contributes to the whiteness and softness of wool. It may be produced anywhere by cultivation, but that which grows spontaneously in Asia and Syria upon rugged rocky sites is more highly esteemed. That, however, which is found beyond the Euphrates has the highest repute of all. The stalk of it is ferrulaceous and thin, and is sought by the inhabitants of those countries as an article of food. It is employed also for making unguents, being boiled up with the other ingredients, whatever they may happen to be. In leaf it strongly resembles the olive. The Greeks have given to it the name of struthion. It blossoms in summer, and is agreeable to the sight, but entirely destitute of smell. It is somewhat thorny, and has a stalk covered with down. It has an extremely diminutive seed, and a large root, which is cut up and employed for the purposes already mentioned. Chapter 19. The Pleasures of the Garden. Having made mention of these productions, it now remains for us to return to the cultivation of the garden, a subject recommended by its own intrinsic merits to our notice. For we find that in remote antiquity even, there was nothing looked upon with a greater degree of admiration than the gardens of the Hesperides, those of the kings Adonis and Alcinous, and the hanging gardens, whether they were the work of Semiramis or whether of Cyrus king of Assyria, a subject of which we shall have to speak in another work. The kings of Rome cultivated their gardens with their own hands. Indeed, it was from his garden that Tarquinius Superbus sent his son that cruel and sanguinary message of his. In our laws of the 12 tables, we find the word villa or farm nowhere mentioned. It is the word hortus that is always used with signification, while the term heredium we find employed for garden. There are certain religious impressions, too, that have been attached to the species of property, and we find that it is in the garden and the forum only that statutes of satyrs are consecrated, as a protection against the evil effects of spells and sorcery, although in Plautus we find the gardens spoken of as being under the tutelage of Venus. At the present day, under the general name of gardens, we have pleasure grounds situate in the very heart of the city, as well as extensive fields and villas. Epicurus, that connoisseur in the enjoyments of a life of ease, was the first to lay out a garden at Athens. Up to his time it had never been thought of, to dwell in the country in the middle of the town. At Rome, on the other hand, the garden constituted of itself the poor man's field, and it was from the garden that the lower classes procured their daily food, an aliment how guiltlessly obtained. But still it is a great deal better, no doubt, to dive into the abysses of the deep, and to seek such kind of oyster at the risk and peril of shipwreck, to go searching for birds beyond the river Phasis even, which, protected as they are by the terrors invented by fable, are only rendered all the more precious thereby, to go searching for others again in Numidia, and the very sepulchres of Ethiopia, or else to be battling with wild beasts, and to get eaten one's self while trying to take a prey which another person is to eat. And yet, by Hercules, how little do the productions of the garden cost us in comparison with these! How much more than sufficient for every wish and for every want! Were it not, indeed, that here, as in everything else, turn which way we will, we find the same grounds for our wrath and indignation. We really might be content to allow of fruits being grown of the most exquisite quality, remarkable, some of them for their flavour, some for their size, some, again, for the monstrosities of their growth, morsels all of them forbidden to the poor. We might allow of wines being kept till they are mellowed with age, or enfeebled by being passed through cloth strainers, of men, too, however prolonged their lives, never drinking anything but a wine that is still older than themselves. We might allow of luxury devising how best to extract the very aroma, as it were, and marrow only from the grain, of people, too, living upon nothing but the choicest productions of the confectioner, and upon pastes fashioned in fantastic shapes, of one kind of bread being prepared for the rich and another for the multitude, of the yearly produce of the field being classified in a descending scale till it reaches the humble means of the very lowest classes. But do we not find that these refined distinctions have been extended to the very herbs even, and that riches have contrived to establish points of dissimilarity in articles of food which ordinarily sell for a single copper coin? In this department even, humble as it is, we are still destined to find certain productions that are denied to the community at large, and the very cabbages pampered to such an enormous extent that the poor man's table is not large enough to hold them. Asparagus, by nature, was intended to grow wild, so that each might gather it where he pleased, but, lo and behold, we find it in the highest state of cultivation, and Ravenna produces heads that weigh as much as 3 pounds even. Alas for the monstrous excesses of gluttony! It would be surprising indeed for the beasts of the field to be forbidden the thistles for food, and yet it is a thing forbidden to the lower classes of the community. These refined distinctions, too, are extended to the very water even, and, thanks to the mighty influence of money, there are lines of demarcation drawn in the very elements themselves. Some persons are for drinking ice, others for quaffing snow, and thus is the curse of the mountain steep turned into an appetizing stimulus for the palate. Cold is carefully treasured up for the summer heats, and man's invention is racked how best to keep snow freezing in months that are not its own. Some again there are who first boil the water and then bring it to temperature of winter. Indeed, there is nothing that pleases man in the fashion in which nature originally made it. And is it the fact, then, that any herb of the garden is reared only for the rich man's table? It is so. But still, let no one of the angered populace think of a fresh succession to Mount Sacer or Mount Aventine. For to a certainty, in the long run, all powerful money will bring them back to just the same position as they were in when it wrought the severance. For, by Hercules, there was not an impost levied at Rome more grievous than the market dues, an impost that aroused the indignation of the populace, who repeatedly appealed with loud clamours to all the chief men of the state to be relieved from it. At last they were relieved from this heavy tax upon their wares, and when it was found that there was no tax more lucrative, more readily collected, or less obnoxious to the caprices of chance than the impost that was levied in exchange for it, in the shape of a property tax, extended to the poorest classes, for now the very soil itself is their surety that paid the tax will be, their means are a patent to the light of day, and the superficial extent of their possessions, whatever the weather may chance to be, always remains the same. Cato, we find, speaks in high praise of garden cabbages. Indeed, it was accorded to their respective methods of garden cultivation that the agriculturists of early times were appreciated, and it was immediately concluded that it was a sign of a woman being a bad and careless manager of her family, when the kitchen garden, for this was looked upon as the woman's department, more particularly, was negligently cultivated, as in such case her only resource was, of course, the shambles or the herb market. But cabbages were not held in such high esteem in those days as now. Indeed, all dishes were held in disrepute which required something else to help them down, the great object being to economize oil as much as possible. And as to the flesh market, so much as a wish even to taste its wares was visited with censure and reproach. The chief thing that made them so fond of the garden was the fact that its produce needs no fire and ensures economy in food, and that it offers resources which are always ready and at hand. These articles of food, which from their peculiar nature we call vinegar diets, were found to be easy of digestion, by no means apt to blunt and overload the senses, and to create but little craving for bread as an accompaniment. A portion of them, which is still used for us by seasonings, attests that our forefathers used only to look at home for their resources, and that no Indian peppers were in request with them, or any of those other condiments which we are in the habit of seeking beyond the seas. In former times the lower classes of Rome, with their mimic gardens in their windows, day after day presented the reflex of the country to the eye, when as yet the multitudes of atrocious burglaries, almost innumerable, had not compelled us to shut out all such sights with bars to the passers-by. Let the garden, then, have its due meed of honour, and let not things, because they are common, enjoy for that the less share of our consideration, and the more so, as we find that from it men of the very highest rank have been content to borrow their surnames even. Thus in the Valerian family, for instance, the Lattuccini have not thought themselves disgraced by taking their name from the lettuce. Perhaps, too, our labours and research may contribute some slight recommendations to this our subject, although, with Virgil, we are ready to admit how difficult it is, by language however elevated, to ennoble a subject that is so humble in itself. Chapter 20. The laying out of garden ground. There is no doubt that the proper plan is, to have the garden adjoining the country house, and they should be watered more particularly by a river running in front of it, if possible, else with water drawn from a well by the aid of a wheel or pumps, or by swipes. The ground should be opened just as the west winds are beginning to prevail, 14 days after which it should be got ready for autumn, and then before winter solstice it should have another turning up. It will require 8 men to dig a juggerum, manure being mixed with the earth to a depth of 3 feet. The ground, too, should be divided into plots or beds with raised and rounded edges, each of which should have a path dug round it, by means of which access may be afforded to the gardener and a channel formed for the water needed for irrigation. Chapter 21. Plants other than grain and shrubs. Among the garden plants there are some that recommend themselves by their bulbs, others by the head, others by the stalk, others by the leaf, others by both. Some again are valued for their seed, others for the outer coat, others for their membranous tissues, others for their cartilaginous substance, others for the firmness of their flesh, and others for the fleshy tunics in which they are enveloped. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 29. Chapter 22. The Natural History of 20 different kinds of plants which grow in gardens, the proper methods to be followed in sowing them respectively. Of some plants the fruits are in the earth, of others both in the earth and out of it, and of others again out of the earth solely. Some of them increase as they lie upon the ground, gourds and cucumbers for instance. The same products will grow also in a hanging position, but they are much heavier even then than any of the fruits that grow upon trees. The cucumber, however, is composed of cartilage and of fleshy substance, while the gourd consists of rind and cartilage. This last is the only vegetable production the outer coat of which becomes of a ligneous nature when ripe. Radishes, turnips, and rape are hidden in the earth, and so too are elecampana, skirrets, and parsnips, though in a different manner. There are some plants, again, to which we shall give the name of pherulochias, anise and mallows, for instance. Indeed, we find it stated by some writers that in Arabia the mallow becomes arborescent at the 6th month, so much so, in fact, as to admit of its being used for walking sticks. We have another instance again in the mallow tree of Mauritania, which is found at Lixus, a city built upon an estuary there, and at which spot it is said were formerly the gardens of Hesperides, at a distance of 200 paces from the ocean, near the shrine of Hercules, more ancient, tradition says, than the temple at Gades. This mallow tree is 20 feet in height, and of such a thickness that there is not a person in existence who is able with his arms to span its girth. In the class of farinaceous plants we must include hemp also. There are some plants, again, to which we must give the appellation of fleshy, such as those spongy productions which are found growing in damp meadows. As to the fungus, with a hard tongue flesh, we have already made mention of it when speaking of wood and trees, and of truffles, which form another variety, we have but very recently given a description. Chapter 23. Vegetables of a cartilaginous nature, cucumbers, pipones. The cucumber belongs to the cartilaginous class of plants, and grows above the ground. It was a wonderful favourite with the Emperor Tiberius, and, indeed, he was never without it, for he had raised beds made in frames upon wheels, by means of which the cucumbers were moved and exposed to the full heat of the sun, while, in winter, they were withdrawn and placed under the protection of frames glazed with mirror stone. We find it stated, also, by the ancient Greek writers, that the cucumber ought to be propagated from seed that has been steeped a couple days in milk and honey, this method having the effect of rendering them all the sweeter to the taste. The cucumber, while growing, may be trained to take any form that may be wished. In Italy, cucumbers are green and very small, while those grown in some of the provinces are remarkably large, and of a wax colour or black. Those of Africa, which are also remarkably prolific, are held in high esteem. The same too with the cucumbers of Murcia, which are by far the largest of all. When the cucumber acquires a very considerable volume, it is known to us as the pepo. Cucumbers when eaten remain in the stomach till the following day, and are very difficult of digestion. Still, for all that, in general they are not considered very unwholesome. By nature they have a wonderful hatred to oil, and no less affection for water, and this after they have been cut from the stem even. If water is within a moderate distance of them, they will creep towards it, while from oil, on the other hand, they will shrink away. If any obstacle, too, should happen to arrest their progress, or if they are left to hang, they will grow curved and crooked. Of these facts we may be satisfactorily convinced in a single night even, for if a vessel filled with water is placed at 4 fingers distant from a cucumber, it will be found to have descended to it by the following morning, but if the same is done with oil, it will have assumed the curved form of a hook by the next day. If hung in a tube while in blossom, the cucumber will grow to a most surprising length. It is only of late, too, that a cucumber of entirely new shape has been produced in Campania, it having just the form of a quince. It was quite by accident, I am told, that the first one acquired this shape in growing, and it was from the seed of this that all the others have been reproduced. The name given to this variety is Melopepo. These last do not grow hanging, but assume their round shape as they lie on the ground. A thing that is very remarkable in them, in addition to their shape, colour, and smell, is the fact that when ripe, although they do not hang from the stem, they separate from it at the stalk. Columella has given us a plan of his, by which we may have cucumbers the whole year round. The largest bramble bush that can be procured is transported to a warm, sunny spot, and then cut down about the time of the vernal equinox, to within a couple of fingers from the ground. A cucumber seed is then inserted in the pith of the bramble, and the roots are well moulded up with fine earth and manure, to withstand the cold. According to the Greeks, there are 3 kinds of cucumbers: the Laconian, the Sitalic, and the Boeotian, the Laconian being the only one among them that is fond of the water. There are some persons who recommend steeping the seed of the cucumber in the juice of the herb known as the culex. The produce, they say, will be sure to grow without seeds. Chapter 24. Gourds. Gourds resemble the cucumber in nature, at least in their manner of growing. They manifest an equal aversion to the winter, too, while they require constant watering and manure. Both cucumbers and gourds are sown in holes 1.5 feet deep between the vernal equinox and the summer solstice, at the time of the perilla more particularly. Some persons, however, think it better to sow gourds after the calends of March, and cucumbers after the nones, and at the time of the quinquateria. The cucumber and the gourd climb upwards in precisely similar manner, their shoots creeping along the rough surface of the walls, even to the very roof, so great is their fondness for elevated spots. They have not sufficient strength, however, to support themselves without the aid of stays. Shooting upwards with the greatest rapidity, they soon cover with their light shade the arched roofs of the houses and the trellises on which they are trained. From this circumstance it is that we find the gourd classified into 2 primary kinds, the roof gourd and the common gourd, which creeps upon the ground. In the first kind, from a stalk of remarkable thinness is suspended a fruit of considerable weight and volume, and quite immovable by the action of the wind. The gourd, too, as well as the cucumber, admits of being lengthened to any extent by the aid of an osier tube more particularly. Just after the blossom has fallen off, the plant is introduced into these tubes, and as it grows it can be made to assume any form that may be wished, that of a serpent coiled up being the one that is mostly preferred. If left at liberty to grow as it hangs, it has been known before now to attain to no less than 9 feet in length. The cucumber flowers gradually, blossom succeeding blossom, and adapts itself perfectly well to dry soil. It is covered with a white down, which increases in quantity as the plant gains in size. The gourd admits of being applied to more numerous uses than the cucumber even. The stem is used as an article of food when young, but at a later period it changes its nature, and its qualities become totally different. Of late, gourds have come to be used in baths for jugs and pitchers, but for this long time past they have been employed as casks, for keeping wine. The rind is tender when the fruit is green, but still it is always scraped off when the gourd is used for food. It admits of being eaten several ways, and forms a light and wholesome aliment, and this although it is one of the fruits that are difficult of digestion by the human stomach, and are apt to swell out those who eat of them. The seeds which lie nearest to the neck of the gourd produce fruit of remarkable length, and so do those which lie at the lower extremities, though not at all comparable with the others. Those, on the other hand, which lie in the middle, produce gourds of a round shape, and those on the sides fruit that are thick and short. The seeds are dried by being placed in the shade, and when wanted for sowing, they are steeped in water first. The longer and thinner the gourd is, the more agreeable it is to the palate, and hence it is that those which have been left to grow hanging are reckoned the most wholesome. These, too, have fewer seeds than the others, the hardness of which is apt to render the fruit less agreeable for eating. Those which are intended for keeping seed are usually not cut before the winter sets in, and they are then dried in the smoke and are extensively employed for preserving garden seeds and for making other articles of domestic use. There has been a method discovered, also, of preserving the gourd for table, and the cucumber as well, till nearly the time when next year's crop is ripe. This is done by putting them in brine. We are assured, too, that if put in a hole dug in a place well shaded from the sun, with a layer of sand beneath and dry hay and earth upon the top of them, they may be kept green for a very long time. We also find wild cucumbers and gourds, and indeed, the same is the case with pretty nearly all the garden plants. These wild varieties, however, are only possessed of certain medicinal properties, and for this reason we shall defer any further mention of them until we come to the books appropriated to that subject. Chapter 25. Rape. Turnips. The other plants that are of a cartilaginous nature are concealed, all of them, in the earth. In the number of these is the rape, a subject upon which it would almost appear that we have treated at sufficient length already, were it not that we think it well to observe that medical men call those which are round male, while those which are larger and more elongated are known to them as female rape. These last are superior in sweetness and better for keeping, but by successive sowings they are changed into male rape. The same authors, too, have distinguished 5 different varieties of the turnip: the Corinthian, the Colonian, the Leothasian, the Boeotian, and the one which they have characterized as peculiarly the green turnip. The Corinthian turnip grows to a very large size, and the root is all but out of the ground. Indeed, this is the only kind that, in growing, shoots upwards, and not as the others do, downwards into the ground. The Leothasian is known by some persons as the Thracian turnip. It is the one that stands extreme cold, the best of all. Next to it, the Boeotian kind is the sweetest. It's remarkable also for the roundness of its shape and its shortness, while the Cleonian turnip, on the other hand, is of an elongated form. Those, in general, which have a thin, smooth leaf are the sweetest, while those, again, the leaf of which is rough, angular, and prickly, have a pungent taste. There is a kind of wild turnip also, the leaves of which resemble those of rocket. At Rome, the highest rank is given to the turnips of Armaturnum and those of Nursia. After them, those grown in the neighbourhood of the city are held in next degree of esteem. The other particulars connected with the sowing of the turnip have already been mentioned by us when speaking of the rape. Chapter 26. Radishes. Radishes are composed of an outer coat and a cartilaginous substance, and in many instances the rind is found to be thicker than the bark of some trees. This plant is remarkable for its pungency, which increases in proportion to the thickness of the rind. In some cases, too, the surface of it assumes a ligneous nature. Radishes are flatulent to a remarkable degree, and are productive of eructations. Hence it is that they are looked upon as an ailment only fit for low-bred people, and this more particularly if coleworts are eaten directly after them. If, on the other hand, they are eaten with green olives, the eructations produced are not so frequent, and less offensive. In Egypt the radish is held in very high esteem on account of the abundance of oil that is extracted from the seed. Indeed, the people of that country sow this plant in preference to any other whenever they can get the opportunity, the profits derived from it being larger than those obtained from the cultivation of corn, and the imposts levied upon it considerably less. There is no grain known that yields a larger quantity of oil. The Greeks have distinguished the radish into 3 different kinds, according to the characteristic features of the leaves, there being the crisped leaf, the smooth leaf, and the wild radish, the leaf of which is smooth but shorter than that of the others. It is round also, grows in great abundance, and spreads like a shrub. The taste of this last variety is acrid, and it acts medicinally as a strong purgative. In the first kind again, there are certain differences determined by the seed, for in some varieties the seed is of an inferior quality, and in others remarkably small. These defects, however, are only found to exist in the kind that has the crisped leaf. Our own people, again, have found other varieties of the radish. There is the Algidon radish, long and transparent, so called from the place of its growth. Another, similar to rape in form, is known as the Syrian radish. It is pretty nearly the mildest and most tender of them all, and is well able to bear the winter. The best of all, however, is the one that has been brought from Syria, very recently, it would seem, as we do not find it mentioned by any of our writers. It lasts the whole of the winter through. In addition to these kinds there is another, a wild variety, known by the Greeks as agrion, and to the people of Pontus as armon, while others again call it leus, and our people amaracea. It has more leaves, however, than root. In testing the quality of the radish, it is the stem more particularly that is looked at, and in those which are acrid to the taste, for instance, It is rounder and thicker than in the others, and grooved with long channels, while the leaves are more unsightly to the eye, being angular and covered with prickles. The radish requires to be sown in a loose, humid soil, has a great aversion to manure, and is content with the dressing solely of chaff. So fond is it of the cold that in Germany it is known to grow as large as an infant in size. For the spring crop it is sown immediately after the Ides of February, and then again about the time of the Vulcanalia, this last crop being looked upon as the best. Many persons, however, sow radishes in March, April, and September. When the plant begins to grow to any size, it is considered a good plan to cover up the leaves successively, and to earth up the root as well, for the part of it which appears above ground is apt to become hard and pithy. Aristomachus recommends that the leaves be taken off in winter, and the roots to be well moulded up to prevent the water from accumulating about them, and he says that by using these precautions they will be all the finer in the summer. Some authors have mentioned a plan of making a hole with a dibble and covering it at the bottom with a layer of chaff 6 fingers in depth. Upon this layer the seed is put, and then covered over with manure and earth, the result of which is, according to their statement, that radishes are obtained full as large as the hole so made. It is salt, however, that conduces more particularly to their nutriment, and hence it is that they are often watered with brine. In Egypt, too, the growers sprinkle nitre over them, the roots being remarkable for their mildness. The salt, too, has a similar effect of removing all the pungency, and when thus treated they become very similar in their qualities to radishes that have been boiled, for when boiled they become sweet and mild, and eat, in fact, just like turnips. Medical men recommend raw radishes to be eaten fasting, with salt, for the purpose of collecting the crude humours of the viscera, and in this way they prepare them for the action of emetics. It is said, too, that the juices of this plant are absolutely necessary for the cure of certain diseases of the diaphragm. For it has been found by experiment in Egypt that the phthiriasis which attaches itself to the internal parts of the heart cannot possibly be eradicated by any other remedy, the kings of that country having ordered the bodies of the dead to be opened and examined for the purpose of inquiring into certain diseases. Such, too, is the frivolity of the Greeks that, in the temple of Apollo at Delphi, it is said, the radish is so greatly preferred to all other articles of diet as to be represented there in gold, the beet in silver, and the rape in lead. You might be very sure that Manius Corius was not a native of that country, the general whom, as we find stated in our annals, the ambassadors of the Samnites found busy roasting rape at the fire, when they came to offer him the gold which he so indignantly refused. Muschoion, too, a Greek author, has written a volume on the subject of the radish. These vegetables are considered a very useful article of food during the winter, but they are at all times very injurious to the teeth, as they are apt to wear them away. At all events, they give a polish to ivory. There is a great antipathy between the radish and the vine, which last will shrink from the radish if sown in its vicinity. Chapter 27. Parsnips. The other kinds which have been classified by us among the cartilaginous plants are of a more ligneous nature, and it is a singular thing that they have, all of them, a strong flavour. Among these there is one kind of wild parsnip which grows spontaneously. By the Greeks it is known as staphylonis. Another kind of parsnip is grown either from the root transplanted, or else from seed, at the beginning of the spring or in the autumn. Hyginus says that this may be done in February, August, September, and October, the ground being dug to a very considerable depth for the purpose. The parsnip begins to be fit for eating at the end of the year, but it is still better at the end of 2. It is reckoned more agreeable eating in the autumn, and more particularly if cooked in the saucepan. Even then, however, it preserves its strong pungent flavour, which it is found quite impossible to get rid of. The hibiscum differs from the parsnip in being more slender. It is rejected as a food, but is found useful for its medicinal properties. There is a fourth kind also, which bears a similar degree of resemblance to the parsnip. By our people it is called the Galicia, while the Greeks, who have distinguished 4 varieties of it, give it the common name of Daucus. We shall have further occasion to mention it among the medicinal plants. Chapter 28. The Skirret. The skirret, too, has had its reputation established by the Emperor Tiberius, who demanded a supply of it every year from Germany. It is at Gelduba, a fortress situate on the banks of the Rhenus, that the finest are grown, from which it would appear that they thrive best in a cold climate. There is a string running through the whole length of the skirret, and which is drawn out after it is boiled. But still for all this a considerable proportion of its natural pungency is retained. Indeed, when modified by the addition of a honeyed wine, this is even thought to impart to dishes an additional relish. The larger parsnip has also a similar string inside, but only when it is a year old. The proper time for sowing the skirret is in the months of February, March, April, August, September, and October. Chapter 29. El Campana. El Campana is not so elongated as the preceding roots, but more substantial and more pungent. Eaten by itself it is very injurious to the stomach, but when mixed with other condiments of a sweet nature it is extremely wholesome. There are several methods employed for modifying its natural acridity and rendering it agreeable to the palate. Thus, for instance, when dried it is reduced to a fine flour and then mixed with some sweet liquid or other, or else it is boiled in vinegar and water, or kept to soak in it. It is also steeped in various other ways and then mixed with boiled grape juice, or else incorporated with honey or raisins or dates with plenty of meat on them. Other persons, again, have a method of preparing it with quinces, or else sorbs or plums, while sometimes the flavor is varied by the addition of pepper or thyme. This plant is particularly good for weakness of the stomach, and it has acquired a high reputation from the circumstance that Julia Augusta used to eat it daily. The seed of it is quite useless, as the plant is reproduced, like the reed, from eyes extracted from the root. This vegetable, as well as the skirret and the parsnip, is sown both in spring and autumn, a considerable distance being left between the plants. Indeed, for El Campana, a space of no less than 3 feet is required, as it throws out its shoots to a very considerable distance. Skirrets, however, are best transplanted. Chapter 30. Bulbs, squills, and arum. Next in affinity to these plants are the bulbs, which Cato, speaking in high terms of those of Megara, recommends most particularly for cultivation. Among these bulbs the squill, we find, occupies the very highest rank, although by nature it is medicinal and is employed for imparting an additional sharpness to vinegar. Indeed, there is no bulb known that grows to a larger size than this, or is possessed of a greater degree of pungency. There are 2 varieties of it employed in medicine, the male squill, which has white leaves, and the female squill with black ones. There is a third kind also, which is good to eat and is known as the Epimenidium squill. The leaf is narrower than in the other kinds and not so rough. All the squills have numerous seeds, but they come up much more quickly if propagated from the offsets that grow on the sides. To make them attain a still greater size, the largest leaves that grow around them are turned down and covered over with earth, by which method all the juices are carried to the heads. Squills grow spontaneously and in vast numbers in the Baleares and the island of Eleusis, and in the Spanish provinces. The philosopher Pythagoras has written a whole volume on the merit of this plant, setting forth its various medicinal properties, of which we shall have occasion to speak more at length in the succeeding book. The other species of bulbs are distinguished by their colour, size, and sweetness. Indeed, there are some that are eaten raw even, those found in the Tauric Chersonesus, for instance. Next to these, the bulbs of Africa are held in the highest esteem, and after them those of Apulia. The Greeks have distinguished the following varieties: the bulbine, the Satinian, the Opitian, the Cyax, the Leucoion, the Aegilops, and the Sisyphicaon. In the last there is this remarkable feature, that the extremities of the roots increase in winter, but during the spring, when the violet appears, they diminish in size and gradually contract, and then it is the bulb that begins to increase in magnitude. Among the varieties of the bulb, too, there is the plant known in Egypt by the name of Aran. In size it is very nearly as large as the squill, with a leaf like that of the Lepathum, and a straight stalk a couple of cubits in length, and the thickness of a walking stick. The root of it is of a milder nature, so much so, indeed, as to admit of being eaten raw. Bulbs are taken up before the spring, for if not, they are apt to spoil very quickly. It is a sign that they are ripe when the leaves become dry at the lower extremities. When too old they are held in disesteem, the same, too, with the long and the smaller ones. Those, on the other hand, which are red and round, are greatly preferred, as also those of the largest size. In most of them there is a certain degree of pungency in the upper part, but the middle is sweet. The ancients have stated that bulbs are reproduced from seed only, but in the Champagne country of Praeneste they grow spontaneously, and they grow to an unlimited extent in the territory of the Remi. Chapter 31. The roots, flowers, and leaves of all these plants. Garden plants which lose their leaves. Nearly all the garden plants have a single root only, radishes, beet, parsley, and mallows, for example. It is Lapathium, however, that has the longest root of them all, it attaining to the length of 3 cubits even. The root of the wild kind is smaller and of a humid nature, and when up it will keep alive for a considerable period. In some of these plants, however, the roots are fibrous, as we find in the case of parsley and mallows, for instance. In others, again, they are of a ligneous nature, as in ocimum, for example, and in others they are fleshy, as in beet, and in saffron even more so. In some again the root is composed of rind and flesh, as in the radish and the rape, while in others it is jointed, as in the hay grass. Those plants which have not a straight root throw out immediately a great number of hairy fibres, orage and blight, for instance. Squills, again, bulbs, onions, and garlic never have any but a vertical root. Among the plants that grow spontaneously there are some which have more numerous roots than leaves, spalax, for example, pellitory, and saffron. Wild thyme, southernwood, turnips, radishes, mint, and rue blossom all once, while others, again, shed their blossoms directly they have begun to flower. Ocimum blossoms gradually, beginning at the lower parts, and hence it is that it is so very long in blossom. The same is the case, too, with a plant known as heliotropium. In some plants the flower is white, in others yellow, and in others purple. The leaves fall first from the upper part in the wild marjoram and elecampane, and in rue sometimes, when it has been injured accidentally. In some plants the leaves are hollow, the onion and the scallion more particularly. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 30. Chapter 32. Varieties of the Onion. Garlic and onions are invoked by the Egyptians when taking an oath, in the number of their deities. The Greeks have many varieties of the onion: the Sardian onion, the Samothracian, the Alcedinian, the Satanian, the Schistan, and the Ascalonian, so called from Ascalon, a city of Judea. They have, all of them, a pungent smell, which draws tears from the eyes, those of Cyprus more particularly, and those of Snidos the least of all. In all of them the body is composed of a cartilage of an unctuous nature. The variety known as the Satanian is the smallest of them all, with the exception of the Tusculan onion, but it is sweet to the taste. The Schistan and the Ascalonian kinds are used for storing. The Schistan onion is left during the winter with the leaves on. In the spring it is stripped of them, upon which offsets make their appearance at the same divisions as the leaves. It is to this circumstance that this variety owes its name. Taking the hint from this fact, it is recommended to strip the other kinds of their leaves, to make them bulb all the better, instead of running to seed. The Ascalonian onion is of a peculiar nature, being barren in some measure in the root. Hence it is that the Greeks have recommended it to be reproduced from seed, and not from roots. The transplanting, too, they say, should be done later in the spring, at the time the plant germinates, the result being that it bulbs with all the greater rapidity, and hastens, as it were, to make up for lost time. Great dispatch, however, is requisite in taking it up, for when ripe it rots with the greatest rapidity. If propagated from roots, it throws out a long stalk, runs rapidly to seed, and dies. There are considerable differences, too, in the color of the onion. The widest of all are those grown at Issus and Sardis. The onions, too, of Crete are held in high esteem, but there is some doubt whether they are not the same as the Ascalonian variety, for when grown from seed they produce a fine bulb, but when planted they throw out a long stalk and run to seed. In fact, they differ from the Ascalonian kind only in the sweetness of their flavor. Among us there are two principal varieties known of the onion. The scallion, employed for seasonings, is one, known to the Greeks by the name of gethion, and by us as the palakana. It is sown in March, April, and May. The other kind is the bulbed or headed onion. It is sown just after the autumnal equinox, or else after the west winds have begun to prevail. The varieties of this last kind, ranged according to their relative degrees of pungency, are the African onion, the Gallic, the Tusculan, the Ascalonian, and the Amiternian. The roundest in shape are the best. The red onion, too, is more pungent than the white, the stored than the fresh, the raw than the cooked, and the dried than the preserved. The onion of Amiternum is cultivated in cold, humid localities, and is the only one that is reproduced from heads, like garlic, the other kinds being grown from seed. This last kind yields no seed in the ensuing summer, but a bulb only, which dries and keeps, but in the summer after the contrary is the case, for seed is produced, while the bulb very quickly spoils. Hence it is that every year there are two separate sowings, one of seed for the reproduction of bulbs, and one of bulbs for the growth of seed. These onions keep best in chaff. The scallion has hardly any bulb at all, but a long neck only. Hence it is nothing but leaf, and is often cut down, like the leek. For this reason, too, like the leek, it is grown from seed, and not from plants. In addition to these particulars, it is recommended that the ground intended for sowing onions should be turned up 3 times, care being taken to remove all roots and weeds. 10 pounds of seed is the proper proportion for a jugerum. Savory, too, they say, should be mixed with them, the onions being all the finer for it. The ground, too, should be stabbed and hoed 4 times at least, if not oftener. In Italy, the Ascalonian onion is sown in the month of February. The seed of the onion is gathered when it begins to turn black, and before it becomes dry and shriveled. Chapter 33. The Leek. While upon this subject, it will be well, too, to speak of the leek, on account of the affinity which it bears to the plants just mentioned, and more particularly because cut leek has recently acquired considerable celebrity from the use made of it by the Emperor Nero. That prince, to improve his voice, used to eat leeks in oil every month, upon stated days, abstaining from every other kind of food, and not touching so much as a morsel of bread even. Leeks are reproduced from seed, sown just after the autumnal equinox. If they are intended for cutting, the seed is sown thicker than otherwise. The leeks in the same bed are cut repeatedly till it is quite exhausted, and they are always kept well manured. If they are wanted to bulb before being cut, when they have grown to some size they are transplanted to another bed, the extremities of the leaves being snipped off without touching the white part, and the head stripped of the outer coats. The ancients were in the habit of placing a stone or potsherd upon the leek, to make the head grow all the larger, and the same with the bulbs as well. but at the present day it is the usual practice to move the fibrous roots gently with the weeding hook, so that by being bent they may nourish the plant, and not withdraw the juices from it. It is a remarkable fact that, though the leek stands in need of manure and a rich soil, it has a particular aversion to water, and yet its nature depends very much upon the natural properties of the soil. The most esteemed leeks are those grown in Egypt, and next to them those of Ostia and Aricia. Of the leek for cutting, there are two varieties: that with grass-green leaves and incisions distinctly traced on them, and the leek with paler and rounder leaves, the incisions being more lightly marked. There is a story told that Mela, a member of the equestrian order, being accused of maladministration by order of the Emperor Tiberius, swallowed in his despair leek juice to the amount of 3 denarii in weight of silver, and expired upon the spot without the slightest symptom of pain. It is said, however, that a larger dose than this is productive of no injurious effects whatever. Chapter 34. Garlic. Garlic is generally supposed, in the country more particularly, to be a good specific for numerous maladies. The external coat consists of membranes of remarkable fineness, which are universally discarded when the vegetable is used, the inner part being formed by the union of several cloves, each of which has also a separate coat of its own. The flavor of it is pungent, and the more numerous the cloves, the more pungent it is. Like the onion, it imparts an offensive smell to the breath, but this is not the case when it is cooked. The various species of garlic are distinguished by the periods at which they ripen. The early kind becomes fit for use in 60 days. Another distinction, too, is formed by the relative size of the heads. Ulpicum, also generally known to the Greeks as Cyprian garlic, belongs to this class. By some persons it is called antiscorodon, and in Africa more particularly it holds a high rank among the dishes of the rural population. It is of a larger size than ordinary garlic. When beaten up with oil and vinegar, it is quite surprising what a quantity of creaming foam is produced. There are some persons who recommend that neither ulpicum nor garlic should be sown on level ground, but say that they should be planted in little mounds trenched up at a distance of 3 feet apart. Between each clove, they say, there should be a distance of 4 fingers left, and as soon as ever 3 leaves are visible, the head should be hoed. The oftener they are hoed, the larger the size they will attain. When they begin to ripen, the stalks are bent downwards and covered over with earth, a precaution which effectually prevents them from running to leaf. In cold soils, it is considered better to plant them in spring than in autumn. For the purpose of depriving all these plants of their strong smell, it is recommended to set them when the moon is below the horizon, and to take them up when she is in conjunction. Independently of these precautions, we find Menander, one of the Greek writers, recommending those who have been eating garlic to eat immediately afterwards a root of beet roasted on hot coals. If this is done, he says, the strong smell of the garlic will be effectually neutralized. Some persons are of opinion that the proper period for planting garlic and ulpicum is between the festival of the Compitalia and that of the Saturnalia. Garlic, too, can be grown from seed, but it is very slow, in such case, in coming to maturity, for in the first year the head attains the size only of that of a leek. In the second it separates into cloves, and only in the third it arrives at maturity. There are some, however, who think that garlic grown this way is the best. Garlic should never be allowed to run to seed, but the stalk should be twisted to promote its growth, and to make the head attain a larger size. If garlic or onions are wanted to keep some time, the head should be dipped in salt water, made lukewarm. By doing this, they will be all the better for keeping, though quite worthless for reproduction. Some persons content themselves with hanging them over burning coals, and are of opinion that this is quite sufficient to prevent them from sprouting. For it is a well-known fact that both garlic and onions sprout when out of the ground, and that after throwing out their thin shoots they shrivel away to nothing. Some persons are of opinion, too, that the best way of keeping garlic is by storing it in chaff. There is a kind of garlic that grows spontaneously in the fields, and is known by the name of alum. To preserve the seeds that are sown there from the remorseless ravages of the birds, this plant is scattered over the ground, being first boiled, to prevent it from shooting. As soon as ever they have eaten of it, the birds become so stupefied as to be taken with the hand even, and if they remain but a few moments only on the spot, they fall fast asleep. There is a wild garlic, too, generally known as bear's garlic. It has exactly the smell of millet, with a very small head and large leaves. Chapter 35. 7. The number of days required for the respective plants to make their appearance above ground. Among the garden plants which make their appearance most speedily above ground are ocimum, blight, the turnip, and rocket, for they appear above the surface the third day after they are sown. Anise, again, comes up on the fourth day, the lettuce on the fifth, the radish on the sixth, the cucumber and the gourd on the seventh, the cucumber rather the first of the two, cresses and mustard on the fifth, beet on the sixth day in summer and the 10th in winter, orage on the 8th, onions on the 19th or 20th, and scallions on the 10th or 12th. Coriander, again, is more stubborn in its growth. Cunilla and wild marjoram do not appear till after the 30th day, and parsley comes up with the greatest difficulty of all, for at the very earliest it is 40 days before it shows itself, and in most instances as much as 50. The age, too, of the seed is of some importance in this respect, for fresh seed comes up more rapidly in the case of the leek, the scallion, the cucumber, and the gourd, while in that of parsley, beet, cardamom, cunilla, wild marjoram, and coriander, seed that has been kept for some time is the best. There is one remarkable circumstance in connection with the seed of beet. It does not all germinate in the first year, but some of it in the second, and some in the third even. Hence it is that a considerable quantity of seed produces only a very moderate crop. Some plants produce only in the year in which they are set, and some again for successive years, parsley, leeks, and scallions, for instance. Indeed, these plants, when once sown, retain their fertility, and produce for many years. Chapter 36. The nature of the various seeds. In most plants the seed is round, in some oblong. It is broad and foliaceous in some, orage for instance, while in others it is narrow and grooved, as in cumin. There are differences also in the color of seeds, which is either black or white, while some seeds are woody and hard. In radishes, mustard, and rape the seeds are enclosed in pods. In parsley, coriander, anise, fennel, and cumin the seed has no covering at all, while in blight, beet, orage, and ocimum it has an outer coat, and in the lettuce it is covered with a fine down. There is no seed more prolific than that of ocimum. It is generally recommended to sow it with the utterance of curses and imprecations, the result being that it grows all the better for it. The earth, too, is rammed down when it is sown, and prayers are offered that the seed may never come up. The seeds which are enveloped in an outer coat are dried with considerable difficulty, that of ocimum more particularly. Hence it is that all these seeds are dried artificially, their fruitfulness being greatly promoted thereby. Plants in general come up better when the seed is sown in heaps than when it is scattered broadcast. Leeks, in fact, and parsley are generally grown by sowing the seed in little bags. In the case of parsley, too, a hole is made with the dibble, and a layer of manure inserted. All garden plants grow either from seed or from slips, and some from both seed and suckers, such as rue, wild marjoram, and ocimum, for example, this last being usually cut when it is a palm in height. Some kinds again are reproduced from both seed and root, as in the case of onions, garlic, and bulbs, and those other plants of which, though annuals themselves, the roots retain their vitality. In those plants which grow from the root, it lives for a considerable time, and throws out offsets, as in bulbs, scallions, and squills, for example. Others again throw out offsets, though not from a bulbous root, such as parsley and beet, for instance. When the stalk is cut, with the exception of those which have not a rough stem, nearly all these plants put forth fresh shoots, a thing that may be seen in ocimum, the radish, and the lettuce, which are in daily use among us. Indeed, it is generally thought that the lettuce which is grown from a fresh sprouting is the sweetest. The radish, too, is more pleasant eating when the leaves have been removed before it has begun to run to stalk. The same is the case, too, with rape, for when the leaves are taken off and the roots well covered up with earth, it grows all the larger for it, and keeps in good preservation till the ensuing summer. Chapter 37. Plants of which there is but a single kind. Plants of which there are several kinds. Of ocimum, lapithum, blight, cresses, rocket, orage, coriander, and anise respectively, there is but a single kind, these plants being the same everywhere, and no better in one place than in another. It is the general belief that stolen rue grows the best, while, on the other hand, bees that have been stolen will never thrive. Wild mint, catmint, endive, and pennyroyal will grow even without any cultivation. With reference to the plants of which we have already spoken, or shall have occasion to speak, there are numerous varieties of many of them, parsley more particularly. 8. As to the kind of parsley which grows spontaneously in moist localities, it is known by the name of Helioselinum. It has a single leaf only, and is not rough at the edges. In dry places, we find growing the kind known as Hipposelinum, consisting of numerous leaves, similar to Helioselinum. A third variety is the Oreoselinum, with leaves like those of hemlock, and a thin, fine root, the seed being similar to that of anise, only somewhat smaller. The differences, again, that are found to exist in cultivated parsley consist in the comparative density of the leaves, the crispness or smoothness of their edges, and the thinness or thickness of the stem, as the case may be. In some kinds, again, the stem is white, in others purple, and in others mottled. Chapter 38. The nature and varieties of 23 garden plants. The lettuce, its different varieties. The Greeks have distinguished 3 varieties of the lettuce. The first with a stalk so large that small garden gates, it is said, have been made of it. The leaf of this lettuce is somewhat larger than that of the herbaceous or green lettuce, but extremely narrow, the nutriment seeming to be expended on the other parts of the plant. The second kind is that with a rounded stalk, and the third is the low squat lettuce, generally known as the Laconian lettuce. Some persons have made distinctions in reference to their respective colors, and the times for sowing them. The black lettuce is sown in the month of January, the white in March, and the red in April, and they are fit for transplanting, all of them, at the end of a couple of months. Those again who have pursued these enquiries even further than this have distinguished a still greater number of varieties of them. The purple, the crisped, the Cappadocian, and the Greek lettuce, this last having a longer leaf than the rest, and a broad stalk, in addition to which there is one with a long narrow leaf, very similar to endive in appearance. The most inferior kind, however, of all, is the one to which the Greeks, censuring it for its bitterness, have given the name of pikris. There is still another variety, a kind of white lettuce, called mekonis, a name which it derives from the abundance of milk, of a narcotic quality, which it produces, though in fact it is generally thought that they are all of them of a soporific tendency. In former times this last was the only kind of lettuce that was held in any esteem in Italy, the name latuca having been given it on account of the milk which it contains. The purple kind, with a very large root, is generally known as the Sicilian lettuce, while the round one, with an extremely diminutive root and broad leaves, is known to some persons as the astatus, and to others as the Unicion, it having the effect, in a remarkable degree, of quenching the amorous propensities. Indeed, they are all of them possessed of cooling and refreshing properties, for which reason it is that they are so highly esteemed in summer. They have the effect also of removing from the stomach distaste for food, and of promoting the appetite. At all events, we find it stated that the late Emperor Augustus, when ill, was saved, on one occasion, thanks to the skill of his physician, Musa, by eating lettuces, a food which the excessive scruples of his former physician, C. Aemilius, had forbidden him. At the present day, however, lettuces have risen into such high estimation that a method has been discovered even of preserving them during the months in which they are out of season, by keeping them in oxymel. It is generally supposed, also, that lettuces have the effect of making blood. In addition to the above varieties, there is another kind of lettuce known as the goat's lettuce, of which we shall have occasion to make further mention when we come to the medicinal plants. At the moment, too, that I am writing this, a new species of cultivated lettuce has been introduced, known as the Sicilian lettuce, and held in very considerable esteem. The leaf of it is similar to that of the Cappadocian lettuce, except that it is crisped and somewhat larger. Chapter 39. Endive. Endive, though it cannot exactly be said to be of the same genus as the lettuce, still cannot be pronounced to belong to any other. It is a plant better able to endure the rigors of the winter than the lettuce, and possessed of a more acrid taste, though the flavor of the stalk is equally agreeable. Endive is sown at the beginning of spring, and transplanted at the end of that season. There is also a kind of spreading endive, known in Egypt as Sicorium, of which we shall have occasion to speak elsewhere more at length. A method has been discovered of preserving all of the thyrsi, or leaves of the lettuce, in pots, the object being to have them fresh when wanted for boiling. Lettuces may be sown all the year through in a good soil, well watered and carefully manured, 2 months being allowed to intervene between sowing and transplanting, and 2 more between transplanting and gathering them when ripe. The rule is, however, to sow them just after the winter solstice, and to transplant when the west winds begin to prevail, or else to sow at this latter period, and to plant out at the vernal equinox. The white lettuce is the best adapted for standing the rigors of the winter. All the garden plants are fond of moisture. Lettuces thrive more particularly when well manured, and endive even more so. Indeed, it is found an excellent plan to plant them out with the roots covered up in manure, and to keep up the supply, the earth being cleared away for that purpose. Some again have another method of increasing their size. They cut them down when they have reached half a foot in height, and cover them with fresh swine's dung. It is the general opinion that those lettuces will only admit of being blanched which are produced from white seed, and even then, as soon as they begin to grow, sand from the seashore should be spread over them, care being taken to tie the leaves as soon as ever they begin to come to any size. Chapter 40. Beet. 4 varieties of it. Beet is the smoothest of all the garden plants. The Greeks distinguished two kinds of beet, according to the color, the black and the white. The last, which is the kind generally preferred, has but very little seed, and is generally known as the Sicilian beet, just as it is the white lettuce that is held in the highest degree of esteem. Our people, also, distinguish two varieties of beet, the spring and the autumn kinds, so called from the periods of sowing, although sometimes we find beet sown in June even. This is a plant, too, that is sometimes transplanted, and it thrives all the better, like the lettuce, if the roots are well covered with manure, in a moist soil. Beet is mostly eaten with lentils and beans. It is prepared also in the same way as cabbage, with mustard more particularly, the pungency of which relieves its insipidity. Medical men are of opinion that beet is a more unwholesome vegetable than cabbage. Hence it is that I never remember seeing it served at table. Indeed, there are some persons who scruple to taste it even, from a conviction that it is a food suitable only for persons of a robust constitution. Beet is a vegetable with twofold characteristics, partaking of the nature of the cabbage in its leaves, and resembling a bulb in the root. That which grows to the greatest breadth being the most highly esteemed. This plant, like the lettuce, is made to grow to head by putting a light weight upon it the moment it begins to assume its proper color. Indeed, there is no garden plant that grows to a larger head than this, as it sometimes spread to a couple of feet in breadth, the nature of the soil contributing in a very considerable degree to its size. Those found in the territory of Circe attain the largest size. Some persons think that the best time for sowing beet is when the pomegranate is in flower, and are of opinion that it ought to be transplanted as soon as it has thrown out 5 leaves. There is a singular difference, if indeed it really exists, between the two varieties of beet, the white kind being remarkable for its purgative qualities, and the black being equally astringent. When wine in the vat has been deteriorated by assuming a flavor like that of cabbage, its original flavor is restored, it is said, by plunging beet leaves into it. End of section 30. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. Conway, Arkansas. RAMONESCAMILLA.wordpress.com.
Section 31 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Hillier. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 31, Chapter 41. Cabbages, the several varieties of them. Cabbage and coleworts, which at the present day are the most highly esteemed of all the garden vegetables, were held in little repute, I find, among the Greeks. But Cato, on the other hand, sings the wondrous praises of the cabbage, the medicinal properties of which we shall duly enlarge upon when we come to treat of that subject. Cato distinguishes 3 varieties of the cabbage. The first, a plant with leaves wide open and a large stalk. A second, with crisped leaves, to which he gives the name of apiaca. And a third, with a thin stalk and a smooth, tender leaf, which with him ranks the lowest of all. Cabbages may be sown the whole year through, as we find that they are cut at all periods of the year. The best time, however, for sowing them is at the autumnal equinox, and they are usually transplanted as soon as 5 leaves are visible. In the ensuing spring, after the first cutting, the plant yields sprouts known as cymae. These sprouts, in fact, are small shoots thrown out from the main stem, of a more delicate and tender quality than the cabbage itself. The exquisite palate, however, of Apicius rejected these sprouts for the table, and his example was followed by the fastidious Drusus Caesar, who did not escape censure, however, of his father Tiberius for being so over-nice. After the cymae have made their appearance, the cabbage throws out its summer and autumn shoots, and then its winter ones, after which a new crop of cymae is produced, there being no plant so productive as this, until at last it is quite exhausted by its extreme fertility. A second time for sowing cabbages is immediately after the vernal equinox, the plants of this growth being transplanted at the end of spring, that they may not run up into sprouts before coming to a top. And a third sowing takes place about the summer solstice, the transplanting being done in summer if the soil is moist, but if too dry in autumn. When moisture and manure are supplied in small quantities, the flavour of the cabbage is all the more agreeable, but when they are supplied in greater abundance, the plants attain a large size. Ass's dung is the best adapted for its growth. The cabbage, too, is one of those articles so highly esteemed by epicures, for which reason it will not be amiss if we speak of it at somewhat greater length. To obtain plants equally remarkable for their size and flavour, care must be taken first of all to sow the seed in ground that has had a couple of turnings up, and then to follow up the shoots as they appear above the ground by moulding them up, care being taken to throw up the earth over them as they increase in luxuriance, and to let nothing but the summit appear above the surface. This kind is known as the Tritian cabbage. In money and labour it costs twice as much as any of the others. The other varieties of the cabbage are numerous. There is the Cumanian cabbage, with leaves that lie close to the ground, and a wide open head. The Aricinian cabbage, too, of no greater height, but with more numerous leaves and thinner. This last is looked upon as the most useful of them all, for beneath nearly all of the leaves there are small shoots thrown out peculiar to this variety. The cabbage again of Pompeii is considerably taller, the stalk, which is thin at the root, increasing in thickness as it rises among the leaves, which are fewer in number and narrower. The great merit of this cabbage is its remarkable tenderness, although it is not able to stand the cold. The cabbage of Brutium, on the other hand, thrives all the better for cold. The leaves of it are remarkably large, the stalk thin, and the flavour pungent. The leaves again of the Sabine cabbage are crisped to such a degree as to excite our surprise, and their thickness is such as to quite exhaust the stem. In sweetness, however, it is said to surpass all the others. There have lately come into fashion the cabbages known as the alacature. They are grown in the valley of the Aricia, where there was formerly a lake, now no longer in existence, and a tower which is still standing. The head of this cabbage is very large, and the leaves are almost without number, some of them being round and smooth, and others long and sinewy. Indeed, there is no cabbage that runs to a larger head than this, with the sole exception of the Tritian variety, which has a head sometimes as much as a foot in thickness, and throws out its cymae, the latest of all. In all kinds of cabbages, hoarfrost contributes very materially to their sweetness, but it is apt to be productive of considerable injury, if care is not taken to protect the pith by cutting them aslant. Those plants which are intended for seed are never cut. There is another kind again that is held in peculiar esteem, which never exceeds the height of an herbaceous plant. It is known by the name of Halmeridia, from the circumstance of its growing on the seashore only. It will keep green and fresh during a long voyage, even if care is taken not to let it touch the ground from the moment that it is cut, but to put it into oil vessels lately dried, and then to bung them so as to effectually exclude all air. There are some who are of the opinion that the plant will come to maturity all the sooner if some seaweed is laid at the root when it is transplanted, or else as much pounded nitre as can be taken up with 3 fingers, and others again sprinkle the leaves with trefoil seed and nitre pounded together. Nitre, too, preserves the greenness of cabbages when cooked, a result which is equally ensured by the Apician mode of boiling, or in other words by steeping the plants in oil and salt before they are cooked. There is a method of grafting vegetables by cutting the shoots and the stalk, and then inserting in the pith the seed of another plant, plan which has been adopted with the wild cucumber even. There is another kind of wild cabbage also, the lapsana, which has become famous since the triumphs of the late Emperor Julius, in consequence of the songs and jokes of his soldiers more particularly. For in the alternate lines sung by them, they used to reproach him for having made them live on lapsana at the siege of Dyrrachium, and to rally him upon the parsimonious scale on which he was in the habit of recompensing their services. The lapsana is nothing more than a wild cyma. Chapter 42. Wild and cultivated asparagus. Of all the garden plants, asparagus is the one that requires the most delicate attention in its cultivation. We have already spoken at considerable length of its origin when treating of the wild plants, and have mentioned that Cato recommends it to be grown in reed beds. There is another kind again, of a more uncultivated nature than the garden asparagus, but less pungent than Caruda. It grows upon the mountains in different countries, and the plains of Upper Germany are quite full of it, so much so, indeed, that it was not an unhappy remark of Tiberius Caesar that a weed grows there which bears a remarkably strong resemblance to asparagus. That which grows spontaneously upon the island of Nasis, off the coast of Campania, is looked upon as being by far the best of all. Garden asparagus is reproduced from roots, the fibres of which are exceedingly numerous and penetrate to a considerable depth. When it first puts forth its shoots, it is green. These in time lengthen out into stalks, which afterwards throw out streaked branches from the head. Asparagus admits also of being grown from seed. Cato has treated of no subject with greater care than this, the last chapter of his work being devoted to it, from which we may conclude that it was quite new to him, and a subject which had only very recently occupied his attention. He recommends that the ground prepared for it should be moist or dense soil, the seed being set at intervals of half a foot every way to avoid treading upon the heads. The seed, he says, should be put 2 or 3 into each hole, these being made with the dibble as the line runs. For in his day, it should be remembered, asparagus was only grown from seed, this being done about the vernal equinox. It requires, he adds, to be abundantly manured, and to be kept well hoed, due care being taken not to pull up the young plants along with the weeds. The first year, he says, the plants must be protected from the severity of the winter with a covering of straw, care being taken to uncover them in the spring, and to hoe and stub up the ground about them. In the spring of the third year, the plants must be set fire to, and the earlier the period at which the fire is applied, the better they will thrive. Hence it is that the reed beds grow all the more rapidly after being fired. Asparagus is found to be a crop remarkably well suited for growing with them. The same author recommends, however, that asparagus should not be hoed before the plants have made their appearance above ground, for fear of disturbing the roots. And he says that in gathering the heads, they should be cut close to the root, and not broken off at the surface, a method which is sure to make them run to stalk and die. They should be cut, he says, until they are left to run to seed, and after the seed is ripe, in spring they must be fired, care being taken, as soon as they appear again, to hoe them and manure them as before. After 8 or 9 years, he says, when the plants have become old, they must be renewed, after digging and manuring the ground, by replanting the roots at intervals of a foot, care being taken to employ sheep's dung more particularly for the purpose, other kinds of manure being apt to produce weeds. No method of cultivation of this plant that has since been tried has been found more eligible than this, with the sole exception that the seed is now sown about the Ides of February, by laying it in heaps in small trenches after steeping it in a considerable time in manure, the result of which is that the roots become matted and form into spongy tufts, which are planted out at intervals of a foot after the autumnal equinox, the plants continuing to be productive so long as 10 years even. There is no soil more favourable to the growth of asparagus than that of the gardens of Ravenna. We have already spoken of the coruda, by which term I mean the wild asparagus, by the Greeks called orminos, or mecanthos, as well as by other names. I find it stated that if ram's horns are pounded and then buried in the ground, asparagus will come up. Chapter 43. Thistles. It really might have been thought that I had now given an account of all the vegetable productions that are held in any degree of esteem, did there not still remain one plant, the cultivation of which is extremely profitable, and of which I am unable to speak without a certain degree of shame. For it is a well-known fact that some small plots of land planted with thistles in the vicinity of Great Carthage and of Corduba more particularly produce a yearly income of 6,000 sesterces, this being the way in which we make the monstrous productions of even the earth subservient to our gluttonous appetites, and that too when the very four-footed brutes instinctively refuse to touch them. Thistles are grown two different ways, from plants set in autumn, and from seed sown before the nonnies of March, in which latter case they are transplanted before the ides of November, or, where the site is a cold one, about the time that the west winds prevail. They are sometimes manured, even, and, if such is the will of heaven, grow all the better for it. They are preserved, too, in a mixture of honey and vinegar, with the addition of root, of laser and cumin, so that a day may not pass without our having thistles at table. Chapter 44. Other plants that are sown in the garden: ocimum, rocket, and nasturtium. For the remaining plants a brief description will suffice. The best time for sowing ocimum, it is said, is at the festival of the Perilia, though some say that it may be done in autumn as well, and recommend, when it is sown in winter, to drench the seed thoroughly with vinegar. Rocket, too, and nasturtium may be grown with the greatest facility either in summer or winter. Rocket, more particularly, is able to stand the cold, and its properties are quite different from those of the lettuce, as it is a great provocative of lust. Hence it is that we are in the habit of mixing these two plants in our dishes, the excess of cold in one being compensated by the equal degree of heat in the other. Nasturtium has received that name from the smarting sensation which its pungency causes to the nostrils, and hence it is that a certain notion of smartness has attached itself to the word, it having become a proverbial saying that a sluggish man should eat nasturtium to arouse him from his torpidity. In Arabia, it is said, this plant attains a size that is quite marvellous. Chapter 45. Rue. Rue, too, is generally sown while the west winds prevail, as well as just after the autumnal equinox. This plant has an extreme aversion to cold, moisture, and dung. It loves dry, sunny localities, and a soil more particularly that is rich in brick clay. It requires to be nourished, too, with the ashes, which should be mixed with seed as well, as a preservative against the attacks of caterpillars. The ancients held rue in peculiar esteem, for I find that honeyed wine flavoured with rue was distributed to the people, in his consulship, by Cornelius Cethegus, colleague of Quintus Flamininus, after the closing of the Comitia. This plant has a great liking for the fig tree, and for that tree only. Indeed, it never thrives better than when grown beneath that tree. It is generally grown from slips, the lower end of which is inserted in a perforated bean, which holds it fast, and so nurtures the young plant with its juices. It also reproduces itself for the ends of the branches bending downwards. The moment they reach the ground, they take root again. Ocimum is of a very similar nature to rue, except that it dries with greater difficulty. When rue has once gained strength, there is considerable difficulty in stubbing it, as it causes itching ulcerations on the hands if they are not covered or previously protected by being rubbed with oil. Its leaves, too, are preserved, being packed in bundles for keeping. Chapter 46. Parsley. Parsley is sown immediately after the vernal equinox, the seed being lightly beaten first in a mortar. It is thought that by doing this the parsley will be all the more crisped, or else by taking care to beat it down when sown with a roller or the feet. It is a peculiarity of this plant that it changes colour. It has the honour in Achaea of forming the wreath of the victors in the sacred contests of the Nemean Games. Chapter 47. Mint. It is at the same season too that mint is transplanted, or, if it has not yet germinated, the matted tufts of the old roots are used for the purpose. This plant too is no less fond of a humid soil than parsley. It is green in summer and turns yellow in winter. There is a wild kind of mint known to us as mentastrum. It is reproduced by layers like the vine, or else by planting the branches upside down. It was the sweetness of its smell that caused this plant to change its name among the Greeks, its former name with them being mintha, from which the ancient Romans derived their name for it, whereas now, of late, it has been called by them idiosmo. The mint that is used in dishes at rustic entertainments pervades the tables far and wide with its agreeable odour. When once planted, it lasts a considerable length of time. It bears too a strong resemblance to pennyroyal, a property of which is, as mentioned by us more than once, to flower when kept in our larders. These other herbs, mint I mean, and catmint, as well as pennyroyal, are kept for use in a similar manner, but it is cumin that is the best suited of all the seasoning herbs to squeamish and delicate stomachs. This plant grows on the surface of the soil, seeming hardly to adhere to it and raising itself aloft from the ground. It ought to be sown in the middle of summer, in a crumbly, warm soil more particularly. There is another wild kind of cumin, known by some persons as rustic, by others as the bear cumin. Bruised and drunk in water, it is good for pains in the stomach. The cumin most esteemed in our part of the world is that of Carpatania, though elsewhere that of African and Ethiopian is more highly esteemed. With some, indeed, this last is preferred to that of Egypt. Chapter 48. Allustratum. But it is Allustratum, more particularly, that is of so singular a nature, a plant which by the Greeks is called Ipposelinum, and by others Smyrnium. This plant is reproduced from a tear-like gum which exudes from the stem. It is also grown from the roots as well. Those whose business it is to collect the juice of it say that it has just the flavour of myrrh, and according to Theophrastus it is obtained by planting myrrh. The ancients recommended that Ipposelinum should be grown in uncultivated spots covered with stones, and in the vicinity of garden walls. But at the present day it is sown in ground that has been twice turned up between the prevalence of the west winds and the autumnal equinox. The caper, too, should be sown in dry localities more particularly, the plot being hollowed out and surrounded with an embankment of stones erected around it. If this precaution is not taken, it will spread all over the adjoining land and entail sterility upon the soil. The caper blossoms in summer and retains its verdure till the setting of the Virgiliae. It thrives the best of all in sandy soil. As to the bad qualities of the caper, which grows in the parts beyond the sea, we have already enlarged upon them when speaking of the exotic shrubs. Chapter 49. The Caraway. The caraway is an exotic plant also, which derives its name careum from the country in which it was first grown. It is principally employed for culinary purposes. This plant will grow in any kind of soil, and requires to be cultivated just the same way as Allustratum. The most esteemed, however, is that which comes from Caria, and the next best is that of Phrygia. Chapter 50. Lovage. Lovage grows wild in the mountains of Liguria, its native country, but at the present day it is grown everywhere. The cultivated kind is the sweetest of the two, but is far from powerful. By some persons it is known as Panax. Crateus, a Greek writer, gives this name, however, to the plant known to us as Canilla bubula, and others again call the Conisia, or Cunilago, Cunilla, while they call the Cunilla, properly so called, by the name Thimbra. With us, Cunila has another appellation, being generally known as Saturia, and reckoned among the seasoning plants. It is usually sown in the month of February, and for utility rivals wild marjoram. These two plants are never used together, their properties being so extremely similar, but it is only the wild marjoram of Egypt that is considered superior to Cunila. Chapter 51. Ditander. Ditander too was originally an exotic plant, as it is usually sown after the west winds have begun to prevail. As soon as it begins to shoot, it is cut down close to the ground, after which it is hoed and manured, a process which is repeated with each succeeding year. After this the shoots are fit for use, if the rigour of the winter has not injured them. For it is a plant quite unable to withstand any inclemency of the weather. It grows to the height of a cubit, and has a leaf like that of a laurel, but softer, and it is never used except in combination with milk. Chapter 52. Gith. Gith is employed by bakers, dill and anise by cooks and medical men. Sacopenium is so extensively used for adulterating laser, is also a garden plant, but is only employed for medicinal purposes. End of section 31. Recording by Nick Hillier, Bristol, England.
Section 32 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 32. Chapters 53 through 62. Chapter 53. The Poppy. There are certain plants which are grown in company with others, the poppy, for instance, sown with cabbages and purslane, and rocket with lettuce. Of the cultivated poppy, there are three kinds, the first being the white poppy, the seed of which, parched and mixed with honey, used to be served up in the second course at the tables of the ancients. At the present day, too, the country people sprinkle it on the upper crust of their bread, making it adhere by means of yolk of eggs, the under crust being seasoned with parsley and gith to heighten the flavor of the flour. The second kind is the black poppy, from which, upon incision being made in the stalk, a milky juice distills, and the third is that known to the Greeks by the name of proas, and by us as a wild poppy. This last grows spontaneously, but in fields, more particularly which have been sown with barley. It bears a strong resemblance to rocket, grows to the height of a cubit, and bears a red flower, which quickly fades. It is to this flower that it is indebted for its Greek name. As to the other kinds of poppies which spring up spontaneously, we shall have occasion to speak of them when treating of the medicinal plants. That the poppy has always been held in esteem among the Romans, we have a proof in the story related of Tarquinius Superbus, who, by striking down the tallest poppies in his garden, surreptitiously conveyed, unknown to them, his sanguinary message through the envoys who had been sent by his son. Chapter 54. Other plants which require to be sown at the autumnal equinox. There are some other plants, again, which require to be sown together at the time of the autumnal equinox. Coriander, for instance, anise, orage, mallows, lepathum, chervil, known to the Greeks as pateros, and mustard, which has so pungent a flavor that it burns like fire, though at the same time it is remarkably wholesome for the body. This last, though it will grow without cultivation, is considerably improved by being transplanted, though on the other hand it is extremely difficult to rid the soil of it when once sown there, the seed when it falls germinating immediately. This seed, when cooked in a saucepan, is employed even for making ragouts, its pungency being rendered imperceptible by boiling. The leaves, too, are boiled just the same as those of other vegetables. There are three different kinds of mustard, the first of a thin, slender form, the second with a leaf like that of the rape, and the third with that of the rocket. The best seed comes from Egypt. The Athenians have given mustard the name of napi, others thapsi, and others again saurion. Chapter 55. Wild Thyme, Cicembrium. Most mountains abound with wild thyme and cicembrium. Those of Thrace, for example, where branches of these wild plants are torn up and brought away for planting. So too the people of Sicyon seek for wild thyme in their mountains, and the Athenians on the slopes of Hymettus. Cicembrium, too, is planted in a similar manner. It grows to the greatest perfection upon the walls of wells and around fish preserves and ponds. Chapter 56. 4 kinds of farinaceous plants. Hemp. The other garden plants are of the farinaceous kind, such as fennel, for instance, very grateful to serpents, as already stated, and used for numerous seasonings when dried. Thapsia, too, which bears a close resemblance to fennel, and already mentioned by us when speaking of the exotic shrubs. Then, too, there is hemp, a plant remarkably useful for making ropes and usually sown after the west winds have begun to prevail. The more thickly it is sown, the thinner are the stalks. The seed is gathered when ripe, just after the autumnal equinox, and is dried by the agency of the sun, the wind, or smoke. The hemp itself is plucked just after vintage time, and is peeled and cleaned by the laborers at night. The best hemp is that of Alabanda, which is used more particularly for making hunting nets, and of which there are 3 varieties. The hemp which lies nearest the bark, or the pith, is the least valuable, while that which lies in the middle, and hence has the name of mesa, is the most esteemed. The hemp of the Mylassa occupies the second rank. With reference to the size to which it grows, that of the rosea, in the Sabine territory, equals a tree's in height. We have already mentioned 2 kinds of fennel giant, when speaking of the exotic shrubs. The seed of it is used in Italy for food. The plant, too, admits of being preserved, and if stored in earthen pots will keep for a whole year. There are 2 parts of it that are used for this purpose, the upper stalks and the umbrils of the plant. This kind of fennel is sometimes known by the name of corymbia, and the parts preserved are called corymbi. Chapter 57. The maladies of garden plants. The garden plants, too, like the rest of the vegetable productions, are subject to certain maladies. Thus, for instance, ocimum, when old, degenerates into wild thyme, and cicembrium into mint, while the seed of an old cabbage produces rape, and vice versa. Cumin, too, if not kept well hoed, is killed by hemodorum, a plant with a single stalk, a root similar to a bulb in appearance, and never found except in thin, meager soil. Besides this, cumin is liable to a particular disease of its own, the scab. Ocimum, too, turns pale at the rising of the dog star. All plants, indeed, will turn of a yellow complexion on the approach of a woman who has a menstrual discharge upon her. There are various kinds of insects, too, that breed upon the garden plants. Fleas, for instance, upon turnips, and caterpillars and maggots upon radishes, as well as lettuces and cabbages. Besides which, the last 2 are exposed to attacks of slugs and snails. The leek, too, is infested with particular insects of its own, which may very easily be taken, however, by laying dung upon the plants, the insects being in the habit of burrowing into it. Sabinus Tiro says in his book entitled Chipurica, which he dedicated to Maecenas, that it is not advisable to touch rue, canela, mint, or ocimum with any implement of iron. Chapter 58. The proper remedies for these maladies. How ants are best destroyed. The best remedies against caterpillars and flies. The same author recommends as a remedy against ants, which are by no means the slightest plague in the garden that is not kept well watered, to stop up the mouths of their holes with sea slime or ashes. But the most efficient way of destroying them is with the aid of the plant heliotropium. Some persons, too, are of the opinion that water in which an unburnt brick has been soaked is injurious to them. The best protection for turnips is to sow a few fitches with them, and for cabbages, chickpeas. These have the effect of keeping away caterpillars. If, however, this precaution should have been omitted, and the caterpillars have already made their appearance, the best remedy is to throw upon the vegetables a decoction of wormwood, or else of house leek, known to some of us as isum, the kind of herb already mentioned by us. If cabbage seed, before it is sown, is steeped in the juice of house leek, the cabbages, it is said, are sure not to be attacked by any insect. It is said, too, that all caterpillars may be exterminated if the skull of a beast of burden is set upon a stake in the garden, care being taken to employ that of a female only. There is a story related to that a river crab hung up in the middle of the garden is a preservative against the attacks of caterpillars. Again, there are some persons who are in the habit of touching with slips of blood-red cornel such plants as they may wish to preserve from caterpillars. Flies, too, infest well-watered gardens, and more particularly so if there happen to be any shrubs there. They may be got rid of, however, by burning galbanum. With reference to the deterioration to which the seed is subject, there are some seeds which keep better than others, such, for instance, as that of coriander, beet, leeks, cresses, mustard, rocket, cunilla, nearly all of the pungent plants, in fact. The seed, on the other hand, of orage, ocimum, gourds, and cucumbers is not so good for keeping. All the summer seeds, too, last longer than the winter ones. The scallion seed is the very worst for keeping of them all. But of those even which keep the very longest, there is none that will keep beyond 4 years, for growing purposes at least. For culinary purposes they are fit for use beyond that period. Chapter 59. What plants are benefited by salt water? A particular remedy for maladies to which radishes, beet, rue, and cunilla are subject is salt water, which has also the additional merit of conducing very materially to their sweetness and fertility. Other plants again are equally benefited by being watered with fresh water, the most desirable for the purpose of being that which is the coldest and sweetest to drink. Pond and drain water, on the other hand, are not so good, as they are apt to carry the seeds of weeds along with them. It is rain, however, that forms the principal aliment plants, in addition to which it kills the insects that develop themselves upon them. Chapter 60. The proper method of watering gardens. The proper times for watering are morning and the evening, to prevent the water from being heated by the sun, with the sole exception, however, of ocimum, which requires to be watered at midday. Indeed, this plant, it is generally thought, will grow with additional rapidity if it is watered with boiling water when sown. All plants when transplanted grow all the better and larger for it, leeks and turnips more particularly. Transplanting, too, is attended with certain remedial effects, and acts as a preservative of certain plants, such as scallions, for instance, leeks, radishes, parsley, lettuces, rape, and cucumbers. All the wild plants are generally smaller in the leaf and stalk than the cultivated ones, and have more acrid juices, cunilla, wild marjoram, and rue, for example. Indeed, it is only the lepathum that is better in a wild state than cultivated. In its cultivated state, it is the same plant that is known to us as the rumex, being the most vigorous by far of all the plants that are grown. So much so, indeed, that it is said that when it has once taken root, it will last forever, and can never be extirpated from the soil, more particularly if water happens to be near at hand. Its juices, which are employed only in systems as an article of food, have the effect of imparting to them a softer and more exquisite flavor. The wild variety is employed for many medicinal purposes. So true it is that the careful research of man has omitted nothing, that I have even met with a poem in which I find it stated that if pellets of goat's dung the size of a bean are hollowed out, and the seed of leeks, rocket, lettuces, parsley, endive, and cresses is inserted in them, and then sown, the plants will thrive in a marvelous degree. Plants in a wild state, it is generally thought, are more dry and acrid than when cultivated. Chapter 61. The Juices and Flavors of Garden Herbs. This too reminds me that I ought to make some mention of the difference between the juices and flavors of the garden herbs, a difference which is more perceptible here than in the fruits even. In cunilla, for instance, wild marjoram, cresses, and mustard, the flavor is acrid; in wormwood and centaury, bitter; in cucumbers, gourds, and lettuces, watery; and in parsley, anise, and fennel, pungent and odoriferous. The salt flavor is the only one that is not to be found in plants, with the sole exception, indeed, of the chickling vetch, though even then it is found to be on the exterior surface only of the plant, in the form of a kind of dust which settles there. Chapter 62. Pimperitis, Libanotus, and Spermium. Come to a full understanding, too, both here as elsewhere, how unfounded are the notions which are generally entertained. I shall take this opportunity of remarking that Panax has the flavor of pepper, and Siliquastrum even more so, a circumstance to which it owes its name Pimperitis. Libanotus, again, has just the odor of frankincense, and Smyrnium of myrrh. As to Panax, we have spoken of it at sufficient length already. Libanotus grows in a thin, crumbly soil and is generally sown in spots exposed to the falling dews. The root, which is just like that of a lusatrum, has a smell in no way differing from that of frankincense. When a year old, it is extremely wholesome for the stomach. Some persons give it the name of rosmarinium. Smyrnium is a garden herb that grows in similar soils and has a root which smells like myrrh. Silicostrum, too, is grown in a similar manner. Other plants again differ from the preceding ones, both in smell and taste. Anise, for example, indeed so great is the difference in this respect and their relative virtues, that not only are the properties of each modified by the other, but quite neutralized even. It is in this way that our cooks correct the flavor of vinegar in their dishes with parsley, and our butlers employ the same plant enclosed in sachets for removing a bad odor in wine. Thus far, then, we have treated of the garden plants, viewed as articles of food only. It remains for us now, for up to the present we have only spoken of their various methods of cultivation, with some succinct details relative thereto, to enlarge upon the more elaborate operations of nature in this respect. It is quite impossible to come to a full understanding as to the true characteristics of each individual plant without a knowledge of its medicinal effects, the sublime and truly mysterious manifestation of the wisdom of the deity, than which nothing can possibly be found of a nature more elevated. It is upon principle that we have thought proper not to enlarge upon the medicinal properties of each plant when treating of it, for it is a quite different class of persons that is interested in knowing their curative properties, and there is no doubt that both classes of readers would have been inconvenienced, in a very material degree, if these two points of view had engaged our attention at the same moment. As it is, each class will have its own portion to refer to, while those who desire to do so will experience no difficulty in uniting them, with reference to any subject of which we may happen to treat. Summary. Remarkable facts, narratives, and observations, 1144. Roman authors quoted: Macius Plautus, M. Varro, D. Silanus, Cato the Censor, Hyginus, Virgil, Mucinius, Celsus, Columella, Calpurnius Bassus, Mamilius Sura, Sabinius Tiro, Licinius Macer, Quintus Hirtius, Fabius Rufus, Caesanius, who wrote the Siporica, Castratitus, who wrote on the same subject, Firmus, who wrote on the same subject, Petricus, who wrote on the same subject. Foreign authors quoted: Herodotus, Theophrastus, Democritus, Aristomachus, Menander, who wrote the Biocresta, and Nexilus. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 33. Book 20. Remedies derived from the garden plants. Chapter 1. Introduction. We are now about to enter upon an examination of the greatest of all the operations of nature. We are about to discourse to man upon his ailments, and to compel him to admit that he is ignorant by what means he exists. And let no one, misled by the apparent triviality of the names which we shall have to employ, regard this subject as one that is frivolous or contemptible, for we shall here have to set forth the state of peace or of war, which exists between the various departments of nature, the hatreds or friendships which are maintained by objects dumb and destitute of sense, and all, too, created, a wonderful subject for our contemplation, for the sake of man alone. To these states, known to the Greeks by the respective appellations sympathia and antipathia, we are indebted for the first principles of all things. For hence it is that water has the property of extinguishing fire, that the sun absorbs water, that the moon produces it, and that each of these heavenly bodies is from time to time eclipsed by the other. Hence it is, too, descending from the contemplation of a loftier sphere, that the lodestone possesses the property of attracting iron, and another stone, again, that of repelling it, and that the diamond, that pride of luxury and opulence, though infrangible by every other object, and presenting a resistance that cannot be overcome, is broken asunder by a he-goat's blood. In addition to numerous other marvels of which we shall have to speak on more appropriate occasions, equal to this, or still more wonderful even. My only request is that pardon may be accorded me for beginning with objects of a more humble nature, though still so greatly conducive to our health. I mean the garden plants, of which I shall now proceed to speak. Chapter 2. The Wild Cucumber. 26 Remedies. We have already stated that there is a wild cucumber, considerably smaller than the cultivated one. From this cucumber the medicament known as elaterium is prepared, being the juice extracted from the seed. To obtain this juice the fruit is cut before it is ripe. Indeed, if this precaution is not taken at an early period, the seed is apt to spirt out and be productive of danger to the eyes. After it is gathered, the fruit is kept for a whole night, and then on the following day an incision is made in it with a reed. The seed, too, is generally sprinkled with ashes, with the view of retaining in it as large a quantity of the juice as possible. When the juice is extracted, it is received in rainwater, where it falls to the bottom, after which it is thickened in the sun, and then divided into lozenges, which are of singular utility to mankind for healing dimness of sight, diseases of the eyes, and ulcerations of the eyelids. It is said that if the roots of a vine are touched with this juice, the grapes of it will be sure never to be attacked by birds. The root, too, of the wild cucumber, boiled in vinegar, is employed in fomentations for the gout, and the juice of it is used as a remedy for toothache. Dried and mixed with resin, the root is a cure for impetigo, and the skin diseases known as psora and lichen. It is good, too, for imposthumus of the parotid glands and inflammatory tumors, and restores the natural color to the skin when a cicatrix has formed. The juice of the leaves, mixed with vinegar, is used as an injection for the ears in cases of deafness. Chapter 3. Elaterium. 27 Remedies. The proper season for making elaterium is the autumn, and there is no medicament known that will keep longer than this. It begins to be fit for use when 3 years old, but if it is found desirable to make use of it at an earlier period than this, the acidity of the lozenges may be modified by putting them with vinegar upon a slow fire, in a new earthen pot. The older it is the better, and before now, as we learned from Theophrastus, it has been known to keep so long as 200 years. Even after it has been kept so long as 50 years, it retains its property of extinguishing a light. Indeed, it is the proper way of testing the genuineness of the drug to hold it to the flame, and to make it scintillate above and below before finally extinguishing it. The elaterium, which is pale, smooth, and slightly bitter, is superior to that which has a grass-green appearance and is rough to the touch. It is generally thought that the seed of this plant will facilitate conception if a woman carries it attached to her person before it has touched the ground, and that it has the effect of aiding parturition if it is first wrapped in ram's wool and then tied round the woman's loins without her knowing it, care being taken to carry it out of the house the instant she is delivered. Those persons who magnify the praises of the wild cucumber say that the very best is that of Arabia, the next being that of Arcadia, and then that of Cyrene. It bears a resemblance to the heliotropium, they say, and the fruit, about the size of a walnut, grows between the leaves and branches. The seed, it is said, is very similar in appearance to the tail of a scorpion thrown back, but it is of a whitish hue. Indeed, there are some persons who give to this cucumber the name of scorpionium, and say that its seed, as well as the elaterium, is remarkably efficacious as a cure for the sting of the scorpion. As a purgative, the proper dose of either is from half an obolus to an obolus, according to the strength of the patient, a larger dose than this being fatal. It is in the same proportions, too, that it is taken in drink for theriasis and dropsy. Applied externally with honey or old olive oil, it is used for the cure of quinsy and affections of the trachea. Chapter 4. The Anguine, or erratic cucumber. 5 remedies. Many authors are of the opinion that the wild cucumber is identical with the plant known among us as the anguine, and by some persons as the erratic cucumber. Objects sprinkled with a decoction of this plant will never be touched by mice. The same authors say, too, that a decoction of it in vinegar, externally applied, gives instantaneous relief in cases of gout and diseases of the joints. As a remedy, too, for lumbago, the seed of it is dried in the sun and pounded, being given in doses of 20 denarii to half a sextarius of water. Mixed with woman's milk and applied as a liniment, it is a cure for tumors which have suddenly formed. Elaterium promotes the menstrual discharge, but if taken by females when pregnant, it is productive of abortion. It is good also for asthma, and, injected into the nostrils, for the jaundice. Rubbed upon the face in the sun, it removes freckles and spots upon the skin. Chapter 5. The cultivated cucumber. 9 remedies. Many persons attribute all these properties to the cultivated cucumber as well, a plant which even without them would be of very considerable importance in a medicinal point of view. A pinch of the seed, for instance, in 3 fingers beaten up with cumin and taken in wine, is extremely beneficial for a cough. For phrenitis, also, doses of it are administered in woman's milk, and doses of 1 acetambulum for dysentery. As a remedy for prurient expectorations, it is taken with an equal quantity of cumin, and it is used with hydromel for diseases of the liver. Taken in sweet wine, it is a diuretic, and, in combination with cumin, it is used as an injection for affections of the kidneys. Chapter 6. Pepones. 11 remedies. The fruit known as pepones are a cool and refreshing diet, and are slightly relaxing to the stomach. Applications are used of the pulpy flesh in defluxions or pains of the eyes. The root, too, of this plant cures the hard ulcers known to us as Syria, from their resemblance to a honeycomb, and it acts as an emetic. Dried and reduced to a powder, it is given in doses of 4 oblei in hydromel, the patient, immediately after taking it, being made to walk half a mile. This powder is employed also in cosmetics, for smoothing the skin. The rind, too, has the effect of promoting vomiting, and, when applied to the face, of clearing the skin, a result which is equally produced by an external application of the leaves of all the cultivated cucumbers. These leaves, mixed with honey, are employed for the cure of the pustules known as epinictus. Steeped in wine they are good, too, for the bites of dogs and of multipedes, insects known to the Greeks by the name of seps, of an elongated form, with hairy legs, and noxious to cattle more particularly, the sting being followed by a swelling, and the wound rapidly putrefying. The smell of the cucumber itself is a restorative in fainting fits. It is a well-known fact that if cucumbers are peeled and then boiled in oil, vinegar, and honey, they are all the more pleasant eating for it. Chapter 7. The gourd. 17 remedies. The somphus. 1 remedy. There is found also a wild gourd called somphos by the Greeks, empty within, to which circumstance it owes its name, and long and thick in shape, like the finger. It grows nowhere except upon stony spots. The juice of this gourd, when chewed, is very beneficial to the stomach. Chapter 8. The colocynthus. 10 remedies. There is another variety of the wild gourd, known as the colocynthus. This kind is full of seeds, but not so large as the cultivated one. The pale colocynthus is better than those of a grass-green color. Employed by itself when dried, it acts as a very powerful purgative. Used as an injection, it is a remedy for all diseases of the intestines, the kidneys, and the loins, as well as for paralysis. The seed being first removed, it is boiled down in hydromel to 1/2, after which it is used as an injection, with perfect safety, in doses of 4 oblei. It is good, too, for the stomach, taken in pills composed of the dried powder and boiled honey. In jaundice 7 seeds of it may be taken with beneficial effects, with a draught of hydromel immediately after. The pulp of this fruit, taken with wormwood and salt, is a remedy for toothache, and the juice of it, warmed with vinegar, has the effect of strengthening loose teeth. Rubbed in with oil, it removes pains of the spine, loins, and hips. In addition to which, really a marvelous thing to speak of, the seeds of it, in even numbers, attached to the body in a linen cloth, will cure, it is said, the fevers to which the Greeks have given the name of periodic. The juice, too, of the cultivated gourd, shred in pieces, applied warm, is good for earache, and the flesh of the inside, used without the seed, for corns on the feet, and the suppurations known to the Greeks as apostomata. When the pulp and seeds are boiled together, the decoction is good for strengthening loose teeth, and for preventing toothache. Wine, too, boiled with this plant, is curative of defluxions of the eyes. The leaves of it, bruised with fresh cypress leaves, or the leaves alone, boiled in a vessel of potter's clay, and beaten up with goose grease, and then applied to the part affected, are an excellent cure for wounds. Fresh shavings of the rind are used as a cooling application for gout, and burning pains in the head, in infants more particularly. They are good, too, for erysipelas, whether it is shavings of the rind, or the seeds of the plant that are applied to the part affected. The juice of the scrapings, employed as a liniment with rosewater and vinegar, moderate the burning heats of fevers, and the ashes of the dried fruit applied to burns are efficacious in a most remarkable degree. Chrysippus, the physician, condemned the use of the gourd as a food. It is generally agreed, however, that it is extremely good for the stomach, and for ulcerations of the intestines and of the bladder. Chapter 9. Rape, 9 remedies. Rape, too, has its medicinal properties. Warmed, it is used as an application for the cure of chilblains, in addition to which it has the effect of protecting the feet from cold. A hot decoction of rape is employed for the cure of cold gout, and raw rape, beaten up with salt, is good for all maladies of the feet. Rape seed, used as a liniment, and taken in drink with wine, is said to have a salutary effect against the stings of serpents and various narcotic poisons, and there are many persons who attribute to it the properties of an antidote when taken with wine and oil. Democritus has entirely repudiated the use of rape as an article of food, in consequence of the flatulence which it produces, while Diocles, on the other hand, has greatly extolled it, and has even gone so far as to say that it acts as an aphrodisiac. Dionysius, too, says the same of rape, and more particularly if it is seasoned with rocket. He adds, also, that roasted, and then applied with grease, it is excellent for pains in the joints. Chapter 10. Wild rape, 1 remedy. Wild rape is mostly found growing in the fields. It has a tufted top, with a white seed, twice as long as that of the poppy. This plant is often employed for smoothing the skin of the face and the body generally, meal of fitches, barley, wheat, and lupines being mixed with it in equal proportions. The root of the wild rape is applied to no useful purpose whatever. Chapter 11. Turnips, those known as bunion and bunnias, 5 remedies. The Greeks distinguished 2 kinds of turnips, also as employed in medicine. The turnip with angular stalks and a flower like that of anise, and known by them as bunion, is good for promoting the menstrual discharge in females, and for affections of the bladder. It acts also as a diuretic. For these purposes a decoction of it is taken with hydromel, or else 1 drachma of the juice of the plant. The seed, parched and then beaten up, and taken in warm water, in doses of 4 ciathi, is a good remedy for dysentery. It will stop the passage of the urine, however, if linseed is not taken with it. The other kind of turnip is known by the name of Bineus, and bears a considerable resemblance to the radish and the rape united, the seed of it enjoying the reputation of being a remedy for poisons, hence it is that we find it employed in antidotes. Chapter 12. The wild radish, or Armoracea, one remedy. We have already said that there is also a wild radish. The most esteemed is that of Arcadia, though it is also found growing in other countries as well. It is only efficacious as a diuretic, being in other respects of a heating nature. In Italy it is also known by the name of Armoracea. Chapter 13. The cultivated radish, 43 remedies. The cultivated radish, too, in addition to what we have already said of it, purges the stomach, attenuates the phlegm, acts as a diuretic, and detaches the bilious secretions. A decoction of the rind of radishes in wine, taken in the morning in doses of 3 ciathi, has the effect of breaking and expelling colluculi of the bladder. A decoction, too, of this rind in vinegar and water is employed as a liniment for the stings of serpents. Taken fasting in the morning with honey, radishes are good for a cough. Parched radish seed, as well as radishes themselves, chewed, is useful for pains in the sides. A decoction of the leaves, taken in drink, or else the juice of the plant taken in doses of 2 ciathi, is an excellent remedy for psoriasis. Pounded radishes, too, are employed as liniment for inflammations under the skin, and the rind mixed with honey for bruises of recent date. Lethargic persons are recommended to eat them as hot as possible, and the seed parched and then pounded with honey will give relief to asthmatic patients. Radishes, too, are useful as a remedy for poisons, and are employed to counteract the effects of the sting of the cerastes and the scorpion. Indeed, after having rubbed the hands with radishes or radish seed, we may handle those reptiles with impunity. If a radish is placed upon a scorpion, it will cause its death. Radishes are useful, too, in cases of poisoning by fungi or henbane, and according to Nicander, they are salutary against the effects of bullock's blood when drunk. The two physicians, of the name of Apollodorus, prescribe radishes to be given in cases of poisoning by mistletoe, but whereas Alperodotus of Citium recommends radish seed pounded in water, Apollodorus of Tartentum speaks of the juice. Radishes diminish the volume of the spleen, and are beneficial for maladies of the liver and pains in the loins. Taken, too, with vinegar or mustard, they are good for dropsy and lethargy, as well as epilepsy and melancholy. Praxagoras recommends that radishes should be given for the iliac passion, and Plistonicus for the celiac disease. Radishes are good, too, for curing ulcerations of the intestines, and suppurations of the thoracic organs, if eaten with honey. Some persons say, however, that for this purpose they should be boiled in earth and water, a decoction which, according to them, promotes the menstrual discharge. Taken with vinegar or honey, radishes expel worms from the intestines, and a decoction of them boiled down to 1/3 taken in wine is good for intestinal hernia. Employed in this way, too, they have the effect of drawing off the superfluous blood. Medius recommends them to be given boiled to persons troubled with spitting of blood, and to women who are suckling, for the purpose of increasing the milk. Hippocrates recommends females whose hair falls off to rub the head with radishes, and he says that for pains of the uterus they should be applied to the navel. Radishes have the effect, too, of restoring the skin, when scarred, to its proper color, and the seed, steeped in water and applied topically, arrests the progress of ulcers known as phagedenic. Democritus regards them, taken with the food, as an aphrodisiac, and it is for this reason, perhaps, that some persons have spoken of them as being injurious to the voice. The leaves, but only those of the long radish, are said to have the effect of improving the eyesight. When radishes, employed as a remedy, act too powerfully, it is recommended that hyssop should be given immediately, there being an antipathy between these two plants. For dullness of hearing, too, radish juice is injected into the ear. To promote vomiting, it is extremely beneficial to eat radishes fasting. Chapter 14. The Parsnip, 5 Remedies. The Hibiscum, Wild Mallow, or Fistolochia, 11 Remedies. The hibiscum, by some persons known as the wild mallow, and by others as the Fistolochia, bears a strong resemblance to the parsnip. It is good for ulcerations of the cartilages, and is employed for the cure of fractured bones. The leaves of it taken in water relax the stomach. They have the effect also of keeping away serpents, and, employed as a liniment, are a cure for the stings of bees, wasps, and hornets. The root, pulled up before sunrise and wrapped in wool of the color known as native, taken from a sheep which has just dropped a ewe lamb, is employed as a bandage for scrofulous swellings, even after they have suppurated. Some persons are of opinion that for this purpose the root should be dug up with an implement of gold, and that care should be taken not to let it touch the ground. Sellis, too, recommends that the root be boiled in wine and applied in cases of gout, unattended with swelling. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Mugglestone. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 34, Book 20, Chapters 15 to 29. Chapter 15. The Staphylinos, or Wild Parsnip. 22 Remedies. The Staphylinos, or as some persons call it, erratic parsnip, is another kind. The seed of this plant, pounded and taken in wine, reduces swelling of the abdomen and alleviates hysterical suffocations and pains to such a degree as to restore the uterus to its natural condition. Used as a lineament also, with raisin wine, it is good for pains of the bowels in females. For men, too, beaten up with an equal proportion of bread and taken in wine, it may be found beneficial for similar pains. It is a diuretic also, and it will arrest the progress of phagodienic ulcers if applied fresh with honey, or else dried and sprinkled on them with meal. Dieuches recommends the root of it to be given, with hydromel, for affections of the liver and spleen, as also the sides, loins, and kidneys, and Cleophantus prescribes it for dysentery of long standing. Felistio says that it should be boiled in milk, and for strangury he prescribes 4 ounces of the root. Taken in water, he recommends it for dropsy, as well as in cases of opistotony, pleurisy, and epilepsy. Persons, it is said, who carry this plant about them will never be stung by serpents, and those who have just eaten of it will receive no hurt from them. Mixed with axle grease, it is applied to parts of the body stung by reptiles, and the leaves of it are eaten as a remedy for indigestion. Orpheus has stated that the Staphylinos acts as a filter, most probably because, a very well-established fact, when employed as a food it is an aphrodisiac, a circumstance which has led some persons to state that it promotes conception. In other respects the cultivated parsnip has similar properties, though the wild kind is more powerful in its operation, and that which grows in stony soils more particularly. The seed, too, of the cultivated parsnip, taken in wine or vinegar and water, is salutary for stings inflicted by scorpions. By rubbing the teeth with the root of this plant, toothache is removed. Chapter 16. Gingidion, 1 Remedy. The Syrians devote themselves particularly to the cultivation of the garden, a circumstance to which we owe the Greek proverb, "There is plenty of vegetables in Syria." Among other vegetables, that country produces one very similar to the Staphylinos, and known to some persons as Gingidion, only that it is smaller than the Staphylinos and more bitter, though it has just the same properties. Eaten either raw or boiled, it is very beneficial to the stomach, as it entirely absorbs all humours with which it may happen to be surcharged. Chapter 17. The Skirret, 11 Remedies. The wild skirret, too, is very similar to the cultivated kind, and is productive of similar effects. It sharpens the stomach, and, taken with vinegar flavoured with silphium, or with pepper and hydromel, or else with garum, it promotes the appetite. According to Oppian, it is a diuretic, and acts as an aphrodisiac. Diocles is also of the same opinion, and in addition to which, he says that it possesses cordial virtues for convalescence, and is extremely beneficial after frequent vomitings. Heraclides has prescribed it against the effects of mercury and for occasional impotence, and also generally for patients when convalescent. Hesychius says that skirrets would appear to be prejudicial to the stomach, because no one is able to eat 3 of them following. Still, however, he looks upon them as beneficial to patients who are just resuming the use of wine. The juice of the cultivated skirret, taken in goat's milk, arrests looseness of the stomach. Chapter 18. Sile or Heartwort. 12 remedies. As the similitude which exists between their Greek names has caused most persons to mistake the one for the other, we have thought it well to give some account here of sile or heartwort, though it is a plant which is very generally known. The best heartwort is that of Massilia, the seed of it being broad and yellow, and the next best is that of Ethiopia, the seed of which is of a darker hue. The Cretan heartwort is the most odoriferous of the several kinds. The root of this plant has a pleasant smell. The seed of it is eaten by vultures, it is said. Heartwort is useful to man for inveterate coughs, ruptures, and convulsions, being usually taken in white wine. It is employed also in cases of opisthotomy, and for diseases of the liver, as well as for griping pains in the bowels and for strangury, in doses of 2 or 3 spoonfuls at a time. The leaves of this plant are useful also, and have the effect of aiding parturition, in animals even. Indeed, it is generally said that roes, when about to bring forth, are in the habit of eating these leaves in particular. They are topically applied also in erysipelas, and either the leaves or the seed, taken fasting in the morning, are very beneficial to the digestion. Heartwort has the effect, too, of arresting looseness in cattle, either bruised and put into their drink, or else eaten by them after it has been chewed with salt. When oxen are in a diseased state, it is beaten up and poured into their food. Chapter 19. Elecampane. 11 remedies. Elecampane, too, chewed fasting, has the effect of strengthening the teeth if, from the moment that it is plucked, it is not allowed to touch the ground. A confection of it is a cure for cough. The juice of the root boiled is an expellent of intestinal tapeworm, and dried in the shade and reduced to powder, the root is curative in cases of cough, convulsions, flatulency, and affections of the trachea. It is useful too for the bites of venomous animals, and the leaves steeped in wine are applied topically for pains in the loins. Chapter 20. Onions. 27 remedies. There are no such things in existence as wild onions. The cultivated onion is employed for the cure of dimness of sight, the patient being made to smell at it till tears come into the eyes. It is still better even if the eyes are rubbed with the juice. It is said, too, that onions are soporific, and that they are a cure for ulcerations of the mouth, if chewed with bread. Fresh onions in vinegar, applied topically, or dried onions with wine and honey, are good for the bites of dogs, care being taken not to remove the bandage till the end of a couple of days. Applied, too, in the same way, they are good for healing excoriations. Roasted in hot ashes, many persons have applied them topically with barley meal for defluxions of the eyes and ulcerations of the genitals. The juice, too, is employed as an ointment for sores of the eyes, albugo and argema. Mixed with honey, it is used as a lineament for the stings of serpents and all kinds of ulcerous sores. In combination with woman's milk, it is employed for affections of the ears, and in cases of singing in the ears and hardness of hearing, it is injected into those organs with goose grease or honey. In cases where persons have been suddenly struck dumb, it has been administered to them to drink mixed with water. In cases, too, of toothache, it is sometimes introduced into the mouth as a gargle for the teeth. It is an excellent remedy also for all kinds of wounds made by animals, scorpions more particularly. In cases of alopecia and itch scab, bruised onions are rubbed on the parts affected. They are also given boiled to persons afflicted with dysentery or lumbago. Onion peelings, burnt to ashes and mixed with vinegar, are employed topically for stings of serpents and multipeds. In other respects, there are remarkable differences of opinion among medical men. The more modern writers have stated that onions are good for the thoracic organs and the digestion, but that they are productive of flatulency and thirst. The school of Asclepiades maintains that, used as an aliment, onions impart a florid colour to the complexion, and that, taken fasting every day, they are promoters of robustness and health, that as a diet, too, they are good for the stomach by acting upon the spirits, and have the effect of relaxing the bowels. He says, too, that employed as a suppository, onions disperse piles, and that the juice of them, taken in combination with the juice of fennel, is wonderfully beneficial in cases of incipient dropsy. It is said, too, that the juice, taken with rue and honey, is good for quinsy, and has the effect of dispelling lethargy. Varro assures us that onions, pounded with salt and vinegar and then dried, will never be attacked by worms. Chapter 21. Cut leek. 32 remedies. Cut leek has the effect of stanching bleeding at the nose, the nostrils being plugged with the plant, pounded, or else mixed with nut galls or mint. The juice of it, taken with woman's milk, arrests floodings after a miscarriage, and it is remedial in cases even of inveterate cough, and of affections of the chest and lungs. The leaves, applied topically, are employed for the cure of pimples, burns, and epinctis, this last being the name given to an ulcer, known also as cyc, situate in the corner of the eye, from which there is a continual running. Some persons, however, give this name to livid pustules, which cause a great restlessness in the night. Other kinds of ulcers, too, are treated with leeks beaten up with honey. Used with vinegar, they are extensively employed also for the bites of wild beasts, as well as of serpents and venomous creatures. Mixed with goat's gall, or else honeyed wine in equal proportions, they are used for affections of the ears, and, combined with woman's milk, for singing in the ears. In cases of headache, the juice is injected into the nostrils, or else into the ear at bedtime, 2 spoonfuls of juice to 1 of honey. This juice is taken too with pure wine for the stings of serpents and scorpions, and mixed with a semi-sextarius of wine for lumbago. The juice, or the leek itself, eaten as a food, is very beneficial to persons troubled with spitting of blood, phthisis, or inveterate catarrhs, and in cases of jaundice or dropsy, and for nephretic pains, it is taken in barley water, in doses of 1 acetabulum of juice. The same dose, too, mixed with honey, effectually purges the uterus. Leeks are eaten, too, in cases of poisoning by fungi, and are applied topically to wounds. They act also as an aphrodisiac, allay thirst, and dispel the effects of drunkenness. But they have the effect of weakening the sight and causing flatulency, it is said, though, at the same time, they are not injurious to the stomach, and act as an aperient. Leeks impart a remarkable clearness to the voice. Chapter 22. Bulbed leek. 39 remedies. Bulbed leek produces the same effects as cut leek, but in a more powerful degree. To persons troubled with spitting of blood, the juice of it is given with powdered nut galls or frankincense, or else gum acacia. Hippocrates, however, prescribes it without being mixed with anything else, and expressed himself of opinion that it has the property of opening the uterus when contracted, and that taken as an aliment by females, it is a great promoter of fecundity. Beaten up and mixed with honey, it cleanses ulcerous sores. It is good for the cure of coughs, catarrhs, and all infections of the lungs and of the trachea, whether given in form of a tisane or eaten raw, the head excepted. It must be taken, however, without bread, and upon alternate days, and this even if there should be purulent expectorations. Taken in this form, it greatly improves the voice, and acts as an aphrodisiac, and as a promoter of sleep. The heads, boiled in a couple of waters, arrest looseness of the bowels, and fluxes of long standing, and a decoction of the outer coat acts as a dye upon grey hair. Chapter 23. Garlic. 61 remedies. Garlic has very powerful properties, and is of great utility to persons on changes of water or locality. The very smell of it drives away serpents and scorpions, and, according to what some persons say, it is a cure for wounds made by every kind of wild beast, whether taken with the drink or food, or applied topically. Taken in wine, it is a remedy for the sting of the hemorrhoids, more particularly acting as an emetic. We shall not be surprised, too, that it acts as a powerful remedy for the bite of the shrew mouse, when we find that it has the property of neutralizing aconite, otherwise known as pardalianches. It neutralizes henbane also, and cures the bites of dogs when applied with honey to the wound. It is taken in drink also for the stings of serpents, and of its leaves, mixed with oil, a most valuable lineament is made for bruises on the body, even when they have swelled and formed blisters. Hippocrates is of the opinion also that fumigations made with garlic have the effect of bringing away the afterbirth, and he used to employ the ashes of garlic mixed with oil for the cure of running ulcers of the head. Some persons have prescribed boiled garlic for asthmatic patients, while others again have given it raw. Diocles prescribes it in combination with century for dropsy, and to be taken in a split fig to promote the alvine evacuations. Taken fresh, however, in unmixed wine with coriander, it is still more efficacious for that purpose. Some persons have given it beaten up in milk for asthma. Praxagoras used to prescribe garlic mixed with wine for jaundice, and with oil and pottage for the iliac passion. He employed it also in a similar form as a lineament for scrofulous swellings of the neck. The ancients used to give raw garlic in cases of madness, and Diocles administered it boiled for phrenitis. Beaten up and taken in vinegar and water, it is very useful as a gargle for quinsy. 3 heads of garlic, beaten up in vinegar, give relief in toothache, and a similar result is obtained by rinsing the mouth with a decoction of garlic and inserting pieces of it in the hollow teeth. Juice of garlic is sometimes injected into the ears with goose grease, and taken in drink, or similarly injected, in combination with vinegar and nitre, it arrests theriasis and parigo. Boiled with milk, or else beaten up and mixed with soft cheese, it is a cure for catarrhs. Employed in a similar manner, and taken with peas or beans, it is good for hoarseness, but in general it is to be found more serviceable cooked than raw, and boiled than roasted. In this last state, however, it is more beneficial to the voice. Boiled in oxymel, it has the effect of expelling tapeworm and other intestinal worms, and a pottage made of it is a cure for tenesmus. A decoction of garlic is applied topically for pains in the temples, and first boiled and then beaten up with honey, it is good for blisters. A decoction of it with stale grease or milk is excellent for a cough, and where persons are troubled with spitting of blood or purulent matter, it may be roasted in hot ashes and taken with honey in equal proportions. For convulsions and ruptures, it is administered in combination with salt and oil, and, mixed with grease, it is employed for the cure of suspected tumours. Mixed with sulphur and resin, garlic draws out the humours from fistulous sores, and employed with pitch, it will extract an arrow even from the wound. In cases of leprosy, lichen, and eruptions of the skin, it acts as a detergent and effects a cure in combination with wild marjoram, or else reduced to ashes and applied as a lineament with oil and garum. It is employed in a similar matter too for erysipelas, and reduced to ashes and mixed with honey, it restores contused or livid spots on the skin to their proper colour. It is generally believed too that taken in the food and drink, garlic is a cure for epilepsy, and that a clove of it, taken in astringent wine, with an ebolus weight of silphium, will have the effect of dispelling quartan fever. Garlic cures coughs also, and suppurations of the chest, however violent they may be, to obtain which result another method is followed, it being boiled with broken beans, and employed as a diet till the cure is fully effected. It is a soporific also, and in general imparts to the body an additional ruddiness of colour. Garlic acts as an aphrodisiac, beaten up with fresh coriander and taken in pure wine. The inconveniences which result from the use of it are dimness of sight and flatulency, and if taken in too large quantities, it does injury to the stomach and creates thirst. In addition to these particulars, mixed with spelt flour and given to poultry in their food, it preserves them from attacks of the pip. Beasts of burden, it is said, will void their urine all the more easily and without any pain if the genitals are rubbed with garlic. Chapter 24. The lettuce, 42 remedies. The goat lettuce, 4 remedies. The first kind of lettuce which grows spontaneously is the one that is generally known as goat lettuce. Thrown into the sea, this vegetable has the property of instantaneously killing all the fish that come into its vicinity. The milky juice of this lettuce, left to thicken and then put into vinegar, is given in doses of 2 aboli with the addition of 1 cyathus of water to patients for dropsy. The stalk and leaves, bruised and sprinkled with salt, are used for the cure of wounds of the sinews. Pounded with vinegar and employed as a gargle in the morning twice a month, they act as a preventative of toothache. Chapter 25. Caesopon, 1 remedy. Isatis, 1 remedy. The wild lettuce, 7 remedies. There is a second kind of wild lettuce, known by the Greeks as caesopon. The leaves of this lettuce, applied as a lineament with polenta, are used for the cure of ulcerous sores. This plant is found growing in the fields. A third kind again grows in the woods. The name given to it is isatis. The leaves of this last, beaten up and applied with polenta, are very useful for the cure of wounds. A fourth kind is used by dyers of wool. In the leaves it would resemble wild leparthum, were it not that they are more numerous and darker. This lettuce has the property of stanching blood and of healing phagodienic sores and putrid spreading ulcers, as well as tumours before suppuration. Both the root as well as the leaves are good too, for erysipelas, and a decoction of it is drunk for affections of the spleen. Such are the properties peculiar to each of these varieties. Chapter 26. Hawkweed, 17 remedies. The properties which are common to all the wild varieties are whiteness, a stem sometimes as much as a cubit in length, and a roughness upon the stalk and leaves. Among these plants there is one with round, short leaves, known to some persons as hieracean, from the circumstance that the hawk tears it open and sprinkles its eyes with the juice, and so dispels any dimness of sight of which it is apprehensive. The juice of all these plants is white, and in its properties resembles that of the poppy. It is collected at harvest time by making incisions in the stalk, and is kept in new earthen vessels, being renowned as a remedy for numerous maladies. Mixed with woman's milk, it is a cure for all diseases of the eyes, such as argyma, for instance, films on the eyes, scars, and inflammations of all kinds, and dimness of the sight more particularly. It is applied to the eyes, too, and wool, as a remedy for defluxions of those organs. This juice also purges the bowels, taken in doses of 2 obole in vinegar and water. Drunk in wine, it is a cure for the stings of serpents, and the leaves and stalk of the plant are pounded and taken in vinegar. They are employed also as a lineament for wounds, the sting of the scorpion, and more particularly, combined too with oil and vinegar, they are similarly applied for the bite of the phalangium. They have the effect also of neutralizing other poisons, with the exception of those which kill by suffocation, or by attacking the bladder, as also with the exception of white lead. Steeped in oxymel, they are applied to the abdomen for the purpose of drawing out vicious humours of the intestines. The juice is found good also in cases of retention of the urine. Cratius prescribes it to be given to dropsical patients, in doses of 2 oboli with vinegar and 1 cyathus of wine. Some persons collect the juice of the cultivated lettuce as well, but it is not so efficacious as the other. We have already made mention to some extent of the peculiar properties of the cultivated lettuce, such as promoting sleep, allaying the sexual passions, cooling the body when heated, purging the stomach, and making blood. In addition to these, it possesses no few properties besides, for it has the effect of removing flatulency and of dispelling eructations, while at the same time it promotes the digestion without ever being indigestible itself. Indeed, there is no article of diet known that is a greater stimulant to the appetite, or which tends in greater degree to modify it, it being the extent, either way, to which it is eaten that promotes these opposite results. In the same way, too, lettuces eaten in too large quantities are laxative, but taken in moderation they are binding. They have the effect also of attenuating the tough, viscous phlegm, and according to what some persons say, of sharpening the senses. They are extremely serviceable, too, to debilitated stomachs, for which purpose a bowl of sour sauce is added to them, the sharpness of which is modified by the application of sweet wine, to make it of the same strength as vinegar sauce. If, again, the phlegm with which the patient is troubled is extremely tough and viscous, wine of squills or of wormwood is employed, and if there is any cough perceptible, hyssop wine is mixed as well. Lettuces are given with wild endive for celiac affections, and for obstructions of the thoracic organs. White lettuces, too, are prescribed in large quantities for melancholy and affections of the bladder. Praxagoras recommends them for dysentery. Lettuces are good also for recent burns, before blisters have made their appearance. In such cases they are applied with salt. They arrest spreading ulcers, being applied at first with saltpetre and afterwards with wine. Beaten up, they are applied topically for erysipelas, and the stalks, beaten up with polenta and applied with cold water, are soothing for luxations of the limbs and spasmodic contractions. Used too with wine and polenta, they are good for pimples and eruptions. For cholera, lettuces have been given, cooked in the saucepan, in which case it is those with the largest stalk and bitter that are best. Some persons administer them also as an injection in milk. These stalks boiled are remarkably good, it is said, for the stomach. The summer lettuce, too, more particularly, and the bitter milky lettuce, of which we have already made mention as the meconis, have a soporific effect. This juice, in combination with woman's milk, is said to be extremely beneficial to the eyesight, if applied to the head in good time. It is a remedy, too, for such maladies of the eyes as result from the action of cold. I find other marvellous praises lavished upon the lettuce, such, for instance, as that mixed with Attic honey, it is no less beneficial for affections of the chest than abratonum, that the menstrual discharge is promoted in females by using it as a diet, that the seed, too, of the cultivated lettuce is administered as a remedy for the stings of scorpions, and that pounded and taken in wine, it arrests all libidinous dreams and imaginations during sleep, that water, too, which affects the brain, will have no injurious effects on those who eat lettuce. Some persons have stated, however, that if lettuces are eaten too frequently, they will prove injurious to the eyesight. Chapter 27. Beet. 24 remedies. Nor are the 2 varieties of beet without their remedial properties. The root of either white or black beet, if hung by a string, fresh gathered and softened with water, is said to be efficacious for the stings of serpents. White beet, boiled and eaten with raw garlic, is taken for tapeworm. The root, too, of the black kind, similarly boiled in water, removes parigo. Indeed, it is generally stated that the black beet is the more efficacious of the two. The juice of the black beet is good for inveterate headaches and vertigo, and injected into the ears it stops singing in those organs. It is a diuretic also, and employed in injections as a cure for dysentery and jaundice. This juice, used as a lineament, allays toothache, and is good for the stings of serpents, but due care must be taken that it is extracted from this root only. A decoction, too, of beetroot is a remedy for chilblains. A lineament of white beetroot applied to the forehead arrests defluxations of the eyes, and mixed with a little alum, it is an excellent remedy for erysipelas. Beaten up and applied without oil, it is a cure for excoriations. In the same way, too, it is good for pimples and eruptions. Boiled, it is applied topically to spreading ulcers, and in a raw state it is employed in cases of alopecia and running ulcers of the head. The juice, injected with honey into the nostrils, has the effect of clearing the head. Beetroot is boiled with lentils and vinegar for the purpose of relaxing the bowels. If it is boiled, however, some time longer, it will have the effect of arresting fluxes of the stomach and bowels. Chapter 28. Lemonian or Neuroides. 3 remedies. There is a wild beet, too, known by some persons as lemonian and by others as Neuroides. It has leaves much smaller and thinner than the cultivated kind, and lying closer together. These leaves amount often to 11 in number, the stalks resembling that of the lily. The leaves of this plant are very useful for burns, and have an astringent taste in the mouth. The seed, if taken in doses of 1 acetabulum, is good for dysentery. It is said that a decoction of beet with the root has the property of taking stains out of cloths and parchment. Chapter 29. Endive. 3 remedies. Endive, too, is not without its medicinal uses. The juice of it, employed with rose oil and vinegar, has the effect of allaying headache, and taken with wine it is good for pains in the liver and bladder. It is used also, topically, for defluxions of the eyes. The spreading endive has received from some persons among us the name of ambula. In Egypt, the wild endive is known as Chicorium, the cultivated kind being called Ceres. This last is smaller than the other, and the leaves of it more full of veins. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Mugglestone. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 35. Chapter 30. Cicorium or Creston, otherwise called pancration or ambula. 12 remedies. Wild endive or cicorium has certain refreshing qualities used as an aliment. Applied by way of lineament, it disperses abscesses, and a decoction of it loosens the bowels. It is also very beneficial to the liver, kidneys, and stomach. A decoction of it in vinegar has the effect of dispelling the pains of strangury, and, taken in honeyed wine, it is a cure for the jaundice, if unattended with fever. It is beneficial also to the bladder, and a decoction of it in water promotes the menstrual discharge to such an extent as to bring away the dead fetus even. In addition to these qualities, the magicians state that persons who rub themselves with the juice of the entire plant mixed with oil are sure to find more favour with others, and to obtain with greater facility anything they may desire. This plant, in consequence of its numerous salutary virtues, has been called by some persons Creston and Pancration by others. Chapter 31. Hedipnois. 4 remedies. There is a sort of wild endive too, with a broader leaf, known to some persons as Hedipnois. Boiled, it acts as an astringent upon a relaxed stomach, and eaten raw, it is productive of constipation. It is good too for dysentery, when eaten with lentils more particularly. This variety, as well as the preceding one, is useful for ruptures and spasmodic contractions, and relieves persons who are suffering from spermatorrhea. Chapter 32. Ceres, 3 varieties of it, 7 remedies borrowed from it. The vegetable, too, called ceres, which bears a considerable resemblance to the lettuce, consists of 2 kinds. The wild, which is of a swarthy colour and grows in summer, is the best of the 2, the winter kind, which is whiter than the other, being inferior. They are both of them bitter, but are extremely beneficial to the stomach when distressed by humours more particularly. Used as food with vinegar they are cooling, and, employed as a lineament, they dispel other humours besides those of the stomach. The roots of the wild variety are eaten with polenta for the stomach, and in cardiac diseases they are applied topically above the left breast. Boiled in vinegar, all these vegetables are good for the gout, and for patients troubled with spitting of blood or spermatorrhea, the decoction being taken on alternate days. Petronius Diodotus, who has written a medical anthology, utterly condemns Ceres, and employs a multitude of arguments to support his views. This opinion of his is opposed, however, to that of all other writers on the subject. Chapter 33. The Cabbage. 87 Remedies. Recipes mentioned by Cato. It would be too lengthy a task to enumerate all the praises of the cabbage, more particularly as the physician Chrysippus has devoted a whole volume to the subject, in which its virtues are described in reference to each individual part of the human body. Diuches has done the same, and Pythagoras too in particular. Cato, too, has not been more sparing in his praises than the others, and it will be only right to examine the opinions which he expresses in relation to it, if for no other purpose than to learn what medicines the Roman people made use of for 600 years. The most ancient Greek writers have distinguished 3 varieties of the cabbage. The curly cabbage, to which they have given the name of selenoides, from the resemblance of its leaf to that of the parsley, beneficial to the stomach and moderately relaxing to the bowels. The helia, with broad leaves running out from the stalk, a circumstance owing to which some persons have given it the name of collodes, of no use whatever in a medicinal point of view, and a third, the name of which is properly crambe, with thinner leaves of simple form and closely packed, more bitter than the others, but extremely efficacious in medicine. Cato esteems the curly cabbage the most highly of all, and next to it the smooth cabbage with large leaves and a thick stalk. He says that it is a good thing for headache, dimness of the sight, and dazzling of the eyes, the spleen, the stomach, and thoracic organs, taken raw in the morning in doses of 2 acetabula with oxymel, coriander, rue, mint, and root of silphium. He says, too, that the virtue of it is so great that the very person even who beats up this mixture feels himself all the stronger for it, for which reason he recommends it to be taken mixed with these condiments, or, at all events, dressed with a sauce compounded of them. For the gout, too, and diseases of the joints, a lineament of it should be used, he says, with a little rue and coriander, a sprinkling of salt, and some barley meal. The very water even in which it has been boiled is wonderfully efficacious, according to him, for the sinews and joints. For wounds, either recent or of long standing, as also for carcinoma, which is incurable by any other mode of treatment, he recommends fomentations to be made with warm water, and, after that, an application of cabbage beaten up to the parts affected twice a day. He says also that fistulas and sprains should be treated in a similar way, as well as all humours which it may be desirable to bring to a head and disperse, and he states that this vegetable, boiled and eaten fasting in considerable quantities, with oil and salt, has the effect of preventing dreams and wakefulness. Also, that if, after one boiling, it is boiled a second time, with the addition of oil, salt, cumin, and polenta, it will relieve gripings in the stomach, and that, if eaten in this way without bread, it is more beneficial still. Among various other particulars, he says, that if taken in drink with black wine, it has the effect of carrying off the bilious secretions, and he recommends the urine of a person who has been living on a cabbage diet to be preserved, as, when warmed, it is a good remedy for the diseases of the sinews. I will, however, here give the identical words in which Cato expresses himself upon this point. If you wash little children with this urine, says he, they will never be weak and puny. He recommends also the warm juice of cabbage to be injected into the ears, in combination with wine, and assures us that it is a capital remedy for deafness. And he says that the cabbage is a cure for impetigo without the formation of ulcers. Chapter 34. Opinions of the Greeks relative thereto. As we have already given those of Cato, it will be as well to set forth the opinions entertained by the Greek writers on this subject, only in relation, however, to those points upon which he has omitted to touch. They are of opinion that cabbage, not thoroughly boiled, carries off the bile, and has the effect of loosening the bowels, while, on the other hand, if it is boiled twice over, it will act as an astringent. They say, too, that as there is a natural enmity between it and the vine, it combats the effects of wine, that, if eaten before drinking, it is sure to prevent drunkenness, being equally a dispellent of crapulence if taken after drinking, that cabbage is a food very beneficial to the eyesight, and that the juice of it raw is even more so, if the corners of the eyes are only touched with a mixture of it with Attic honey. Cabbage, too, according to the same testimony, is extremely easy of digestion and, as an aliment, greatly tends to clear the senses. The school of Erasistratus proclaims that there is nothing more beneficial to the stomach and the sinews than cabbage, for which reason, he says, it ought to be given to the paralytic and nervous, as well as to persons affected with spitting of blood. Hippocrates prescribes it, twice boiled and eaten with salt, for dysentery and celiac affections, as also for tenesmus and diseases of the kidneys. He is of opinion, too, that as an aliment it increases the quality of the milk in women who are nursing, and that it promotes the menstrual discharge. The stalk, too, eaten raw, is efficacious in expelling the dead fetus. Apollodorus prescribes the seed, or else the juice of the cabbage, to be taken in cases of poisoning by fungi, and Philistian recommends the juice for persons affected with opisthotomy in goat's milk with salt and honey. I find, too, that persons have been cured of the gout by eating cabbage and drinking a decoction of that plant. This decoction has been given also to persons afflicted with the cardiac disease and epilepsy, with the addition of salt, and it has been administered in white wine for affections of the spleen for a period of 40 days. According to Philistian, the juice of the raw root should be given as a gargle to persons afflicted with icterus or phrenitis, and for hiccup he prescribes a mixture of it in vinegar with coriander, anise, honey, and pepper. Used as a lineament, cabbage, he says, is beneficial for inflations of the stomach, and the very water even in which it has been boiled, mixed with barley meal, is a remedy for the stings of serpents and foul ulcers of long standing, a result which is equally affected by a mixture of cabbage juice with vinegar or fenugreek. It is in this manner, too, that some persons employ it topically for affections of the joints and for gout. Applied topically, cabbage is a cure for epinctis and all kinds of spreading eruptions on the body, as also for sudden attacks of dimness. Indeed, if eaten with vinegar, it has the effect of curing the last. Applied by itself, it heals contusions and other livid spots, and mixed with a ball of alum in vinegar, it is good as a lineament for leprosy and itch scabs. Used in this way, too, it prevents the hair from falling off. Epicharmus assures us that, applied topically, cabbage is extremely beneficial for diseases of the testes and genitals, and even better still when employed with bruised beans. He says, too, that it is a cure for convulsions, that, in combination with rue, it is good for the burning heats of fever and maladies of the stomach, and that with rue seed it brings away the afterbirth. It is of use also for the bite of the shriemouse. Dried cabbage leaves reduced to a powder are cathartic both by vomit and by stool. Chapter 35. Cabbage Sprouts. In all varieties of the cabbage, the part most agreeable to the taste is the cyma, although no use is made of it in medicine, as it is difficult to digest and by no means beneficial to the kidneys. At the same time, too, it should not be omitted that the water in which it has been boiled, and which is so highly praised for many purposes, gives out a very bad smell when poured upon the ground. The ashes of dried cabbage stalks are generally reckoned among the caustic substances. Mixed with a stale grease, they are employed for sciatica, and, used as a lineament, in the form of a depilatory, together with silphium and vinegar, they prevent hair that has been once removed from growing again. These ashes, too, are taken lukewarm in oil, or else by themselves, for convulsions, internal ruptures, and the effects of falls with violence. And are we to say, then, that the cabbage is possessed of no evil qualities whatever? Certainly not, for the same authors tell us that it is apt to make the breath smell, and that it is injurious to the teeth and gums. In Egypt, too, it is never eaten on account of its extreme bitterness. Chapter 36. The Wild Cabbage. 37 Remedies. Cato extols infinitely more highly the properties of wild or erratic cabbage, so much so, indeed, as to affirm that the very powder of it, dried and collected in a scent box, has the property, on merely smelling at it, of removing maladies of the nostrils and the bad smells resulting therefrom. Some persons call this wild cabbage patræa. It has an extreme antipathy to wine, so much so, indeed, that the vine invariably avoids it, and if it cannot make its escape, will be sure to die. This vegetable has leaves of uniform shape, small, rounded, and smooth, bearing a strong resemblance to the cultivated cabbage. It is whiter and has a more downy leaf. According to Chrysippus, this plant is a remedy for flatulency, melancholy, and recent wounds, if applied with honey, and not taken off before the end of 6 days. Beaten up in water, it is good also for scrofula and fistula. Other writers, again, say that it is an effectual cure for spreading sores on the body, known as nomi, that it has the property also of removing excrescences and of reducing the scars of wounds and sores, that if chewed raw with honey, it is a cure for ulcers of the mouth and tonsils, and that a decoction of it used as a gargle with honey is productive of the same effect. They say, too, that mixed in strong vinegar with alum in the proportion of 3 parts to 2 of alum, and then applied as a lineament, it is a cure for itch scabs and leprous sores of long standing. Epicharmus informs us that for the bite of a mad dog it is quite sufficient to apply it topically to the part affected, but that if it is used with silphium and strong vinegar it is better still. He says, too, that it will kill a dog if given to it with flesh to eat. The seed of this plant, parched, is remedial in cases of poisoning by the stings of serpents, eating fungi, and drinking bull's blood. The leaves of it, either boiled and taken in the food, or else eaten raw, or applied with a lineament of sulphur and nitre, are good for affections of the spleen, as well as hard tumours of the mammillae. In swelling of the uvula, if the parts affected are only touched with the ashes of the root, a cure will be the result, and applied topically with honey, they are equally beneficial for reducing swellings of the parotoid glands, and curing the stings of serpents. We will add only one more proof of the virtues of the cabbage, and that a truly marvellous one. In all vessels in which water is boiled, the incrustations which adhere with such a tenacity that it is otherwise impossible to detach them will fall off immediately if a cabbage is boiled therein. Chapter 37. The lapsana, one remedy. Among the wild cabbages we find also the lapsana, a plant which grows a foot in height, has a hairy leaf, and strongly resembles mustard, were it not that the blossom is whiter. It is eaten cooked, and has the property of soothing and gently relaxing the bowels. Chapter 38. The sea cabbage, one remedy. Sea cabbage is the most strongly purgative of all these plants. It is cooked in consequence of its extreme pungency with fat meat, and is extremely detrimental to the stomach. Chapter 39. The squill, 23 remedies. In medicine, we give the name of white squill to the male plant, and of black to the female. The whiter the squill, the better it is for medicinal purposes. The dry coats being first taken off it, the remaining part, or so much of it as retains life, is cut into pieces, which are then strung and suspended on a string at short distances from each other. After these pieces are thoroughly dried, they are thrown into a jar of the very strongest vinegar, suspended in such a way, however, as not to touch any portion of the vessel. This is done 48 days before the summer solstice. The mouth of the jar is then tightly sealed with plaster, after which it is placed beneath some tiles, which receive the rays of the sun the whole day through. At the end of 48 days the vessel is removed, the squills are taken out of it, and the vinegar poured into another jar. This vinegar has the effect of sharpening the eyesight, and, taken every other day, is good for pains in the stomach and sides. The strength of it, however, is so great, that if taken in too large a quantity, it will for some moments produce all the appearance of death. Squills, too, if chewed by themselves even, are good for the gums and teeth, and taken in vinegar and honey they expel tapeworm and other intestinal worms. Put fresh beneath the tongue, they prevent persons afflicted with dropsy from experiencing thirst. Squills are cooked in various ways, either in a pot with a lining of clay or grease, which is put into an oven or furnace, or else cut into pieces and stewed in a saucepan. They are dried also in a raw state, and then cut into pieces and boiled with vinegar, in which case they are employed as a lineament for the stings of serpents. Sometimes, again, they are roasted and then cleaned, after which the middle of the bulb is boiled again in water. When thus boiled, they are used for dropsy as a diuretic, being taken in doses of 3 eboli with oxymel. They are employed also in a similar manner for affections of the spleen and of the stomach when it is too weak to digest the food, provided no ulcerations have made their appearance. Also for gripings of the bowels, jaundice, and inveterate cough, accompanied with asthma. A cataplasm of squill leaves, taken off at the end of 4 days, has the effect of dispersing scrofulous swellings of the neck, and a decoction of squills in oil, applied as a lineament, is a cure for dandruff and running ulcers of the head. Squills are boiled in honey also for the table, with the view of aiding the digestion more particularly. Used in this way, too, they act upon the inside as a purgative. Boiled with oil and then mixed with resin, they are a cure for chaps on the feet, and the seed, mixed with honey, is applied topically for the cure of lumbago. Pythagoras says that a squill, suspended at the threshold of the door, effectually shuts all access to evil spells and incantations. Chapter 40. Bulbs, 30 remedies. Bulbs steeped in vinegar and sulphur are good for the cure of wounds in the face. Beaten up and used alone, they are beneficial for contractions of the sinews, mixed with wine for parigo, and used with honey for the bites of dogs. In this last case, however, Erasistratus says that they ought to be mixed with pitch. The same author states that, applied topically with honey, they stanch the flowing of blood. Other writers say, however, that in cases of bleeding at the nose, coriander and meal should be employed in combination with them. Theodorus prescribes bulbs in vinegar for the cure of lichens, and for eruptions in the head he recommends bulbs mixed with astringent wine or an egg beaten up. He treats defluxions of the eyes also with bulbs, applied topically, and uses a similar method for the cure of ophthalmia. The red bulbs more particularly will cause spots in the face to disappear if rubbed upon them with honey and nitre in the sun, and applied with wine or boiled cucumber they will remove freckles. Used either by themselves or, as Damien recommends, in combination with honeyed wine, they are remarkably efficacious for the cure of wounds, care being taken, however, not to remove the application till the end of 4 days. The same author prescribes them, too, for the cure of fractured ears and collections of crude humours in the testes. For pains in the joints, bulbs are used with meal. Boiled in wine and applied to the abdomen, they reduce hard swellings of the viscera. In dysentery, they are given in wine mixed with rainwater, and for convulsions of the intestines they are employed, in combination with silphium, in pills the size of a bean. Bruised, they are employed externally for the purpose of checking perspirations. Bulbs are good, too, for the sinews, for which reason it is that they are given to paralytic patients. The red bulb, mixed with honey and salt, heals sprains of the feet with great rapidity. The bulbs of Megara act as a strong aphrodisiac, and garden bulbs, taken with boiled must or raisin wine, aid delivery. Wild bulbs, made up into pills with silphium, affect the cure of wounds and other affections of the intestines. The seed, too, of the cultivated kinds is taken in wine as a cure for the bite of the phalangium, and the bulbs themselves are applied in vinegar for the cure of the stings of serpents. The ancients used to give bulb seed to persons afflicted with madness in drink. The blossom, beaten up, removes spots upon the legs, as well as scorches produced by fire. Diocles is of opinion that the sight is impaired by the use of bulbs. He adds, too, that when boiled they are not so wholesome as roasted, and that, whatever nature they may be, they are difficult of digestion. Chapter 41. Bulbine, one remedy. Bulb emetic. The Greeks give the name bulbine to a plant with leaves resembling those of the leek, and a red bulbous root. This plant, it is said, is marvellously good for wounds, but only when they are of recent date. The bulbous plant known as the emetic bulb, from the effects which it produces, has dark leaves, and longer than those of the other kinds. Chapter 42. Garden asparagus, with the next 24 remedies. Asparagus is said to be extremely wholesome as an aliment to the stomach. With the addition of cumin, it dispels flatulency of the stomach and colon. It sharpens the eyesight also, acts as a mild aperient on the stomach, and, boiled with wine, is good for pains in the chest and spine, and diseases of the intestines. For pains in the loins and kidneys, asparagus seed is administered in doses of 3 eboli, taken with an equal proportion of cumin seed. It acts as an aphrodisiac, and is an extremely useful diuretic, except that it has a tendency to ulcerate the bladder. The root also, pounded and taken in white wine, is highly extolled by some writers as having the effect of disengaging calculi and of soothing pains in the loins and kidneys. There are some persons, too, who administer this root with sweet wine for pains in the uterus. Boiled in vinegar, the root is very beneficial in cases of elephantiasis. It is said that if a person is rubbed with asparagus beaten up in oil, he will never be stung by bees. Chapter 43. Caruda, libicum, or orminum. Wild asparagus is by some persons called caruda, by others libicum, and by the people of Attica, orminus. For all the affections above enumerated, it is more efficacious even than the cultivated kind, that which is white more particularly. This vegetable has the effect of dispelling the jaundice, and a decoction of it, in doses of 1 hemina, is recommended as an aphrodisiac. A similar effect is produced also by a mixture of asparagus seed and dill, in doses of 3 eboli respectively. A decoction of asparagus juice is given also for the stings of serpents, and the root of it, mixed with that of marathrum, is reckoned in the number of the most valuable remedies we are acquainted with. In cases of hematuria, Chrysippus recommends a mixture of asparagus, parsley and cumin seed to be given to the patient every 5 days in doses of 3 eboli mixed with 2 syathi of wine. He says, however, that though employed this way it is a good diuretic, it is bad for dropsy and acts as an antaphrodisiac, and that it is injurious to the bladder unless it is boiled first. He states also that if the water in which it is boiled is given to dogs, it will kill them, and that the juice of the root boiled in wine, kept in the mouth, is an effectual cure for toothache. Chapter 44. Parsley, 17 Remedies. Parsley is held in universal esteem, for we find sprigs of it swimming in the draughts of milk given us to drink in country places, and we know that as a seasoning for sauces it is looked upon with peculiar favour. Applied to the eyes with honey, which must also be fermented from time to time with a warm decoction of it, it has a most marvellous efficacy in cases of defluxion of those organs or of other parts of the body, as also when beaten up and applied by itself, or in combination with bread or with polenta. Fish, too, when found to be in an ailing state in the preserves, are greatly refreshed by giving them green parsley. As to the opinions entertained upon it among the learned, there is not a single production dug out of the earth, in reference to which a greater diversity exists. Parsley is distinguished as male and female. According to Chrysippus, the female plant has a hard leaf, and more curled than the other, a thick stem and an acrid hot taste. Dionysius says that the female is darker than the other kind, has a shorter root, and engenders small worms. Both of these writers, however, agree in saying that neither kind of parsley should be admitted into the number of our aliments. Indeed, they look upon it as nothing less than sacrilege to do so, seeing that parsley is consecrated to the funereal feasts in honour of the dead. They say, too, that it is injurious to the eyesight, that the stalk of the female plant engenders small worms, for which reason it is that those who eat of it become barren, males as well as females, and that children suckled by females who live on a parsley diet are sure to be epileptic. They agree, however, in stating that the male plant is not so injurious in its effects as the female, and that it is for this reason that it is not absolutely condemned and classed among the forbidden plants. The leaves of it, employed as a cataplasm, are used for dispersing hard tumours in the mammillae, and when boiled in water it makes it more agreeable to drink. The juice of the root, more particularly, mixed with wine, allays the pains of lumbago, and, injected into the ears, it diminishes hardness of hearing. The seed of it acts as a diuretic, promotes the menstrual discharge, and brings away the afterbirth. Bruises and livid spots, if fermented with a decoction of parsley seed, will resume their natural colour. Applied topically, with the white of egg, or boiled in water, and then drunk, it is remedial for affections of the kidneys, and beaten up in cold water, it is a cure for ulcers of the mouth. The seed, mixed with wine, or the root, taken with old wine, has the effect of breaking calculi in the bladder. The seed, too, is given in white wine to persons afflicted with the jaundice. Chapter 45. Apiastrum, or Melissophyllum. Hyginus gave the name of Apiastrum to Melissophyllum, but that which grows in Sardinia is poisonous, and universally condemned. I speak here of this plant because I feel it my duty to place before the reader every object which has been classified among the Greeks under the same name. End of section 35.
Section 36 of The Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 36. Book 20, Chapters 46 to 55. Chapter 46. Olosatrum or Hippocylinon, 11 remedies. Oreoselinon, 2 remedies. Helioselinon, 1 remedy. Olosatrum, usually known as Hippocylinon, is particularly repulsive to scorpions. The seed of it, taken in drink, is a cure for gripings in the stomach and intestinal complaints, and the decoction of the seed, drunk in honeyed wine, is curative in cases of dysuria. The root of the plant, boiled in wine, expels calculi of the bladder, and is a cure for lumbago and pains in the sides. Taken in drink and applied topically, it is a cure for the bite of a mad dog, and the juice of it, when drunk, is warming for persons benumbed with cold. Some persons make out Oreoselenon to be a fourth species of parsley. It is a shrub about a palm in height, with an elongated seed, bearing a strong resemblance to that of cumin, and efficacious for the urine and the catamenia. Helioselenon is possessed of peculiar virtues against the bites of spiders, and Oreoselenon is used with wine for promoting the menstrual discharge. Chapter 47. Petroselenon, 1 remedy. Buselenon, 1 remedy. Another kind again, which grows in rocky places, is known by some persons as petroselenon. It is particularly good for abscesses, taken in doses of 2 spoonfuls of the juice to 1 cayetes of juice of horehound, mixed with 3 cayetai of warm water. Some writers have added buselenon to the list, which differs only from the cultivated kind in the shortness of the stalk and the red color of the root, the medicinal properties being just the same. Taken in drink or applied topically, it is an excellent remedy for the stings of serpents. Chapter 48. Ocymmum, 35 remedies. Chrysippus has exclaimed as strongly too against ocymmum as he has against parsley, declaring that it is prejudicial to the stomach and the free discharge of the urine, and is injurious to the sight; that it produces insanity too, and lethargy, as well as diseases of the liver; and that it is for this reason that goats refuse to touch it. Hence he comes to the conclusion that the use of it ought to be avoided by man. Some persons go so far as to say that if beaten up and then placed beneath a stone, a scorpion will breed there, and that if chewed and then placed in the sun, worms will breed in it. The people of Africa maintain too that if a person is stung by a scorpion the same day on which he has eaten ocymmum, his life cannot possibly be saved. Even more than this, there are some who assert that if a handful of ocymmum is beaten up with 10 sea or river crabs, all the scorpions in the vicinity will be attracted to it. Diodotus too, in his book of recipes, says that ocymmum, used as an article of food, breeds lice. Succeeding ages, again, have warmly defended this plant. It has been maintained, for instance, that goats do eat it, that the mind of no one who has eaten of it is at all affected, and that mixed with wine, with the addition of a little vinegar, it is a cure for the stings of land scorpions and the venom of those found in the sea. Experience has proved too that the smell of this plant in vinegar is good for fainting fits and lethargy, as well as inflammations; that employed as a cooling liniment with rose oil, myrtle oil, or vinegar, it is good for headache; and that applied topically with wine it is beneficial for defluxions of the eyes. It has been found also that it is good for the stomach, that taken with vinegar it dispels flatulent eructations, that applications of it arrest fluxes of the bowels, that it acts as a diuretic, and that in this way it is good for jaundice and dropsy, as well as cholera and looseness of the bowels. Hence it is that Felistio has prescribed it even for celiac affections, and boiled for dysentery. Some persons too, though contrary to the opinion of Plistonicus, have given it in wine for tenesmus and spitting of blood, as also for obstructions of the viscera. It is employed too as a liniment for the mammillae, and has the effect of arresting the secretion of the milk. It is very good also for the ears of infants, when applied with goose grease more particularly. The seed of it, beaten up and inhaled into the nostrils, is provocative of sneezing, and applied as a liniment to the head, of running at the nostrils. Taken in the food too with vinegar, it purges the uterus. Mixed with copperas, it removes warts. It acts also as an aphrodisiac, for which reason it is given to horses and asses at the season for covering. Wild ocymmum has exactly the same properties in every respect, though in a more active degree. It is particularly good too for the various affections produced by excessive vomiting, and for abscesses of the womb. The root, mixed with wine, is extremely efficacious for bites inflicted by wild beasts. Chapter 49. Rocket, 12 remedies. The seed of rocket is remedial for the venom of the scorpion and the shrew mouse. It repels too all parasitical insects which breed on the human body, and applied to the face as liniment with honey removes spots upon the skin. Used with vinegar too, it is a cure for freckles, and mixed with ox gall, it restores the livid marks left by wounds to their natural color. It is said that if this plant is taken in wine by persons who are about to undergo a flogging, it will impart a certain degree of insensibility to the body. So agreeable is its flavor as a savoring for food that the Greeks have given it the name of oesomon. It is generally thought that rocket, lightly bruised and employed as a fomentation for the eyes, will restore the sight to its original goodness, and that it allays coughs in young infants. The root of it, boiled in water, has the property of extracting the splinters of broken bones. As to the properties of rocket as an aphrodisiac, we have mentioned them already. 3 leaves of wild rocket plucked with the left hand, beaten up in hydromel, and then taken in drink, are productive of a similar effect. Chapter 50. Nasturtium. 42 remedies. Nasturtium, on the other hand, is an anti-aphrodisiac. It has the effect also of sharpening the senses, as already stated. There are 2 varieties of this plant. One of them is purgative, and taken in doses of 1 denarius to 7 of water, carries off the bilious secretions. Applied as a liniment to scrofulous sores with bean meal, and then covered with a cabbage leaf, it is a most excellent remedy. The other kind, which is darker than the first, has the effect of carrying off vicious humours of the head, and sharpening the sight. Taken in vinegar, it calms the troubled spirits, and, drunk with wine or taken in a fig, it is good for affections of the spleen. Taken in honey too, fasting daily, it is good for a cough. The seed of it, taken in wine, expels all kinds of intestinal worms, and with the addition of wild mint, it acts more efficaciously still. It is good too for asthma and cough, in combination with wild marjoram and sweet wine, and a decoction of it in goat's milk is used for pains in the chest. Mixed with pitch, it disperses tumors and extracts thorns from the body, and employed as a liniment with vinegar, it removes spots upon the body. When used for the cure of carcinoma, white of eggs is added to it. With vinegar it is employed also as a liniment for affections of the spleen, and with honey it is found to be very useful for the complaints of infants. Sextius adds that the smell of burnt nasturtium drives away serpents, neutralizes the venom of scorpions, and gives relief in headache. With the addition too of mustard, he says, it is a cure for alopecia, and applied to the ears with a fig, it is a remedy for hardness of hearing. The juice of it, he says, if injected into the ears, will effect the cure of toothache, and employed with goose grease, it is a remedy for porigo and ulcerous sores of the head. Applied with leaven, it brings boils to a head, and makes carbuncles suppurate and break. Used with honey, too, it is good for cleansing phagedenic ulcers. Topical applications are made of it, combined with vinegar and polenta, in cases of sciatica and lumbago. It is similarly employed, too, for lichens and malformed nails, its qualities being naturally caustic. The best nasturtium of all is that of Babylonia. The wild variety possesses the same qualities as the cultivated in every respect, but in a more powerful degree. Chapter 51. Rue, 84 remedies. One of the most active, however, of all the medicinal plants is rue. The cultivated kind has broader leaves and more numerous branches than the other. Wild rue is more violent in its effects and more active in every respect. The juice of it is extracted by beating it up and moistening it moderately with water, after which it is kept for use in boxes of Cyprian copper. Given in large doses, this juice has all the baneful effects of poison, and that of Macedonia more particularly, which rose on the banks of the river Aleakmon. It is a truly wonderful thing, but the juice of hemlock has the property of neutralizing its effects. Thus do we find one thing acting as the poison of another poison, for the juice of hemlock is very beneficial, rubbed upon the hands and face of persons employed in gathering rue. In other respects, rue is one of the principal ingredients employed in antidotes, that of Galatia more particularly. Every species of rue, employed by itself, has the effect also of an antidote, if the leaves are bruised and taken in wine. It is good more particularly in cases of poisoning by wolfsbane and mistletoe, as well as by fungi, whether administered in the drink or the food. Employed in a similar manner, it is good for the stings of serpents. So much so, in fact, that weasels, when about to attack them, take the precaution first of protecting themselves by eating rue. Rue is good, too, for the injuries by scorpions and spiders, the stings of bees, hornets, and wasps, the noxious effects produced by cantharides and salamanders, and the bites of mad dogs. The juice is taken in doses of 1 acetabulum in wine, and the leaves, beaten up or else chewed, are applied topically, with honey and salt, or boiled with vinegar and pitch. It is said that people rubbed with the juice of rue, or even having it on their person, are never attacked by these noxious creatures, and that serpents are driven away by the stench of burning rue. The most efficacious, however, of all is the root of wild rue, taken with wine. This too, it is said, is more beneficial still if drunk in the open air. Pythagoras has distinguished this plant also into male and female, the former having smaller leaves than the other, and of a grass-green color. The female plant, he says, has leaves of a larger size and a more vivid hue. The same author, too, has considered rue to be injurious to the eyes, but this is an error, for engravers and painters are in the habit of eating it with bread, or else nasturtium, for the benefit of the sight. Wild goats, too, eat it for the sight, they say. Many persons have dispersed films on the eyes by rubbing them with a mixture of the juice of rue with Attic honey, or the milk of a woman just delivered of a male child. The same result has been produced also by touching the corners of the eyes with the pure juice of the plant. Applied topically with polenta, rue carries off defluxions of the eyes, and, taken with wine, or applied topically with vinegar and rose oil, it is a cure for headache. If, however, the pain attacks the whole of the head, the rue should be applied with barley meal and vinegar. This plant has the effect also of dispelling crudities, flatulency, and inveterate pains of the stomach. It opens the uterus too, and restores it when displaced, for which purpose it is applied as a liniment with honey to the whole of the abdomen and chest. Mixed with figs and boiled down to 1/2, it is administered in wine for dropsy, and it is taken in a similar manner for pains of the chest, sides, and loins, as well as for coughs, asthma, and affections of the lungs, liver, and kidneys, and for shivering fits. Persons about to indulge in wine take a decoction of the leaves to prevent headache and surfeit. Taken in food, too, it is wholesome, whether eaten raw or boiled, or used as a confection. Boiled with hyssop, and taken with wine, it is good for gripings of the stomach. Employed in the same way, it arrests internal hemorrhage, and, applied to the nostrils, bleeding at the nose. It is beneficial also to the teeth if rinsed with it. In cases of earache, this juice is injected into the ears, care being taken to moderate the dose, as already stated, if wild rue is employed. For hardness of hearing, too, and singing in the ears, it is similarly employed in combination with oil of roses, or oil of laurel, or else cumin and honey. Juice of rue pounded in vinegar is applied also to the temples and the region of the brain in persons affected with phrenitis. Some persons, however, have added to this mixture wild thyme and laurel leaves, rubbing the head and neck as well with the liniment. It has been given in vinegar to lethargic patients to smell at, and a decoction of it is administered for epilepsy in doses of 4 kayatei, as also just before the attacks in fever of intolerable chills. It is likewise given raw to persons for shivering fits. Rue is a provocative of the urine, to bleeding even. It promotes the menstrual discharge also, and brings away the afterbirth, as well as the dead fetus even, according to Hippocrates, if taken in sweet red wine. The same author also recommends applications of it, as well as fumigations, for affections of the uterus. For cardiac disease, Diocles prescribes applications of rue in combination with vinegar, honey, and barley meal. And for the iliac passion, he says that it should be mixed with meal, boiled in oil, and spread upon the wool of a sheep's fleece. Many persons recommend for purulent expectorations 2 drachmae of dried rue to 1½ of sulphur, and, for spitting of blood, a decoction of 3 sprigs in wine. It is given also in dysentery with cheese, the rue being first beaten up in wine, and it has been prescribed, pounded with bitumen, as a potion for habitual shortness of breath. For persons suffering from violent falls, 3 ounces of the seed is recommended. A pound of oil, in which rue leaves have been boiled, added to 1 sextarius of wine, forms a liniment for parts of the body which are frostbitten. If rue really is a diuretic, as Hippocrates thinks, it is a singular thing that some persons should give it as being an antidiuretic, for the suppression of incontinence of urine. Applied topically, with honey and alum, it cures itch scabs and leprous sores, and, in combination with nightshade and hog's lard or beef suet, it is good for morphew, warts, scrofula, and maladies of a similar nature. Used with vinegar and oil, or else white lead, it is good for erysipelas, and, applied with vinegar, for carbuncles. Some persons prescribe silphium also as an ingredient in a liniment, but it is not employed by them for the cure of the pustules known as epinictis. Boiled rue is recommended also as a cataplasm for swellings of the mammillae, and combined with wax for eruptions of pituitous matter. It is applied with tender sprigs of laurel in cases of defluxion of the testes, and it exercises so peculiar an effect upon those organs that old rue, it is said, employed in a liniment with axle grease, is a cure for hernia. The seed pounded and applied with wax is remedial also for broken limbs. The root of this plant, applied topically, is a cure for effusion of blood in the eyes, and, employed as a liniment, it removes scars or spots on all parts of the body. Among the other properties which are attributed to rue, it is a singular fact that, though it is universally agreed that it is hot by nature, a bunch of it, boiled in rose oil, with the addition of an ounce of aloes, has the effect of checking the perspiration in those who rub themselves with it, and that, used as an aliment, it impedes the generative functions. Hence it is that it is so often given in cases of spermatorrhea, and where persons are subject to lascivious dreams. Every precaution should be taken by pregnant women to abstain from rue as an article of diet, for I find it stated that it is productive of fatal results to the fetus. Of all the plants that are grown, rue is the one that is most generally employed for the maladies of cattle, whether arising from difficulty of respiration or from the stings of noxious creatures, in which cases it is injected with wine into the nostrils, or whether they may happen to have swallowed a horseleech, under which circumstances it is administered in vinegar. In all other maladies of cattle, the rue is prepared just as for man in a similar case. Chapter 52. Wild Mint, 20 Remedies. Mentastrum, or wild mint, differs from the other kind in the appearance of the leaves, which have the form of those of ocimum and the color of pennyroyal, for which reason some persons, in fact, give it the name of wild pennyroyal. The leaves of this plant, chewed and applied topically, are a cure for elephantiasis, a discovery which was accidentally made in the time of Pompeius Magnus by a person affected with this malady, covering his face with the leaves for the purpose of neutralizing the bad smell that arose therefrom. These leaves are employed also as a liniment, and in drink, with a mixture of salt, oil, and vinegar, for the stings of scorpions, and in doses of 2 drachmae to 2 caethi of wine, for those of scolopendri and serpents. A decoction, too, of the juice is given for the sting of the scolopendra. Leaves of wild mint are kept, dried, and reduced to a fine powder as a remedy for poisons of every description. Spread on the ground or burned, this plant has the effect of driving away scorpions. Taken in drink, wild mint carries off the lochia in females after parturition, but if taken before, it is fatal to the fetus. It is extremely efficacious in cases of rupture and convulsions, and, though in a somewhat less degree, for orthopnea, gripings the bowels, and cholera. It is good, too, as a topical application for lumbago and gout. The juice of it is injected into the ears for worms breeding there. It is taken also for jaundice, and is employed in liniments for scrofulous sores. It prevents the recurrence of lascivious dreams, and taken in vinegar it expels tapeworm. For the cure of porigo it is put in vinegar, and the head is washed with the mixture in the sun. Chapter 53. Mint. 41 Remedies. The very smell of mint reanimates the spirits, and its flavor gives a remarkable zest to food. Hence it is that it is so generally an ingredient in our sauces. It has the effect of preventing milk from turning sour, or curdling and thickening. Hence it is that it is so generally put into milk used for drinking, to prevent any danger of persons being choked by it in a curdled state. It is administered also for this purpose in water or honeyed wine. It is generally thought too that it is in consequence of this property that it impedes generation, by preventing the seminal fluids from obtaining the requisite consistency. In males as well as females it arrests bleeding, and it has the property, with the latter, of suspending the menstrual discharge. Taken in water with amylum, it prevents looseness in celiac complaints. Cereation employed this plant for the cure of abscesses of the uterus, and, in doses of 3 oboli with honeyed wine, for diseases of the liver. He prescribed it also in pottage for spitting of blood. It is an admirable remedy for ulcerations of the head in children, and has the effect equally of drying the trachea when too moist, and of bracing it when too dry. Taken in honeyed wine and water, it carries off purulent phlegm. The juice of mint is good for the voice when a person is about to engage in a contest of eloquence, but only when taken just before. It is employed also with milk as a gargle for swelling of the uvula, with the addition of rue and coriander. With alum too it is good for the tonsils of the throat, and mixed with honey for roughness of the tongue. Employed by itself, it is a remedy for internal convulsions and affections of the lungs. Taken with pomegranate juice, as Democritus tells us, it arrests hiccup and vomiting. The juice of mint fresh gathered, inhaled, is a remedy for affections of the nostrils. Beaten up and taken in vinegar, mint is a cure for cholera, and for internal fluxes of blood. Applied externally, with polenta, it is remedial for the iliac passion and tension of the mammillae. It is applied too as a liniment to the temples for headache, and it is taken internally as an antidote for the stings of scolopendri, sea scorpions, and serpents. As a liniment it is applied also for defluxions of the eyes, and all eruptions of the head, as well as maladies of the rectum. Mint is an effectual preventive too of chafing of the skin, even if held in the hand only. In combination with honeyed wine it is employed as an injection for the ears. It is said too that this plant will cure affections of the spleen, if tasted in the garden 9 days consecutively without plucking it, the person who bites it saying at the same moment that he does so for the benefit of the spleen, and that, if dried and reduced to powder, a pinch of it with 3 fingers taken in water will cure stomach ache. Sprinkled in this form in drink, it is said to have the effect of expelling intestinal worms. Chapter 54. Pennyroyal. 25 Remedies. Pennyroyal partakes with mint, in a very considerable degree, the property of restoring consciousness in fainting fits, slips of both plants being kept for the purpose in glass bottles filled with vinegar. It is for this reason that Varro has declared that a wreath of pennyroyal is more worthy to grace our chambers than a chaplet of roses. Indeed, it is said that, placed upon the head, it materially alleviates headache. It is generally stated too that the smell of it alone will protect the head against the injurious effects of cold or heat, and that it acts as a preventive of thirst. Also, that persons exposed to the sun, if they carry a couple of sprigs of pennyroyal behind the ears, will never be incommoded by the heat. For various pains too it is employed topically, mixed with polenta and vinegar. The female plant is the more efficacious of the two. It has a purple flower, that of the male being white. Taken in cold water with salt and polenta, it arrests nausea, as well as pains of the chest and abdomen. Taken too in water, it prevents gnawing pains of the stomach, and with vinegar and polenta it arrests vomiting. In combination with salt and vinegar and polenta it loosens the bowels. Taken with boiled honey and nitre, it is a cure for intestinal complaints. Employed with wine, it is a diuretic, and if the wine is the produce of the Armenian grape, it has the additional effect of dispersing calculi of the bladder and removing all internal pains. Taken in conjunction with honey and vinegar, it modifies the menstrual discharge, and brings away the afterbirth, restores the uterus when displaced to its natural position, and expels the dead fetus. The seed is given to persons to smell at who have been suddenly struck dumb, and is prescribed for epileptic patients in doses of 1 caetas, taken in vinegar. If water is found unwholesome for drinking, bruised pennyroyal should be sprinkled in it. Taken with wine, it modifies acridities of the body. Mixed with salt, it is employed as a friction for the sinews, and with honey and vinegar in cases of opisthotomy. Decoctions of it are prescribed as a drink for persons stung by serpents, and beaten up in wine, it is employed for the stings of scorpions, that which grows in a dry soil in particular. This plant is looked upon as efficacious also for ulcerations of the mouth, and for coughs. The blossom of it, fresh gathered and burned, kills fleas by its smell. Xenocrates, among the other remedies which he mentions, says that in tertian fevers a sprig of pennyroyal wrapped in wool should be given to the patient to smell at just before the fit comes on, or else it should be put under the bedclothes and laid by the patient's side. Chapter 55. Wild pennyroyal. 17 remedies. For all the purposes already mentioned, wild pennyroyal has exactly the same properties, but in a still higher degree. It bears a strong resemblance to wild marjoram, and has a smaller leaf than the cultivated kind. By some persons it is known as dictymnos. When browsed upon by sheep and goats, it makes them bleed, for which reason some of the Greeks, changing a single letter in its name, have called it blechon instead of glechon. This plant is naturally so heating as to blister the parts of the body to which it is applied. For a cough which results from a chill, it is a good plan for the patient to rub himself with it before taking the bath. It is similarly employed, too, in shivering fits, just before the attacks come on, and for convulsions and gripings of the stomach. It is also remarkably good for the gout. To persons afflicted with spasms, this plant is administered in drink, in combination with honey and salt, and it renders expectoration easy in affections of the lungs. Taken with salt, it is beneficial for the spleen and bladder, and is curative of asthma and flatulency. A decoction of it is equally as good as a juice. It restores the uterus when displaced, and is prescribed for the sting of either the land or the sea scolopendra, as well as the scorpion. It is particularly good, too, for bites inflicted by a human being. The root of it, newly taken up, is extremely efficacious for corroding ulcers, and in a dried state tends to efface the deformities produced by scars. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 37. Chapter 56. Nep has also some affinity in its effects with penroyal. Boiled down in water to 1/3, these plants dispel sudden chills. They promote the menstrual discharge also in females, and allay excessive heats in summer. Nep possesses certain virtues against the stings of serpents. At the very smoke and smell of it, they will instantly take to flight, and persons who have to sleep in places where they are apprehensive of them will do well to place it beneath them. Bruised, it is employed topically for lachrymal fistulas of the eye. Fresh gathered and mixed in vinegar, with 1/3 part of bread, it is applied as a liniment for headache. The juice of it, injected into the nostrils, with the head thrown back, arrests bleeding at the nose, and the root has a similar effect. This last is employed also with myrtle seed in warm raisin wine as a gargle for the cure of quinsy. Chapter 57. Cumin. 48 remedies. Wild cumin, 26 remedies. Wild cumin is a remarkably slender plant, consisting of 4 or 5 leaves indented like a saw. Like the cultivated kind, it is much employed in medicine, among the stomachic remedies more particularly. Bruised and taken with bread, or else drunk in wine and water, it dispels phlegm and flatulency, as well as gripings of the bowels and pains in the intestines. Both varieties have the effect, however, of producing paleness in those who drink these mixtures. At all events, it is generally stated that the disciples of Porcius Latro, so celebrated among the professors of eloquence, used to employ this drink for the purpose of imitating the paleness which had been contracted by their master through the intensity of his studies, and that Julius Vindex, in more recent times, that assertor of our liberties against Nero, adopted this method of playing upon those who were looking out for a place in his will. Applied in the form of lozenges, or fresh with vinegar, cumin has the effect of arresting bleeding at the nose, and used by itself, it is good for defluxions of the eyes. Combined with honey, it is used also for swellings of the eyes. With children of tender age, it is sufficient to apply it to the abdomen. In cases of jaundice, it is administered in white wine immediately after taking the bath. The cumin of Ethiopia, more particularly, is given in vinegar and water, or else as an electuary with honey. It is thought, too, that the cumin of Africa has the peculiar property of arresting incontinence of urine. The cultivated plant is given parched and beaten up in vinegar for affections of the liver, as also for vertigo. Beaten up in sweet wine, it is taken in cases also where the urine is too acrid, and for affections of the uterus it is administered in wine, the leaves of it being employed topically as well, in layers of wool. Parched and beaten up with honey, it is used as an application for swellings of the testes, or else with rose oil and wax. For all the purposes above mentioned, wild cumin is more efficacious than cultivated, as also in combination with oil for the stings of serpents, scorpions, and scolopendri. A pinch of it with 3 fingers taken in wine has the effect of arresting vomiting and nausea. It is used, too, both as a drink and a liniment for the colic, or else it is applied hot in dorsals of lint to the part affected, bandages being employed to keep it in its place. Taken in wine, it dispels hysterical affections, the proportions being 3 drachmae of cumin to 3 chiathi of wine. It is used as an injection, too, for the ears, when affected with tingling and singing, being mixed for the purpose with veal, suet, or honey. For contusions, it is applied as a liniment with honey, raisins, and vinegar, and for dark freckles on the skin with vinegar. Chapter 58. Ami. 10 Remedies. There is another plant which bears a very strong resemblance to cumin, known to the Greeks as ami. Some persons are of opinion that it is the same as the Ethiopian cumin. Hippocrates gives it the epithet of royal, no doubt because he looks upon it as possessed of great virtues than Egyptian cumin. Many persons, however, consider it to be of a totally different nature from cumin, as it is so very much thinner and of a much whiter colour. Still it is employed for just the same purposes as cumin, for we find it used at Alexandria for putting under leaves of bread and forming an ingredient in various sauces. It has the effect of dispelling flatulency and gripings of the bowels, and of promoting the secretion of the urine and the menstrual discharge. It is employed also for the cure of bruises and to assuage defluxions of the eyes. Taken in wine with linseed in doses of 2 drachmae, it is a cure for the stings of scorpions, and used with an equal proportion of myrrh, it is particularly good for the bite of the cerastes. Like cumin, too, it imparts paleness of complexion to those who drink of it. Used as a fumigation with raisins or with resin, it acts as a purgative upon the uterus. It is said, too, that if a woman smell at this plant during the sexual congress, the chances of conception will be greatly promoted thereby. Chapter 59. The Capparis or Caper, 18 Remedies. We have already spoken of the caper at sufficient length when treating of the exotic plants. The caper which comes from beyond sea should never be used. That of Italy is not so dangerous. It is said that persons who eat this plant daily are never attacked by paralysis or pains in the spleen. The root of it, pounded, removes white eruptions of the skin if rubbed with it in the sun. The bark of the root taken in wine in doses of 3 drachmae is good for affections of the spleen. The patient, however, must forego the use of the bath. It is said, too, that in the course of 35 days the whole of the spleen may be discharged under this treatment by urine and by stool. The caper is also taken in drink for lumbago and paralysis, and the seed of it boiled and beaten up in vinegar, or the root chewed, has a soothing effect in toothache. A decoction of it in oil is employed also as an injection for earache. The leaves and the root, fresh out of the ground, mixed with honey, are a cure for ulcers known as phagedine. In the same way, too, the root disperses scrofulous swellings, and a decoction of it in water removes imposthumes of the parotid glands and worms. Beaten up and mixed with barley meal, it is applied topically for pains in the liver. It is a cure also for diseases of the bladder. In combination with oxymel, it is prescribed for tapeworm, and a decoction of it in vinegar removes ulcerations of the mouth. It is generally agreed among writers that the caper is prejudicial to the stomach. Chapter 60. Ligusticum or lovage, 4 remedies. Ligusticum, by some persons known as panax, is good for the stomach and is curative of convulsions and flatulency. There are persons who give this plant the name of Cunilla bubula, but as we have already stated, they are in error in so doing. Chapter 61. Cunilla bubula, 5 remedies. In addition to garden cunilla, there are numerous other varieties of it employed in medicine. That known to us as Cunilla bubula has a very similar seed to that of pennyroyal. This seed, chewed and applied topically, is good for wounds. The plaster, however, must not be taken off till the 5th day. For the stings of serpents, this plant is taken in wine, and the leaves of it are bruised and applied to the wound, which is also rubbed with them as a friction. The tortoise, when about to engage in combat with the serpent, employs this plant as a preservative against the effect of its sting. Some persons, for this reason, have given it the name of panacea. It has the effect also of dispersing tumours and maladies of the male organs, the leaves being dried for the purpose, or else beaten up fresh and applied to the part affected. For every purpose for which it is employed, it combines remarkably well with wine. Chapter 62. Cunilla gallinaceae or origanum, 5 remedies. There is another variety, again known to our people as Cunilla gallinaceae, and to the Greeks as Heracleotic origanum. Beaten up with salt, this plant is good for the eyes, and it is a remedy for cough and affections of the liver. Mixed with meal and taken as a broth with oil and vinegar, it is good for pains in the side and the stings of serpents in particular. Chapter 63. Cunillago, 8 remedies. There is a third specimen, also known to the Greeks as male cunilla, and to us as cunillago. This plant has a fetid smell, a ligneous root, and a rough leaf. Of all the varieties of cunilla, this one, it is said, is possessed of the most active properties. If a handful of it is thrown anywhere, all the beetles in the house, they say, will be attracted to it, and taken in vinegar and water, it is good for the stings of scorpions more particularly. It is stated also that if a person is rubbed with 3 leaves of it steeped in oil, it will have the effect of keeping all serpents at a distance. Chapter 64. Soft cunilla, 3 remedies. Lebanotis, 3 remedies. The variety, on the other hand, known as soft cunilla, has a more velvety leaf and branches covered with thorns. When rubbed, it has just the smell of honey, and it adheres to the fingers when touched. There is another kind again known to us as libanotis, a name which it owes to the resemblance of its smell to that of frankincense. Both of these plants, taken in wine or vinegar, are antidotes for the stings of serpents. Beaten up in water also, and sprinkled about a place, they kill fleas. Chapter 65. Cultivated Cunilla, 3 remedies. Mountain Cunilla, 7 remedies. Cultivated Cunilla has also its medicinal uses. The juice of it, in combination with rose oil, is good for the ears, and the plant itself is taken in drink to counteract the effects of violent blows. A variety of this plant is the mountain cunilla, similar to wild thyme in appearance, and particularly efficacious for the stings of serpents. This plant is diuretic and promotes the lochial discharge. It aids the digestion too in a marvellous degree. Both varieties have a tendency to sharpen the appetite, even when persons are troubled with indigestion, if taken fasting in drink. They are good too for sprains, and taken with barley meal and vinegar and water, they are extremely useful for stings inflicted by wasps and insects of a similar nature. We shall have occasion to speak of other varieties of libanotis in their appropriate places. Chapter 66. Piperitis or Siliquostrum, 5 remedies. Piperitis, which we have already mentioned as being called Siliquostrum, is taken in drink for epilepsy. Castor used to give a description of it to the following effect. The stalk of it is long and red, with the knots lying close together. The leaves are similar to those of the laurel, and the seed is white and slender, like pepper in taste. He described it also as being beneficial to the gums and teeth, imparting sweetness to the breath, and dispelling flatulency. Chapter 67. Oreganum, onitis, or prasion, 6 remedies. Oreganum, which, as we have already stated, rivals cunilla in flavor, includes many varieties employed in medicine. Onitis or prasion is the name given to one of these, which is not unlike hyssop in appearance. It is employed more particularly with warm water, for gnawing pains at the stomach, and for indigestion. Taken in white wine, it is good for the stings of spiders and scorpions, and, applied with vinegar and oil, in wool, it is a cure for sprains and bruises. Chapter 68. Tragoriganum, 9 remedies. Tragoriganum bears a strong resemblance to wild thyme. It is diuretic, disperses tumours, and taken in drink is extremely efficacious in cases of poisoning by mistletoe and stings by serpents. It is very good for acid eructations from the stomach and for the thoracic organs. It is given also for a cough with honey, as well as for pleurisy and peripneumony. Chapter 69. 3 varieties of Heracleotic Oreganum, 30 remedies. Heracleum, again, comprehends 3 varieties. The first, which is the darkest, has broader leaves than the others, and is of a glutinous nature. The second, which has leaves of a more slender form, and not unlike Sampsucum in appearance, is by some persons called prasion in preference. The third is of an intermediate nature between the other 2, but is less efficacious for medicinal purposes than either. But the best kind of all is that of Crete, for it has a particularly agreeable smell, the next best being that from Smyrna, which has even a more powerful odour than the last. The Heracleotic Oreganum, however, known by the name of onitis, is the one that is the most esteemed for taking in drink. Oreganum in general is employed for repelling serpents, and it is given boiled to persons suffering from wounds. Taken in drink, it is a diuretic, and mixed with the root of panax, it is given for the cure of ruptures and convulsions. In combination with figs or hyssop, it is prescribed for dropsical patients in doses of 1 acetabulum, being reduced by boiling to 1/6. It is good also for the itch, prurigo, and leprosy, taken just before the bath. The juice of it is injected into the ears with milk. It being a cure also for affections of the tonsils and the uvula, and for ulcers of the head. A decoction of it taken with the ashes in wine neutralizes poison by opium or gypsum. Taken in doses of 1 acetabulum, it relaxes the bowels. It is applied as a liniment for bruises and for toothache, and mixed with honey and nitre, it imparts whiteness to the teeth. It has the effect also of stopping bleeding at the nose. A decoction of this plant with barley meal is employed for imposthumes of the parotid glands, and beaten up with nut galls and honey, it is used for roughness of the trachea. The leaves of it, with honey and salt, are good too for the spleen. Boiled with vinegar and salt, and taken in small doses, it attenuates the phlegm when very thick and black, and beaten up with oil, it is injected into the nostrils for jaundice. When persons are affected with lassitude, the body is well rubbed with it, care being taken not to touch the abdomen. Used with pitch, it is a cure for epinitis, and applied with a roasted fig, it brings boils to a head. Employed with oil and vinegar and barley meal, it is good for scrofulous swellings, and applied topically in a fig, it is a cure for pains in the sides. Beaten up and applied with vinegar, it is employed as a liniment for bloody fluxes of the generative organs, and it accelerates the lochial discharge after childbirth. Chapter 70. Dittander. 3 remedies. Dittander is generally considered to rank among the caustic plants. It is owing to this property that it clears the skin of the face, not however without excoriating it, though at the same time the excoriations are easily healed by employing wax and rose oil. It is owing to this property too that it always removes without difficulty leprous sores and itch scabs, as well as the scars left by ulcers. It is said that in the case of toothache, if this plant is attached to the arm or the suffering side, it will have the effect of drawing the pain to it. Chapter 71. Gith or Melanthion. 23 remedies. Gith is by some Greek writers called Melanthion, and by others called Melaspermon. That is looked upon as the best which has the most pungent odour and is the darkest in appearance. It is employed as a remedy for wounds made by serpents and scorpions. I find that for this purpose it is applied topically with vinegar and honey, and that by burning it serpents are kept at a distance. It is taken also in doses of 1 drachma for the bites of spiders. Beaten up and smelt at in a piece of linen cloth, it is a cure for running at the nostrils, and applied as a liniment with vinegar and injected into the nostrils, it dispels headache. With oil of iris it is good for defluxions and tumours of the eyes, and a decoction of it with vinegar is a cure for toothache. Beaten up and applied topically, or else chewed, it is used for ulcers of the mouth, and combined with vinegar, it is good for leprous sores and freckles on the skin. Taken in drink with the addition of nitre, it is good for hardness of breathing, and employed as a liniment for indurations, tumours of long standing, and suppurations. Taken several days in succession, it augments the milk in women who are nursing. The juice of this plant is collected in the same manner as that of henbane, and like it, if taken in too large doses, it acts as a poison, a surprising fact, seeing that the seed is held in esteem as a most agreeable seasoning for bread. The seed cleanses the eyes also, acts as a diuretic, and promotes the menstrual discharge. And not only this, but I find it stated also that if 30 grains only are attached to the body in a linen cloth, it will have the effect of accelerating the afterbirth. It is stated also that beaten up in urine, it is a cure for corns on the feet, and that when burnt it kills gnats and flies with the smell. Chapter 72. Anise. 61 remedies. Anise too, one of the comparatively small number of plants that have been commended by Pythagoras, is taken in wine, either raw or boiled, for the stings of scorpions. Both green and dried, it is held in high repute, as an ingredient in all seasonings and sauces, and we find it placed beneath the undercrust of bread. put with bitter almonds into the cloth strainers for filtering wine, it imparts an agreeable flavour to the wine. It has the effect also of sweetening the breath and removing all bad odours from the mouth, if chewed in the morning with Smyrnion and a little honey, the mouth being then rinsed with wine. This plant imparts a youthful look to the features, and if suspended to the pillow, so as to be smelt by a person when asleep, it will prevent all disagreeable dreams. It has the effect of promoting the appetite also, for this too has been made by luxury one of the objects of art, ever since labour has ceased to stimulate it. It is for these various reasons that it has received the name of anisetum, given to it by some. Chapter 73. Where the best anise is found, various remedies derived from this plant. The most esteemed anise is that of Crete, and next to it that of Egypt. This plant is employed in seasonings to supply the place of lavage, and the perfume of it when burnt and inhaled alleviates headache. Avenor prescribes an application of the root, pounded, for defluxions of the eyes, and Aeolus employs it in a similar manner, in combination with saffron and wine, or else beaten up by itself and mixed with polenta, for violent defluxions, and the extraction of such objects as have got into the eyes. Applied to as a liniment in water, it arrests cancer of the nose. Mixed with hyssop and oxymel, and employed as a gargle, it is a cure for quinsy, and in combination with rose oil, it is used as an injection for the ears. Parched anise purges off phlegm from the chest, and if taken with honey, it is better still. For a cough, beat up 50 bitter almonds shelled in honey, with 1 acetabulum of anise. Another very easy remedy, too, is to mix 3 drachmae of anise with 2 of poppies and some honey, a piece the size of a bean being taken 3 times a day. Its main excellence, however, is as a carminative. Hence it is that it is so good for flatulency of the stomach, griping pains of the intestines, and celiac affections. A decoction of it smelt at and drunk arrests hiccup, and a decoction of the leaves removes indigestion. A decoction of it with parsley, if applied to the nostrils, will arrest sneezing. Taken in drink, anise promotes sleep, disperses calculi of the bladder, arrests vomiting and swelling of the viscera, and acts as an excellent pectoral for affections of the chest and of the diaphragm where the body is tightly laced. It is beneficial also to pour a decoction of it in oil upon the head for headache. It is generally thought that there is nothing in existence more beneficial to the abdomen and intestines than anise, for which reason it is given parched for dysentery and tenesmus. Some persons add opium to these ingredients, and prescribe 3 pills a day, the size of a bean, with 1 cyathus of wine. Diuches has employed the juice of this plant for lumbago, and prescribes the seed of it pounded with mint for dropsy and celiac affections. Avenor recommends the root also for affections of the kidneys. Dallion the herbalist employed it with parsley as a cataplasm for women in labour, as also for pains of the uterus, and for women in labour he prescribes a decoction of anise and dill to be taken in drink. It is used as a liniment also in cases of phrenitis, or else applied fresh gathered and mixed with polenta, in which form it is used also for infants attacked with epilepsy or convulsions. Pythagoras, indeed, assures us that persons, so long as they hold this plant in the hand, will never be attacked with epilepsy, for which reason as much of it as possible should be planted near the house. He says, too, that women who inhale the odour of it have a more easy delivery, it being his advice also that immediately after they are delivered it should be given them to drink with a sprinkling of polenta. Sosimenes employed this plant in combination with vinegar for all kinds of indurations, and for lassitude he prescribes a decoction of it in oil with the addition of nitre. The same writer pledges his word to all wayfarers, that if they take aniseed in their drink, they will be comparatively exempt from fatigue on their journey. Heraclides prescribes a pinch of aniseed with 3 fingers for inflations of the stomach, to be taken with 2 oboli of castoreum in honeyed wine, and he recommends a similar preparation for inflations of the abdomen and intestines. In cases of orthopnea, he recommends a pinch of aniseed with 3 fingers and the same quantity of henbane to be mixed in ass's milk. It is the advice of many to those who are liable to vomit to take at dinner 1 acetabulum of aniseed and 10 laurel leaves, the whole to be beaten up and drunk in water. Anise chewed and applied warm, or else taken with castoreum in oxymel, allays suffocations of the uterus. It also dispels vertigo after childbirth, taken with a pinch of cucumber seed in 3 fingers, and the same quantity of linseed in 3 hyathi of white wine. Tlepolemus has employed a pinch of aniseed and fennel in 3 fingers, mixed with vinegar, and 1 hyathis of honey for the cure of quartan fever. Applied topically with bitter almonds, aniseed is beneficial for maladies of the joints. There are some persons who look upon it as by nature an antidote to the venoms of the asp. It is a diuretic, assuages thirst, and acts as an aphrodisiac. Taken in wine, it promotes a gentle perspiration, and it has the property of protecting cloth from the ravages of moths. The more recently it has been gathered, and the darker its colour, the greater are its virtues. Still, however, it is injurious to the stomach, except when suffering from flatulency. End of section 37. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 38 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Natural History, Volume 4 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Chapter 74. Dill, 9 remedies. Dill acts also as a carminative, allays gripings of the stomach, and arrests looseness of the bowels. The roots of this plant are applied topically in water, or else in wine, for defluxions of the eyes. The seed of it, if smelt at while boiling, will arrest hiccup, and taken in water it dispels indigestion. The ashes of it are a remedy for swellings of the uvula, but the plant itself weakens the eyesight and generative powers. Chapter 75. Sarcopenium or Sagapinon, 13 remedies. The Sarcopenium which grows in Italy is totally different from that which comes from beyond sea. This last, in fact, is similar to gum ammoniac and is known as Sagapenon. Sarcopenium is good for pain of the sides and chest, for convulsions, coughs of long standing, expectorations, and swellings of the thoracic organs. It is a cure also for vertigo, palsy, opisthotomy, affections of the spleen and loins, and for shivering fits. For suffocations of the uterus, this plant is given in vinegar to smell at, in addition to which it is sometimes administered in drink, or employed as a friction with oil. It is a good antidote also for medicaments of a noxious nature. Chapter 76. The white poppy, 3 remedies. The black poppy, 8 remedies. Remarks on sleep, opium. Remarks in disfavor of the potions known as anodynes, febrifuges, digestives, and celiacs. In what way the juices of these plants are to be collected. We have already stated that there are 3 varieties of the cultivated poppy, and on the same occasion we promised to describe the wild kinds. With reference to the cultivated varieties, the calyx of the white poppy is pounded and is taken in wine as a soporific. The seed of it is a cure also for elephantiasis. The black poppy acts as a soporific by the juice which exudes from incisions made in the stalk at the time when the plant is beginning to flower. Diogenes says, but when the blossom has gone off, according to Aeolus. This is done at the 3rd hour in a clear still day, or, in other words, when the dew has thoroughly dried upon the poppy. It is recommended to make the incision just beneath the head and calyx of the plant, this being the only kind, in fact, into the head of which the incision is made. This juice, like that of any other plant, is received in wool, or else, if it is in very minute quantities, it is scraped off with the thumb nail, just as it is from the lettuce, and so again on the following day, with the portion that has since dried there. If obtained from the poppy in sufficiently large quantities, this juice thickens, after which it is kneaded out into lozenges and dried in the shade. This juice is possessed not only of certain soporific qualities, but if taken in too large quantities, is productive of sleep unto death even. The name given to it is opium. It was in this way, we learn, that the father of P. Licinius Caecina, a man of praetorian rank, put an end to his life at Babylum in Spain, an incurable malady having rendered existence quite intolerable to him. Many other persons, too, have ended their lives in a similar way. It is for this reason that opium has been so strongly exclaimed against by Dioscorus and Erasistratus, for they altogether condemned it as a deadly poison, forbidding it to be used for infusions, even as being injurious to the sight. Andreas says, in addition to this, that the only reason why it does not cause instantaneous blindness is the fact that they adulterate it at Alexandria. In later times, however, the use of it has not been disapproved of. Witness the celebrated preparation known as diacodion. Lozenges are also made of ground poppy seed, which are taken in milk as a soporific. The seed is employed, too, with rose oil for headache, and in combination with that oil is injected into the ears for earache. Mixed with woman's milk, this seed is used as a liniment for gout. The leaves, too, are employed in a similar manner. Taken in vinegar, the seed is prescribed as a cure for erysipelas and wounds. For my own part, however, I do not approve of opium entering into the composition of eye salves, and still less of the preparations from it known as febrifuges, digestives, and celiacs. The black poppy, however, is very generally prescribed in wine for celiac affections. All the cultivated poppies are larger than the others, and the form of the head is round. In the wild poppy, the head is elongated and small, but it is possessed of more active properties than the others in every respect. This head is often boiled, and the decoction of it taken to promote sleep, the face being fomented also with the water. The best poppies are grown in dry localities, and where it seldom rains. When the heads and leaves of the poppy are boiled together, the name given to the decoction is meconium. It is much less powerful, however, in its effects than opium. The principal test of the purity of opium is the smell, which, when genuine, is so penetrating as to be quite insupportable. The next best test is that obtained by lighting it at a lamp, upon which it ought to burn with a clear, brilliant flame, and to give out a strong odour when extinguished, a thing that never happens when opium has been drugged, for in such case it lights with the greatest difficulty, and the flame repeatedly goes out. There is another way of testing its genuineness by water, for if it is pure, it will float like a thin cloud upon the surface, but if adulterated, it will unite in the form of blisters on the water. But the most surprising thing of all is the fact that the sun's heat in summer furnishes a test, for if the drug is pure, it will sweat and gradually melt till it has all the appearance of the juice when fresh gathered. Menesides is of opinion that the best way of preserving opium is to mix henbane seed with it. Others again recommend that it should be kept with beans. Chapter 77. The poppy called Rheus. Two remedies. The poppy which we have spoken of under the names of Rheus and the erratic poppy, forms an intermediate variety between the cultivated and the wild poppy, for it grows in the fields, it is true, but it is self-set nevertheless. Some persons eat it, calyx and all, immediately after it is gathered. This plant is an extremely powerful purgative. 5 heads of it, boiled in 3 semi-sextari of wine and taken in drink, have the effect of producing sleep. Chapter 78. The wild poppy called Ceratitis glaucum or Paralium. 6 remedies. There is one variety of wild poppy known as Ceratitis. It is of a black color, a cubit in height, and has a thick root covered with bark, with a head resembling a small bud, bent and pointed at the end like a horn. The leaves of this plant are smaller and thinner than those of the other wild poppies, and the seed, which is very diminutive, is ripe at harvest. Taken with honeyed wine, in doses of half an acetabulum, the seed acts as a purgative. The leaves, beaten up in oil, are a cure for the white specks which form on the eyes of beasts of burden. The root, boiled down to 1/2 in doses of 1 acetabulum to 2 sextari of water, is prescribed for maladies of the loins and liver, and the leaves, employed with honey, are a cure for carbuncles. Some persons give this kind of poppy the name of Glaucium, and others of Paralium, for it grows in fact in spots exposed to exhalations from the sea, or else in soils of a nitrous nature. Chapter 79. The wild poppy called Heracleum or Aphron. 4 remedies. Diocodion. There is another kind of wild poppy known as Heracleon by some persons, and as Aphron by others. The leaves of it, when seen from a distance, have all the appearance of sparrows. The root lies on the surface of the ground, and the seed has exactly the color of foam. This plant is used for the purpose of bleaching linen cloths in summer. It is bruised in a mortar for epilepsy, being given in white wine, in doses of 1 acetabulum, and acting as an emetic. This plant is extremely useful, also, for the composition of the medicament known as diacodion and arteriaceae. This preparation is made with 120 heads of this or any other kind of wild poppy, steeped for 2 days in 3 sextari of rainwater, after which they are boiled in it. You must then dry the heads, which done, boil them down with honey to 1/2 at a slow heat. More recently, there have been added to the mixture 6 drachmae of saffron, hypocystis, frankincense, and gum acacia, with 1 sextarius of raisin wine of Crete. All this, however, is only so much ostentation, for the virtue of this simple and ancient preparation depends solely upon the poppy and the honey. Chapter 80. The poppy called Phythimalon or Paralium. 3 remedies. There is a third kind again called Phythimalon. Some persons give it the name of Mecon, others of Paralium. It has a white leaf resembling that of flax, and a head the size of a bean. It is gathered when the wine is in blossom, and dried in the shade. The seed, taken in drink, purges the bowels, the dose being half an acetabulum in honeyed wine. The head of every species of poppy, whether green or dry, used as a fomentation, assuages defluxions of the eyes. Opium, if taken in pure wine immediately after the sting of a scorpion, prevents any dangerous results. Some persons, however, attribute this virtue to the black poppy only, the head or leaves being beaten up for the purpose. Chapter 81. Porcelaca or purslane, otherwise called peplus. 25 remedies. There is a wild purslane too called peplus, not much superior in its virtues to the cultivated kind, of which such remarkable properties are mentioned. It neutralizes the effects, it is said, of poisoned arrows, and the venom of the serpents known as hemorrhoids and prester. Taken with the food, and applied to the wound, it extracts the poison. The juice too, they say, taken in raisin wine, is an antidote for henbane. When the plant itself cannot be procured, the seed of it is found to be equally efficacious. It is a corrective also of impurities in water, and beaten up in wine and applied topically, it is a cure for headaches and ulcers of the head. Chewed in combination with honey, it is a curative of the other kinds of sores. It is similarly applied to the region of the brain in infants, and in cases of umbilical hernia, as also for defluxions of the eyes, in persons of all ages, being applied to the forehead and temples with polenta. If employed as a liniment for the eyes, milk and honey are added, and when used for proptosis of the eyes, the leaves are beaten up with bean shells. In combination with polenta, salt and vinegar, it is employed as a fomentation for blisters. Chewed raw, purslane reduces ulcerations of the mouth and gum boils, and cures toothache. A decoction of it is good too for ulcers of the tonsils. Some persons have added a little myrrh to it when so employed. Chewed, it strengthens such teeth as may happen to be loose, dispels crudities, imparts additional strength to the voice, and allays thirst. Used with nutgalls, linseed, and honey in equal proportions, it assuages pains in the neck, and combined with honey or simoleon chalk, it is good for disease of the mammae. The seed of it, taken with honey, is beneficial for asthma. Eaten in salads, this plant is very strengthening to the stomach. In burning fevers, applications of it are made with polenta, in addition to which, if chewed, it will cool and refresh the intestines. It arrests vomiting also, and for dysentery and abscesses, it is eaten with vinegar, or else taken with cumin in drink. Boiled, it is good for tenesmus. Taken either in the food or drink, it is good for epilepsy, and taken in doses of 1 acetabulum in boiled wine, it promotes the menstrual discharge. Employed also as a liniment with salt, it is used as a remedy for fits of hot gout and erysipelas. The juice of this plant, taken in drink, strengthens the kidneys and bladder, and expels intestinal worms. In conjunction with oil, it is applied with polenta to assuage the pain of wounds, and it softens indurations of the sinews. Metrodorus, who wrote an abridgment of botany, says that it should be given after delivery to accelerate the lochial discharge. It is also an antiphrodisiac, and prevents the recurrence of lascivious dreams. One of the principal personages of Spain, whose son had been praetor, is in the habit of carrying the root of it, to my knowledge, suspended by a string from his neck, except when he is taking the bath, for an incurable affection of the uvula, a precaution by which he has been spared all inconvenience. I have found it stated too in some authors that if the head is rubbed with liniment of this plant, there will be no defluxions perceptible the whole year through. It is generally thought, however, that purslane weakens the sight. Chapter 82. Coriander, 21 remedies. There is no wild coriander to be found. The best, it is generally agreed, is that of Egypt. Taken in drink and applied to the wound, it is a remedy for the sting of one kind of serpent, known as the amphisbaena. Pounded, it is healing also for other wounds, as well as for epinitis and blisters. Employed in the same state with honey or raisins, it disperses all tumours and gatherings, and, beaten up in vinegar, it removes abscesses of an inflammatory nature. Some persons recommend 3 grains of it to be taken for tertian fevers, just before the fit comes on, or else in larger quantities, to be bruised and applied to the forehead. There are others again who think that it is attended with excellent results to put coriander under the pillow before sunrise. While green, it is possessed of very cooling and refreshing properties. Combined with honey or raisins, it is an excellent remedy for spreading ulcers, as also for disease of the testes, burns, carbuncles, and maladies of the ears. Applied with woman's milk, it is good for defluxions of the eyes, and for fluxes of the belly and intestines. The seed is taken with water in drink. It is also taken in drink for cholera with rue. Coriander seed, used as a potion with pomegranate juice and oil, expels worms in the intestines. Xenocrates states a very marvellous fact, if true. He says that if a woman takes 1 grain of this seed, the menstrual discharge will be retarded 1 day. If 2 grains, 2 days, and so on according to the number of grains taken. Marcus Varro is of opinion that if coriander is lightly pounded and sprinkled over it with cumin and vinegar, all kinds of meat may be kept in summer without spoiling. Chapter 83. Orage. 14 remedies. Orage again is found both wild and cultivated. Pythagoras has accused this plant of producing dropsy, jaundice, and paleness of the complexion, and he says that it is extremely difficult of digestion. He asserts also to its disparagement that everything that grows near it in the garden is sure to be drooping and languid. Diocles and Dionysius have added a statement that it gives birth to numerous diseases, and that it should never be boiled without changing the water repeatedly. They say, too, that it is prejudicial to the stomach, and that it is productive of freckles and pimples on the skin. I am at a loss to imagine why Solo of Smyrna has stated that this plant is cultivated in Italy with the greatest difficulty. Hippocrates prescribes it with beet as a pessary for affections of the uterus, and Laius of Neapolis recommends it to be taken in drink in cases of poisoning by cantharides. He is of opinion also that either raw or boiled, it may be advantageously employed as a liniment for inflammatory swellings, incipient boils, and all kinds of indurations, and that, mixed with oxymel and nitre, it is good for erysipelas and gout. This plant, it is said, will bring away malformed nails without producing sores. There are some persons who give orage seed with honey for jaundice, and rub the throat and tonsils with it, nitre being added as well. They employ it also to purge the bowels, and use the seed boiled as an emetic, either taken by itself or in conjunction with mallows or lentils. Wild orage is used for dyeing the hair, as well as the other purposes above enumerated. Chapter 84. The mallow called Malapy. 13 remedies. The mallow called Malachy. 1 remedy. The mallow called Althlea or Plistolochia. 59 remedies. Both kinds of mallows, on the other hand, the cultivated and the wild, are held in very general esteem. These kinds are subdivided, each of them into 2 varieties, according to the size of the leaf. The cultivated mallow with large leaves is known to the Greeks by the name of Malapy, the other being called Malachy. From the circumstance, it is generally thought that it relaxes the bowels. The wild mallow, again, with large leaves and white roots, is called Althlea, and by some persons, on account of its salutary properties, Plistolochia. Every soil in which mallows are sown is rendered all the richer thereby. This plant is possessed of remarkable virtues, as a cure for all kinds of stings, those of scorpions, wasps, and similar insects, as well as the bite of the shrew mouse, more particularly. Nay, what is even more than this, if a person has been rubbed with oil, in which any one of the mallows has been beaten up, or even if he carries them on his persons, he will never be stung. A leaf of mallow put upon a scorpion will strike it with torpor. The mallow is an antidote also against the poisonous effects of white lead, and applied raw with saltpetre, it extracts all kinds of pointed bodies from the flesh. A decoction of it with the root taken in drink neutralizes the poison of the sea hare, provided, as some say, it is brought off the stomach by vomiting. Other marvels are also related in connection with the mallow, but the most surprising thing of all is, that if a person takes half a cyathus of the juice of any one of them daily, he will be exempt from all diseases. Left to putrefy in wine, mallows are remedial for running sores of the head, and mixed with honey for lichens and ulcerations of the mouth. A decoction of the root, too, is a remedy for dandruff of the head and looseness of the teeth. With the root of the mallow, which has a single stem, it is a good plan to prick the parts about a root when it aches until the pain has ceased. With the addition of human saliva, the mallow cleanses scrofulous sores, imposthumes of the parotid glands, and inflammatory tumours, without producing a wound. The seed of it, taken in red wine, disperses phlegm and relieves nausea, and the root attached to the person with black wool is a remedy for affections of the mammae. Boiled in milk and taken as a pottage, it cures a cough within 5 days. Sextius Niger says that mallows are prejudicial to the stomach, and Olympias, the Theban authoress, asserts that employed with goose grease they are productive of abortion. Some persons are of opinion that a good handful of the leaves taken in oil and wine promotes the menstrual discharge. At all events, it is a well-known fact that if the leaves are strewed beneath a woman in labor, the delivery will be accelerated, but they must be taken away immediately after birth, or prolapsus of the uterus will be the consequence. Mallow juice also is given to women in labor, a decoction of it being taken fasting in wine in doses of 1 hemina. Mallow seed is attached to the arms of patients suffering from spermatoria, and so naturally adapted is this plant for the promotion of lustfulness that the seed of the kind with a single stem sprinkled upon the genitals will increase the sexual desire in males to an infinite degree, according to Xenocrates, who says, too, that if 3 roots are attached to the person in the vicinity of those parts, they will be productive of a similar result. The same writer informs us also that injections of mallows are good for tenesmus and dysentery, and for maladies of the rectum even, if used as a fomentation only. The juice is given warm to patients afflicted with melancholy, in doses of 3 cyathi, and to insane persons in doses of 4. 1 hemina of the decoction is prescribed also for epilepsy. A warm decoction of the juice is employed too as a fomentation for calculus, flatulency, gripings of the stomach, and opisthophony. The leaves are boiled and applied with oil as a poultice for erysipelas and burns, and raw with bread to arrest inflammation in wounds. A decoction of mallows is beneficial for affections of the sinews and bladder, and for gnawing pains of the intestines. Taken too as an aliment or an injection, they are relaxing to the uterus, and the decoction taken with oil facilitates the passage of the urine. The root of the althalia is even more efficacious for all the purposes above enumerated, and for convulsions and ruptures more particularly. Boiled in water, it arrests looseness of the bowels, and taken in white wine, it is a cure for scrofulous sores, imposthumes of the parotid glands, and inflammations of the mammae. A decoction of the leaves in wine applied as a liniment disperses inflammatory tumours, and the leaves, first dried and then boiled in milk, are a speedy cure for a cough, however inveterate. Hippocrates prescribes a decoction of the root to be drunk by persons wounded or thirsty from loss of blood, and the plant itself as an application to wounds with honey and resin. He also recommends it to be employed in a similar manner for contusions, sprains, and tumours of the muscles, sinews, and joints, and prescribes it to be taken in wine for asthma and dysentery. It is a singular thing that water in which this root has been put thickens when exposed in the open air and congeals like ice. The more recently, however, it has been taken up, the greater are the virtues of the root. Chapter 85. While Lapithum, or Oxalis, otherwise called Lapithum, Campharium, or Rumex, 1 remedy; Hydrolapithum, 2 remedies; Hippolapithum, 6 remedies; Oxylapithum, 4 remedies. Lapithum too has pretty nearly the same properties. There is a wild variety, known to some as Oxalis, very similar in taste to the cultivated kind, with pointed leaves, a colour like that of white beet, and an extremely diminutive root. Our people call it rumex, while others again give it the name of Lapithum campharium. Mixed with axle grease, this plant is very efficacious for scrofulous sores. There is another kind, again hardly forming a distinct variety, known as Oxylapithon, which resembles the cultivated kind even more than the last, though the leaves are more pointed and redder. It grows only in marshy spots. Some authors are found who speak of a Hydrolapithon, which grows in the water, they say. There is also another variety known as Hippolapathon, larger than the cultivated kind, whiter and more compact. The wild varieties of the Lapathon are a cure for the stings of scorpions, and protect those who carry the plant on their person from being stung. A decoction of the root in vinegar employed as a gargle is beneficial to the teeth, and if drunk is a cure for jaundice. The seed is curative of the most obstinate maladies of the stomach. The root of Hippolapathum, in particular, has the property of bringing off malformed nails, and the seed taken in wine in doses of 2 drachmae is a cure for dysentery. The seed of Oxylapathum, washed in rainwater with the addition of a piece of gum acacia, about the size of a lentil, is good for patients troubled with spitting of blood. Most excellent lozenges are made of the leaves and root of this plant, with the addition of nitre and a little incense. When wanted for use, they are first steeped in vinegar. Chapter 86. Cultivated Lapathum. 21 remedies. Beulah Lapathum, 1 remedy. As to garden Lapathum, it is good in liniments on the forehead for defluxions of the eyes. The root of it cures lichens and leprous sores, and a decoction of it in wine is remedial for scrofulous swellings, imposthumes of the parotid glands and calculus of the bladder. Taken in wine, it is a cure for affections of the spleen, and employed as a fomentation, it is equally good for celiac affections, dysentery, and tenesmus. For all these purposes, the juice of Lapathum is found to be even still more efficacious. It acts as a carminative and diuretic, and dispels films on the eyes. Put into the bath, or else rubbed upon the body without oil before taking the bath, it effectually removes all itching sensations. The root of it, chewed, strengthens the teeth, and a decoction of it in wine arrests looseness of the stomach. The leaves, on the other hand, relax it. Not to omit any particulars, Solo has added to the above varieties a Beulapathon, which differs only from the others in the length of the root. This root, taken in wine, is very beneficial for dysentery. End of section 38. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Section 39 of the Natural History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. The Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 39. Chapter 87, Mustard. The 3 kinds of it, 44 remedies. Mustard, of which we have mentioned 3 different kinds when speaking of the garden herbs, is ranked by Pythagoras among the very first of those plants, the pungency of which mounts upwards. For there is none to be found more penetrating to the brain and nostrils. Pounded with vinegar, mustard is employed as a liniment for the stings of serpents and scorpions, and it effectually neutralizes the poisonous properties of the fungi. To cure an immoderate secretion of phlegm, it is kept in the mouth till it melts, or else it is mixed with hydromel and employed as a gargle. Mustard is chewed for toothache, and is taken as a gargle with oxymel for the afflictions of the uvula. It is very beneficial also for all maladies of the stomach. Taken with food, it facilitates expectoration from the lungs. It is given too for asthma and epileptic fits, in combination with cucumber seed. It has the effect of quickening the senses, and effectively clears the head by sneezing, relaxes the stomach, and promotes menstrual discharge and the urinary secretions. Beaten up with figs and cumin in proportion of 1/3 of each ingredient, it is used as an external application for dropsy. Mixed with vinegar, mustard resuscitates by its powerful odor persons who have swooned in fits of epilepsy or lethargy, as well as females suffering from hysterical suffocations. For the cure of lethargy, tortolon is added, that being the name given to the seed of heartwort, and if the lethargic sleep should happen to be very profound, An application of it, with figs and vinegar, is made to the legs, or to the head even. Used as an external application, mustard is a cure for inveterate pains of the chest, loins, hips, shoulders, and in general for all deep-seated pains in any part of the body, raising blisters by its caustic properties. In cases of extreme indurations of the skin, the mustard is applied to the part without figs, and a cloth is employed doubled where it is apprehended that it may burn too powerfully. It is used also, combined with red earth, for alopecia, itch scabs, leprosy, psoriasis, tetanus, and opisthotomy. They employ it also as a liniment with honey for styes on the eyelids and films on the eyes. The juices of mustard are extracted in 3 different ways: in earthen vessels in which it has been left to dry gradually in the sun. From the thin stem of the plant there exudes also a milky juice, which, when thus hardened, is remedial for toothache. The seed and root, after they have been left to steep in must, are beaten up together in a mortar, and a good handful of the mixture is taken to strengthen the throat, stomach, eyes, head, and all the senses. This mixture is extremely good, too, for fits of lassitude in females, being one of the most wholesome medicines in existence. Taken in vinegar, mustard disperses calculi in the bladder, and in combination with honey and goose grease, or else cyprian wax, it is employed as a liniment for livid spots and bruises. From the seed, first steeped in olive oil, and then subjected to pressure, an oil is extracted which is employed for rigidity of the sinews, and chills and numbness in the loins and hips. Chapter 88. Adarka, 48 Remedies. It is said that adarka, of which we have already made mention, when speaking of the forest trees, has a similar nature to that of mustard, and is productive of the same effects. It grows upon the outer coat of reeds, below the head. Chapter 89. Marubium, or prason, otherwise Linostrophum, Philiopes, or Philiocaris, 29 Remedies. Most medical writers have spoken in high terms of Marubium, or horehound, as a plant of the very greatest utility. Among the Greeks it is called prason by some, by others Linostrophon, and by others again Philopes, or Philiocaris. It is a plant too well known to require any description. The leaves and seed, beaten up together, are good for the stings of serpents, pains of the chest and side, and inveterate coughs. The branches, too, boiled in water with panic, so as to modify its acridity, are remarkably useful for persons troubled with spitting of blood. Horehound is applied also with grease to scrofulous swellings. Some persons recommend for a cough a pinch of the fresh seed with 2 fingers, boiled with a handful of spelt, and a little oil and salt, the mixture to be taken fasting. Others again regard as quite incomparable, for a similar purpose, an extract of the juices of horehound and fennel. Taking 3 sextarii of the extract, they boil it down to 2, then add 1 sextaris of honey, after which they again boil it down to 2, and administer 1 spoonful of the preparation daily, in 1 cyathus of water. Beaten up with honey, horehound is particularly beneficial for the afflictions of the male organs. Employed with vinegar, it cleanses lichens and is very salutary for ruptures, convulsions, spasms, and contractions of the sinews. Taken in drink with salt and vinegar, it relaxes the bowels, promotes the menstrual discharge, and accelerates the afterbirth. Dried, powdered, and taken with honey, it is extremely efficacious for a dry cough, as also for gangrenes and hangnails. The juice, too, taken with honey, is good for the ears and nostrils. It is a remedy also for jaundice, and diminishes the bilious secretions. Among the few antidotes for poisons, it is one of the very best known. The plant itself, taken with iris and honey, purges the stomach and promotes expectorations. It acts also as a strong diuretic, though at the same time care must be taken not to use it when the bladder is ulcerated and the kidneys are affected. It is said, too, that the juice of horehound improves the eyesight. Castor speaks of 2 varieties of it,
the black horehound, and the white, which last he considers to be the best. He puts the juice of it into an empty eggshell, and then mixes the egg with it, together with honey in equal proportions. This preparation, used warm, he says, will bring abscesses to a head, and cleanse and heal them. Beaten up, too, with stale axle grease and applied topically, he says horehound is a cure for the bite of a dog. Chapter 90. Wild Thyme. 18 Remedies. Wild thyme, it is said, borrows its name, serpyllum, from the fact that it is a creeping plant, a property peculiar to the wild kind, that which grows in rocky places more particularly. The cultivated thyme is not a creeping plant, but grows upwards as much as a palm in height. That which springs up spontaneously grows the most luxuriantly, its leaves and branches being whiter than those of the other kinds. Thyme is efficacious as a remedy for the stings of serpents and the cenchrus more particularly, also for the sting of the scolopendra, both sea and land, the leaves and branches being boiled for the purpose in wine. Burnt, it puts to flight all venomous creatures by its smell, and it is particularly beneficial as an antidote to the venom of marine animals. A decoction of it in vinegar is applied for headache, with rose oil, to the temples and forehead, also for phrenitis and lethargy. It is given, too, in doses of 4 drachmae for grippings of the stomach, strangury, quinsy, and fits of vomiting. It is taken in water also for liver complaints. The leaves, given in doses of 4 oboli in vinegar for diseases of the spleen. Beaten up in 2 cyathea of oxymel, it is used for spitting of blood. Chapter 91. Cimbrium or Thybreum. 23 Remedies. Wild cimbrium, by some persons called Thybreum, does not grow beyond a foot in height. The kind which grows in watery places is similar to nasturtium, and they are both of them efficacious for the stings of certain insects, such as hornets and the like. That which grows in dry locations is odoriferous, and is employed for wreaths. The leaf of it is narrower than the other kind. They both of them alleviate headache and defluxions of the eyes, Phillinus says. Some persons, however, employ bread in addition, while others again use a decoction of the plant by itself in wine. It is a cure also for epinychus, and removes spots on the face in females by the end of 4 days, for which purpose it is applied at night and taken off in the daytime. It arrests vomiting, hiccups, grippings, and fluxes of the stomach, whether taken with the food or the juice extracted and given in drink. This plant, however, should never be eaten by pregnant women, except in cases where the fetus is dead, for the very application of it is sufficient to produce abortion. Taken with wine, it is diuretic, and the wild variety expels calculi even. For persons necessitated to sit up awake, an infusion of it in vinegar is applied as a liniment to the head. Chapter 92. Linseed. 30 Remedies. Linseed is not only used in combination with other substances, but employed by itself. It disperses spots on the face in women. Its juice, too, is very beneficial to the sight. Combined with incense and water, or else with myrrh and wine, it is a cure for defluxions of the eyes, and employed with honey, grease, or wax, for impostumes of the parotid glands. Prepared like polenta, it is good for fluxes of the stomach, and a decoction of it in water and oil applied topically with anise is prescribed for quinsy. It is sometimes used parched, also to arrest looseness of the bowels, and applications of it are used in vinegar for coliac afflictions and dysentery. It is eaten with raisins also for pains in the liver, and excellent electuaries are made of it for the treatment of phthisis. Linseed meal, with the addition of niter, salt, or ashes, softens rigidities of the muscles, sinews, joints, and vertebrae, as well as the membranous tissues of the brain. Employed with figs, linseed meal ripens abscesses and brings them to a head. Mixed with the root of a wild cucumber, it extracts all foreign bodies from the flesh, as well as splinters of broken bones. A decoction of linseed meal and wine prevents ulcers from spreading, and mixed with honey it is remedial for pituitous eruptions. Used with nasturtium in equal quantities, it rectifies malformed nails. Mixed with resin and myrrh, it cures affections of the testes and hernia, and with water gangrenous sores. A decoction of linseed meal with fenugreek, in the proportion of 1/6 stars of each, and hydromel, is recommended for pains in the stomach, and employed as an injection with oil or honey, it is beneficial for dangerous affections of the chest and intestines. Chapter 93. Blight. 6 remedies. Blight seems to be a plant of an inert nature, without flavor or any pungency whatever. Hence it is that in Meander we find husbands giving this name to their wives by way of reproach. It is prejudicial to the stomach, and disturbs the bowels to such a degree as to cause cholera in some. It is stated, however, that taken in wine it is good for the stings of scorpions, and that it is sometimes used as a liniment for corns on the feet, and with oil for affections of the spleen and pains in the temples. Hippocrates is of the opinion that if taken with food it will arrest the menstrual discharge. Chapter 94. Meum and Meum anthimanticum. 7 remedies. Meum is never cultivated in Italy except by medical men, and by very few of those. There are 2 varieties of it, the finer kind being known as anthimanticum, because according to some it was first discovered by Athamas, or else because, as others think, that of the best quality is found upon Mount Athamas. The leaf is similar to that of dill, and the stem is sometimes as much as 2 cubits in length. The roots, which run obliquely, are numerous and mostly black, though sometimes white. It is not of so red a hue as the other kind. The root of this plant, pounded or boiled and taken in water, is diuretic, and is marvelously efficacious for dispelling flatulency of the stomach. It is good too for grippings of the bowels and affections of the bladder. Applied with honey to the region of the uterus, it acts as a diuretic, and is used as a liniment with parsley upon the lower region of the abdomen in infants, and has a similar effect. Chapter 95. Fennel. 22 remedies. Fennel has been rendered famous by the serpent, which tastes it, as already stated, when it casts its old skin, and sharpens its sight with the juice of this plant, a fact which has led to the conclusion that this juice must be beneficial also in high degree to the human sight. Fennel juice is gathered when the stem is swelling with the bud, after which it is dried in the sun and applied as an ointment with honey. This plant is to be found in all parts of the world. The most esteemed preparation from it is that made in Iberia, from the tear-like drops which exude from the stalk and the seed fresh gathered. The juice is extracted also from incisions made in the root at the first germination of the plant. Chapter 96. Hypomaerathron or Myrcenium. 5 remedies. There is also a wild variety of fennel, known by some persons as Hypomaerathron, and by others as Myrcenium. It has a larger leaf and a more acrid taste than the other kind. It is taller also, about the thickness of a walking stick, and has a white root. It grows in warm but stony localities. Diocles speaks too of another variety of Hypomaerathron, with a long, narrow leaf and a seed like that of coriander. The seed of the cultivated fennel is medicinally employed in wine for the stings of scorpions and serpents, and the juice of it, injected into the ears, has the effect of destroying small worms that breed there. Fennel is employed as an ingredient in nearly all our seasonings, vinegar sauces more particularly. It is placed also beneath the undercrust of bread. The seed, in fevers even, acts as an astringent upon the relaxed stomach, and beaten up with water it allays nausea. It is highly esteemed also for the affections of the lungs and liver. Taken in moderate quantities, it arrests looseness of the bowels, and acts as a diuretic. A decoction of it is good for grippings of the stomach, and taken in drink it restores the milk. The root, taken in a peason, purges the kidneys, an effect which is equally produced by decoction of the juice or of the seed. The root is good too, boiled in wine, for dropsy and convulsions. The leaves are applied to burning tumors. With vinegar expel calculi of the bladder, and act as an aphrodisiac. In whatever way it is taken in drink, fennel has the property of promoting the secretion of the seminal fluids. It is extremely beneficial to the generative organs. Whether decoction of the root in wine is employed as a fomentation, or whether it is used beaten up in oil, many persons apply fennel with wax to tumors and bruises, and employ the root with the juice of the plant, or else with honey, for the bites of dogs, and with wine for the stings of millipedes. Hypomarathion is more efficacious in every respect than cultivated fennel. It expels calculi more particularly, and, taken with weak wine, is good for the bladder and irregularities of the menstrual discharge. In this plant the seed is more efficacious than the root, the dose of either of them being a pinch with 2 fingers, beaten up and mixed with the usual drink. Petricus, who wrote a work on serpents, and Mitron, who wrote a treatise on botany, are of opinion that there is nothing in existence of greater efficacy against serpents than Hypomarathion. Indeed, Nicander has ranked it by no means among the lowest of antidotes. Chapter 97. Hemp. 9 remedies. Hemp originally grew in the forests, where it is found with a blacker and rougher leaf than in the other kinds. Hemp seed, it is said, renders men impotent. The juice of this seed will extract worms from the ears, or any insect which may have entered them, though at the cost of producing headache. The virtues of hemp, it is said, are so great that an infusion of it in water will cause it to coagulate. Hence it is that if taken in water it will arrest looseness in beasts of burden. A decoction of the root in water relaxes contractions of the joints, and cures gout and similar maladies. It is applied raw to burns, but it must be frequently changed so as not to let it dry. Chapter 98. Fennel Giant. 8 remedies. Fennel Giant has a seed similar to that of dill. That which has a single stem bifurcated at the top is generally thought to be the female plant. The stalks of it are eaten boiled, and pickled in brine and honey. They are recommended as particularly beneficial to the stomach. If taken, however, in too large quantities, they are apt to produce headache. The root of it in doses of 1 denarius to 2 ciathi of wine is used in drink for the stings of serpents, and the root itself is applied topically for the same purpose, as also for the cure of gripings of the stomach. Taken in oil and vinegar, it is used as a check for excessive perspirations and fevers even. The inspissated juice of fennel giant, taken in quantities the size of a bean, acts as a purgative, and the pith of it is good for the uterus as well as for all the maladies previously mentioned. To arrest hemorrhage, 10 of the seeds are taken in drink, bruised in wine, or else with the pith of the plant. There are some persons who think that the seeds should be administered for epilepsy from the 4th to the 7th day of the moon, in doses of 1 spoonful. Fennel giant is naturally so inimical to the murena, the very touch of it even will kill that fish. Castor was of opinion that the juice of the root is extremely beneficial to the sight. Chapter 99. The thistle or scolimos. 6 remedies. We have already spoken, when treating of the garden plants, of the cultivation of the thistle. We may as well therefore not delay to mention its medicinal properties. Of wild thistles there are 2 varieties, one of which throws out numerous stalks immediately it leaves the ground, the other being the third and having but a single stem. They have both of them a few leaves only, and covered with prickles, the head of the plant being protected by thorny points. The last mentioned, however, puts forth in the middle of these points a purple blossom, which turns white with great rapidity, and is carried off by the wind. The Greeks give it the name of scolimos. This plant, gathered before it blossoms, and beaten up and subjected to pressure, produces a juice which, applied to the head, makes the hair grow again when it has fallen off through alopecia. The root of either kind, boiled in water, creates thirst, it is said, in those who drink it. It strengthens the stomach also, and if we are to believe what is said, has some influence upon the womb in promoting the conception of male offspring. At all events, Glautius, who seems to have paid the most attention to the subject, has written to that effect. The thin juice, like mastich, which exudes from these plants, imparts sweetness to the breath. Chapter 100. The composition of Theriaca. But as we are now about to leave the garden plants, we will take this opportunity of describing a very famous preparation extracted from them as an antidote against the stings of all kinds of venomous animals. It is inscribed in verse upon the stone in the temple of Aesculapius at Kos. Take 2 denarii of wild thyme, and the same quantity of opoponix, and may 'em respectively, 1 denarius of trefoil seed, and of anise seed, fennel seed, ami, and parsley, 6 denarii respectively, with 12 denarii of meal of fitches. Beat up these ingredients together and pass them through a sieve, after which they must be kneaded with the best wine that can be had, and then made into lozenges of 1 victoriatus each. 1 of these is to be given to the patient, steeped in 3 seahs of wine. King Antiochus the Great, it is said, employed this theriaca against all kinds of venomous animals, the asps excepted. Summary. Remarkable facts, narratives, and observations 1506. Roman authors quoted: Cato the Censor, M. Varro, Pompeius Linnaeus, Sievalgius, Hyginus, Sextus Niger, who wrote in Greek, Julius Bassus, who wrote in Greek, Celsus, Antonius Castor. Foreign authors quoted: Democritus, Theophrastus, Orpheus, Menander, who wrote the Biocresta, Pythagoras, Nicander. Medical authors quoted: Chrysippus, Diocles, Ophelion, Heraclides, Hysescus, Dionysius, Apollodorus of Citium, Apollodorus of Tarentum, Praxagoras, Philstonicus, Medius, Diuces, Cleophantus, Philistion, Asclepiades, Cratius, Petronius, Deodatus, Iolus, Erastoratus, Diagoras, Andreas, Nestides, Epicharmus, Damian, Dalian, Sosimenes, Tlepolemus, Metrodorus, Solo, Lycus, Olympius of Thebes, Philinus, Patricus, Micton, Glaucius, Xenocrates. End of section 39. End of the Natural History, Volume 4, by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley.